Solovyov and Tsarist Russia in 1796. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 401. Is this considered a successful hand-holding between the two of you? Compared with Moscow, the summer in Petersburg is easier to endure. It is close to the sea and does not have the inland climate. In August, everything seems to be normal. People are doing what they should do, whether it is work, life, love, or anything else, all proceeding step by step. It's just that Alexander is leaving Petersburg at this time. He plans to go to Berlin. In July before, Frederick William III had already planned to go to war with France, but because the Hanover issue has not been implemented, Prussia, which has always loved to take advantage of small gains, has not made up its mind. Alexander finally rejected the new agreement on temporary peace between France and Russia, and he finally made up his mind. But France and Russia do not border each other, and the French army did not even control the remaining Russian territories in Germany at this time, as well as Oldenburg, which has always had a good relationship with Russia. The struggle between the two sides obviously did not have the opportunity to open fire immediately, and no neutral country would open the border at this time, so there was no good opportunity for Russia. At this time, Alexander decided to visit Berlin to discuss the details of the policy towards France with Frederick William III and Queen Louise, whether to use diplomatic means or directly resort to force. It seems that the pressure exerted by the outside world and the temptation of certain benefits can make Prussia end. The Queen's proposition is more courageous than the King, instead of wanting to take advantage of it. But in the end, it is still the King who makes the decision. Now that Tsar himself set out for East Prussia, and there were discussions on various occasions in St. Petersburg about whether to go to war with France again. At least it seems that the Russian army has recovered a lot from the failure of the Battle of Austerlitz in 1805 and can accumulate strength to go to war with France. The army that can be dispatched once again exceeds 100,000. It's just that at this time, the Ministry of War, the General Staff, and the General Quartermaster General's Department are very quiet. The plan has already been made, and it's just waiting for the order from the Tsar himself. At this time, Solovyov had time to meet the Dolgorukov family in a villa near the Peterhof Palace. According to the rules, when a man and a woman go on a blind date, they always go to a separate room, and the parents of both parties should be outside the door. Vasily Vasilyevich, our family is also taken care of by your family. When I was an adjutant to General Grushatsky, your sister Yevdokia Vasilyevna was also very familiar with our family. How should I put it? Baron Sergei was a little bit long-winded. If it was about climbing up the ladder, it was not to the point. After all, he had a relationship. It was just that when facing the old boss's brother-in-law, he couldn't help but say a few more words. We are all familiar with each other. Baron Sergei, thank you for helping us manage the manor. I will do my best to solve the problems in the manor, but some debts still need time to be resolved and cannot be completed at once. Yes, there is no way to solve it immediately. It's just that both of us have to arrange for your son Mikhail and your daughter Ekaterina to meet here. If it is appropriate, with the grace of His Majesty the Emperor and the Queen, we can further deepen our friendship. Let the two families be closer. Having said that, Baron Sergei's whole family came here. Yulia seemed very happy that her good sister might become her sister-in-law. Her mind was somewhat simple, and she didn't think so much. As for Prince Vasily's family, both sons were on duty, so he only brought his wife and two daughters here. As for the matchmaker, it was not Larissa herself. The Queen just made some suggestions, so Alexander turned back and talked to Count Stroganov, and his wife Sofia came to act as a matchmaker. She also brought her children here. For Solovyov, the three parties were all very close. If it could be successful, it would probably turn the already close cooperative relationship into a family of relatives. Such a marriage would be a good thing for the Solovyov family, which was of a lower status. Then, we should give Michal and Katar some space and ask them to be alone together. We can wait outside. In the large reception room outside the villa, both families were sitting there. Solovyov's sisters were with the girls from the Stroganov family, and Sofia from the Dolgorukov family was also there. The girls got along very happily. They surrounded the little count first. The child's parents were both very beautiful, and naturally they were very popular with girls, since they were young. Before entering the reception room, Solovyov looked over here, and found it very interesting. Anton was still too young. To the older sisters, he was just a pendant. If they wanted to play together, they had to have the little count as a playmate. Katya, we can go in and talk. Maybe we can understand more deeply. Okay. Just like that, the two of them went into the small room inside. But at this time, Solovyov suddenly thought of Pierre. Under the confused plan of Prince Kurakin, it is true that he married a beautiful woman, but the people of the Kurakin family would covet other people's property to some extent. This matter is common in the upper class. Pierre Solovyov did not think about it anymore, but just said, "We are already very familiar with each other, but this time, I didn't expect Her Majesty the Queen to arrange it like this." "So what? Brother Miss Cap, you are also a frequent visitor to Her Majesty the Queen. You are either sent by Her Majesty or summoned. Speaking of which, it is difficult for the personal maids to discover his secret actions. We can often meet in Petersburg, and also in Reston in the past. But I think that for such a lifelong event, both parties must agree before a final decision can be made, and sufficient time must be given. If the marriage vows are witnessed by God's humble and pious servants, there must be time to prepare. You are still young, if you don't mind my age. Compared to those sisters who married old men, I'm still lucky. I was introduced to blind dates twice. One was a senior civil servant and the other was a promising officer, and they were both acquaintances. Speaking of Prince Sergei, since there are such rumors, it is indeed not suitable, and His Highness Nicholas is still childish and talks nonsense." When he said that he wanted, little Katya blushed a little when she mentioned this, and her face became hot and burned. "Are you okay?" "It's okay, but although His Highness Nicholas is not very old, he is a little precocious. He also said that he wanted to find a wife for his teacher. Nicholas. This kid is really interesting. He is tall and strong, and he doesn't look like a 10-year-old child. He is also a little precocious and wants to find a wife for his teacher. It seems that he has put it into practice. He is very much like Paul, in that he likes to be a matchmaker. However, he must not learn the strange behavior of the previous Tsar and the bad luck that came with it." He could not comment on Nicholas's behavior, but just smiled in return and said slowly, "This is inevitable. It's not just His Highness Nicholas in the palace. There are also many precocious children now." "Are you talking about the students in the Imperial Village Preparatory School?" "Yes." When they were chatting inside, someone was listening outside. "How is it now?" Prince Vasily was more concerned about the progress, because it always involved his daughter's lifelong event. "We were just chatting, Prince Vasily. You know, they already knew each other, so it was natural for them to chat smoothly. It was just hard to get to the point. But that's a good thing, at least they agree with each other. That's good. I also hope Katya's marriage will be happy, not like what the fortune teller said. You are the same, but not everyone is like my husband, always a bit rationalist. You know what he did in Paris in the past." Solovyov's conversation went smoothly, but it was hard to get to the point. He thought about getting married, but not like little Katya, whose age was just above the age for the gendarmerie to arrest him. A girl a little older might be more suitable. Point as for when we were in Paris, it wasn't that great either. You know, the environment is not what you imagined. Katya, it was the right choice for you to live in the countryside. If the northeast wind blows over Paris, there will be a special smell. I think the drainage system should be rebuilt. Speaking of the drainage system, I want to build a manor of a suitable size on the land that His Majesty has given me. So, what style are you going to use? Maybe Rococo style is more suitable. I want to use some fresh colors in the reception room, like light green. Although it is more troublesome to mix the colors, the effect will be very good. Is it like the color of the clothes worn by Madame Pompadour? You can say that, Katya. But this color can easily be seen as sheets or curtains. If it were me, I would prefer sky blue. If it's just paint, this color is okay. Solovyov also noticed that the clothes that little Katya was wearing today did have a sky blue empire dress, paired with a white shawl, which felt like clouds on her shoulders. As for her preference, it should be this kind of pleasing color. But if you want to use this kind of color in the glaze of porcelain, it's a bit difficult. For example, the inventor of the slender gold style, Song Huzang Zaoji, a fellow traveler in Wuguacheng, had this kind of glaze in his Rouen kiln. It was not until the end of the 20th century that it was successfully replicated. But is it the same material as the original? However, the mention of these bright colors obviously attracted the attention of little Kataya. Brother Miss Cap, you really know a lot. If you can get porcelain of this color, that requires researching the formula, and the factory in Peterhof cannot make this kind of porcelain. If you want to order it, you have to ask the factories in France and Italy, and, in short, we don't have the core technology in this area, and it's unlikely to find it in China. Yes. And we have to consider that the French like to strike, while we Russians are more used to queuing. As for these jokes, he has told them many times. As time goes by, it is obvious that little Kataya is still a listener willing to listen. At least what Solovyov said can still attract her. From architecture to art, and also involving music, there are still many places that fit. This was relatively smooth, unlike Pierre, who talked about Sergei Kuzmich for a long time, but didn't know what to say. Both sides were relatively smooth, and Prince Vasily was satisfied. After all, Solovyov was a promising officer, and he was even promoted to general. According to the rule of colonel promotion to major general, he would probably be able to achieve it soon. For this old nobleman who had been promoted to lieutenant general in the army and later became a second-class civil servant, he was somewhat envious of these more capable young people, whose future was still good. If you become a general at the age of 25 or 26, you still have to rely on military merit. Since the Paul period, there have been such young and middle-aged generals in the Russian army, adding a lot of fresh blood. He is also a little anxious now. After chatting with Baron Sergei about the situation of the Moscow estate outside, he also roughly knows the situation. But what about his daughter? In terms of family property, the Solovyov family is not bad. At least it has exceeded the family property accumulated by the old baron when he was engaged in smuggling in the past. As Prince Vasily, the Dolgorukov family, a famous Rurik family, obviously did not care about the hundreds of thousands of rubles. Although there were debts outside, with his family's property, it was more than enough to prepare enough dowry. After waiting for a while, Solovyov came out holding little Kataya's hand. He also had to take care of the little girl's emotions, so he only spoke to Countess Sophia and Prince Vasily alone. I'm always worried that war will come, and during this period of time, I always have to give Kataya some time to better understand what she needs and know me. This engagement must be carried out in secret. Count Tikhonhausen died on the battlefield. He was Count Kutuzov's son-in-law and an acquaintance of mine among the adjutants. How should I say it? To give Kataya happiness, if it is peacetime, I can generally do it, but war may come at any time. If I'm called to the front again, no matter whether I'm in the staff or in the frontline troops, I will always face danger. I can understand your thoughts, Mishap. You are seriously considering my daughter. Therefore, even if we want to get engaged, we must do it in the form of a secret engagement, which is good for Kataya. Once she feels that it is inappropriate, or if something happens to me, Kataya is still free, and she can live the life she wants. Chapter 402. Prussia should be able to reach Berlin in 18 days, right? Solovyov adopted this method because he was cautious. Now we are doing it in secret. Kataya, you are still free and can change your decision at any time. This is also a kind of protection for you. Moreover, I think that starting from this autumn, there may be another war. Little Kataya bit her lip and nodded in agreement. At that time, I may return to the front line. This may also make people worry. Even as a staff officer, I'm always in a relatively safe place, but bullets and shells are not accurate, and I don't know where they will fly. We can all understand. Mishap, you are very thoughtful. As for the next period of time, there should be few opportunities for Kataya and I to meet. If nothing happens and neither of us regrets it, we can make a formal vow. In addition, this necklace is a token of engagement. Kataya, it should be very suitable for you. Considering the color matching, the ruby necklace can indeed be set off. After all, little Kataya's empire dress is light colored and her skin is pink and tender, which looks very suitable. This You can try it on, Vasily Vasilyevich, don't you think so? Obviously, this kind of honorific should be used for the father and the future father-in-law. As for the stepmother, she also came over to interrupt. I'll put it on for you. But she came closer. Considering her bulging belly, she might be about to give birth these days. She has already accepted little Katia, but it seems a little too enthusiastic. Oh, Prince Vasily, it seems that your daughter is very popular with my family. That's great, Baron Sergei, everything is satisfactory, but we have to wait for another year. My son is by the Emperor's side, he is well informed, and he has some skills that don't seem like our children. You know, my generation has been in the army, and the highest I have been is a major. And what about Mishap? He should become a general soon. It's rare for such young generals to rise to the rank by their own abilities. Yes, but there is still a long way to go. I was promoted to lieutenant general at the age of 31, but it is not so easy to go further in the army. Not only do you have your own abilities, but you also need some luck and connections. Prince Vasily was more worried about the luck of his future son-in-law. He was close to Grand Duke Constantine by his own ability, which was not easy. He even had some connections. After all, the late old prince was the former commander-in-chief of the army and governor of Moscow. It was not difficult for a colonel to be promoted to major general, and for a major general to continue to be promoted. In such a happy atmosphere, although it was a secret engagement, the relationship between the two families became better. In order to prepare Katia's dowry, Prince Vasily decided to take his family back to Moscow. First, according to Baron Sergei's suggestion, he took advantage of the rising value of the manor to sell the Sparrow Hills manor to Prince Yusupov, and then use the money for more stable investment projects. After all, when there are more real estates and less cash, these manors and properties may become a burden. Besides, Prince Yusupov has always liked the plots of land in the Sparrow Hills area, but he has no chance to buy it. Now that Prince Vasily is selling it, it gives him an opportunity. Considering that the old house of the Solovyov family at number 4 Laundry Lane is so close to the mansion of Prince Yusupov's family in front of the Moika River embankment, even Adela, who is watching the house there, should tell her stepfather about this when she has a tea party with the Potemkin brothers and sisters. There is no need for any notification in the middle, and it can be done secretly. As for the Yusupov family, it is now one of the top 3 richest families in Russia and the richest family in the future. The economic strength is still there. Considering the friendship with the Dolgorukov family, Prince Yusupov said that when they go to Moscow, they will definitely take care of the manor in Sparrow Hills. As for whether it can be bought, when the old prince was alive, he dared not give the empress face and retired home in a rage. At that time, he still had some prestige in the army, which was also the confidence. This manor in Sparrow Hills was obtained by the old prince because of military merit when he was still alive. Prince Vasily and his deceased brother are both gentle in temper, but Solovyov has no time to pay attention to what is happening in Moscow. He can only be idle for a few days here, and then there will be tasks, and Prince Vasily will take his wife and 2 daughters back to Moscow, where the climate is pleasant after the fall, and he also has to deal with these things. Solovyov still has to return to work now, and the burden will not be light in the future. After Alexander set off, Van Suchteren suggested that Volkonsky and Solovyov make 2 plans for the current situation. However, Solovyov was a bit lazy and only made 2 directions under one plan. Either Prussia failed or Prussia was in a stalemate. In the former case, the Russian army would not have time to rescue, and being able to send the vanguard to East Prussia was already fast. If the Prussian army could hold back the French army, it would obviously be very beneficial to the entire war situation in 1806. Therefore, you have only made these 2 plans. Colonel, are you so sure that we need to mobilize troops in this way? Don't we need to consider mobilizing troops to the Danube front once peace is achieved? I don't think it's necessary. Since His Majesty has already gone to Berlin, and Prussia has been fooled by the French on the issue of Hanover, it's like a monkey. Therefore, I dare to conclude that there will be a war in the central region of Germany next. Your reasons seem to be very sufficient. As for the Turks, the Danube Corps can still stop them with their little ability. I'm afraid that they won't be able to cross the Danube until the French enter Berlin. Van Suchteren was somewhat shocked. Solovyov actually despised the Prussian army so much. If Tsar Paul, who promoted him, knew about it, would he be furious? You know, Paul copied a lot of Prussian military regulations in his military reforms. But thinking back, he was Suvorov's disciple, so it's not surprising to think so. But while he was having a little drama in his mind, Solovyov continued to speak. I know you have doubts about my statement, but I have been to the Prussian military camp and saw with my own eyes that their armaments were in disrepair and their discipline was not as high as rumored. Even under the leadership of the new generation of outstanding commanders, some old infantry regiments also had this situation. So, do you think the Prussian army will be defeated quickly? Yes, the Prussian army will fail quickly, as long as a battle is launched. Whether it is an active attack or a passive defense, it will be the same. Then, Solovyov asked the adjutant who followed him to spread the map on the table. Yes, he also has an adjutant. As the deputy minister of the operations department, he can choose a young officer from the guards as his adjutant. So, as the former chief battalion commander of the Prussian regiment, he chose Lieutenant Nikolai Sreniev. After all, he would only choose officers he thought had a future. To do things, at least you should be as quick and nimble as yourself when you were 15 years old and react quickly. He was not wrong. This Sreniev would become the commander of the Putin regiment in the future and would eventually become the commander of the 1st Guards Division and would retire with the rank of General of Infantry. Of course, he was not the most capable. It was quite difficult to find a few young officers with outstanding abilities in the Russian army. Most of them were more courageous than capable and more muscular than brainy. Okay, that's it. After unfolding the map, Van Suchteren could see it very clearly. You came here with a map of northern Germany. It seems that you are well prepared. Colonel, what would you do if it were you? If I were the commander-in-chief of the Prussian army, I would definitely set up defenses along the main mountain passes, and at the same time, pay attention to shrinking the troops to the Elbe River, lengthening the French supply lines, strengthening our own strength, and waiting for Swedish reinforcement. Although the Swedish army's combat effectiveness is not very good, they are at least in Pomerania, the closest distance. At the same time, according to Frederick the Great's usual tricks, he must persuade the neighboring German princes to join his army. After that, he must wait for reinforcement from Russia or Britain to arrive. If I were the King of Prussia, I would agree with your plan. However, Colonel, you have to take into account the fact that Prussia is a country where one army owns the entire country, which is not the case with our country. The Dutch recognize money, the Russians value honor, and the Prussians want everything. Van Suchteren has already become a Russian citizen. It is not known whether he was making fun of himself when he said this. Indeed, so the strategy they will probably adopt is to take the initiative to attack. Judging from the situation of the anti-French coalition that did not try its best and was defeated in Valmy, I'm not optimistic. Moreover, the Duke of Brunswick is an old veteran left over from the era of Frederick the Great. Although he is experienced and very steady, he cannot change the views of Hohenlohe and others. In addition, there are the King and Queen, as well as those young officers. They are all eager to gain benefits from the war, so they will inevitably take an active offensive approach. I'm not surprised that you think so. Peter Volkonsky was standing aside. He did not speak until this time and continued, it is the opinion of our combat department that the Prussian army will take the initiative to fight, but what will happen on the battlefield is not easy to predict. Although it is difficult to predict, it should not be a problem for the Prussians to fail in the end. Their army is now performing even worse than the Austrians. Solovyov said this because there is no illegal organization now. In this case, let's proceed according to this plan. The army should gather at the western border and be ready to go at any time. But the order will be issued after your majesty returns. We don't know what the attitude of Berlin is. Yes, it depends on how the emperor talks with the King of Prussia. Solovyov, you have to continue to improve this plan when you go back. As for you, Prince Volkonsky, you need to communicate with the Minister of War. We need to fully replenish the army's supplies. As for logistics issues, I'm still the quartermaster general, so I naturally have to take responsibility. This discussion was finally completed. The general staff had no confidence or expectations about what the Prussians could do next. As for Solovyov, His subtext was even that Prussia would definitely be rushed to Berlin by Napoleon. The reason for thinking so was that the French army was very strong at this time, which was different from more than 130 years later. If Prussia was rushed now, probably those retired Russian veterans would also say that only lazy people don't fight the Germans. Bonaparte is still very diligent, and this idea is not uncommon. But the 21st century is still the time for France to be strong. French only sounds gentle when it is spoken by women, and the nasal tone of French men when they speak, or they speak, as if they are holding a mouthful of phlegm, is really intimidating, not as rumored. As for the Prussian army, they only look strong on paper, with hundreds of thousands of troops available, but their real strength is more or less the reputation left by Frederick the Great. Although Volkonsky knew that the strength of the Prussian army was exaggerated, and Frederick the Great's army was not the army of Frederick William III, and there must be many problems, he was not as sure as Solovyov. Mishap, why do you think so? Just like the French tiger, when it hears the cry of the Prussian donkey, it will also feel scared. Only when it gets closer will it find that this opponent is just a show off and looks scary. Ah, your kitten fable again. You can also say that this is a kind of beast instinct. The French will find Prussia easy to deal with. That's why we need to make a plan to quickly assist the Prussians. But I'm also worried that they will think they can deal with the French by then. Will the Prussians have such courage? They will do this because they are ignorant. We can wait for the news from Berlin to see what the result is. How the Emperor and the King of Prussia talk. They may not need our help yet, unlike Emperor Franz, who has some self-knowledge. In addition, there are also stupid guys like Mark in the Prussian army. Volkonsky felt helpless after listening. Mark had become a complete negative example. Solovyov should still be resentful that he lost the little notebook to Napoleon. Chapter 403. The Russian commander-in-chief and chief of staff are now in a difficult situation. Since the Prussians were not optimistic about them, the Russian army, with the Minister of War and the General Staff as the core, was now mobilizing supplies. The road from the Baltic coast to East Prussia had begun to be repaired during the hottest time of the year to ensure that the Russian army could pass smoothly. At the same time, it was also necessary to ensure the supply of materials and military stations along the way. Van Suchteren also served as the director of military quartermaster, and he naturally guarded this aspect strictly. The Russian army's military supplies in Austria before relied on Austrian support, but there was no meal prepared in Italy. When the Third Anti-French Alliance came, there was often a lack of supplies. This problem always existed when fighting abroad. In Prussia, it was obvious that the Russian army was not optimistic. In Prussia, the road traffic was still acceptable, and there were some hospitals along the way from East Prussia to Berlin that could be used to accommodate the wounded and sick. The situation in other aspects was still worrying. Therefore, the supply line established in Russia became the focus. The person in charge of these affairs now is Arakcheev. He has actually taken over the duties of the Minister of War and has begun to mobilize troops and materials in the rear, while the General Staff is organizing the frontline troops. Next, there is another important task, which is the selection of the Commander-in-Chief of the Russian Army. In the Fourth Anti-French Alliance, the original Commander-in-Chief of the Russian Army was Marshal Kamensky, and the Chief of Staff was General Bennigsen. However, Bennigsen has become a regicide. Although he was forgiven for not being on the scene, he has never been used on the main front, and was sent to the Caucasus. Kamensky, in fact, the last marshal of the Catherine era, knew that his body was not adapted to such high-intensity combat, and his thoughts were afraid that he could not keep up. But among the marshals of the Catherine era, he was the only one who was qualified enough to go into battle. You can't let someone who became a marshal by virtue of his status, who has no command ability, and can't control his subordinates, be the commander-in-chief, right? Point. What is Arakcheev going to do? After seeing this proposal, the young director and deputy director of the operations department all expressed strong doubts. When Suvorov was still alive, Kamensky had not led troops to war for a long time, because he offended Potemkin. Although his physical condition was still good, Solovyov knew that when the Grand Marshal was still alive, he was able to command the battle in Italy at a high intensity, which greatly damaged his health. Otherwise the old man would not have been taken away by a cold. Although Marshal Kamensky's physical condition was good among the elderly, it was very difficult for him to go to the front line to command the battle, even if he was a sitting commander. However, in order to coordinate the German commanders stationed on the Baltic coast, Kamensky had to be sent out to calm them down. I'm afraid this choice is to make the incompetent Buckholden obey orders and to make those German officers less troublesome. After hearing what Volkonsky said, Solovyov could only shake his head and smile bitterly. He continued, I have read Langevin notes. He praised Alexander Vasilievich, but Mikhail Fedorovich sometimes I shouldn't comment on old marshals from different factions. This is not good for the relationship within the army. Volkonsky saw that Solovyov swallowed back what he wanted to say. In fact, he also knew it. During the Empress's era, Kamensky was second only to Rumiantsev and Suvorov. He was a strict and brutal man. His two sons were also known for their strict military discipline and bravery in fighting. So what can we do? It can't be done. If it is really this old marshal who comes out, we must assign him a suitable chief of staff, otherwise it will be troublesome. However, in the Russian army, the staff business has always been not very good, so that the positions of chief of staff or general director of military supplies are always lacking talents. Solovyov found it awkward that, although he always wanted to be the commander of the army, he became one of the staff officers who performed better. He was really the tallest among the short ones. The ones ahead of him were probably Van Suchteren and Peter Volkonsky, but one of them had to manage to headquarters and the other was Alexander's trusted military advisor. If he went to the front, he would not be able to call anyone to his post with his rank and qualifications. If he wanted to find a chief of staff for Kamensky, he would have to go to Prussia to poach people. If Solovyov knew the current status of Lyosha and Nicanor, he would probably smile awkwardly. Nicanor's current status is probably not as good as Clausewitz, who followed the prince. He is not even a colonel at his age. And Scharnhorst has a group of masters above him, so there are still many difficulties on the road to promotion. But the staff must be set up by then. Before Solovyov could even speak, Volkonsky said, "Mishap, it looks like you'll have to go again. I was only the temporary chief of staff for a short period of time. I'm fine for helping others, but if you really want me to dispatch troops, I don't think I'm qualified with this rank. I know my uncle will try to recommend you as a general, but you're unlikely to be the chief of staff. You might be the director of the operations department, responsible for the formulation of combat plans, and assisting in the dispatch of troops. It's so troublesome." Solovyov thought about it, and realized that he was more motivated, but now he was almost forced to do something he was not prepared for. Even the selection of the commander-in-chief, I'm afraid, would take a fierce debate among the masters in Petersburg, before they could decide. As for the departments, that were mainly responsible for the following, they all had to bear it now. After returning home, Solovyov wanted to relax himself, and prepare to take a bath. However, all the servants in the house were sent to the new house on the embankment, and his stepmother was going to give birth in a few days. This also includes Adela, who has been watching over the laundry alley. Now, apart from the uncle who watches over the door, there is only one person at home. He has to boil his own bath water. He is really the most self-reliant Russian nobleman. Speaking of which, Baron Sergei is really still strong and healthy. He can have more children when he is older. And he is about to get married. Little Katya. This girl looks like a girl who can manage the household and knows the rules. Moreover, her family background is much higher than his. If it weren't for her military merits and Prince Vasily's optimism about him, it would be difficult to get engaged in secret so smoothly. Of course, he also knew that, if Prussia and France fought this time, something would inevitably happen. I don't know what Alexander can talk about with that timid Prussian king in Berlin. This fool, don't ruin the army right away. When he said this, the uncle who was watching over the door came in to report. "Master, a Prince Volkonsky is here to visit. Is it Andrei?" "Yes, master. I didn't expect Andrei to come from Smolensk at this time, but he is now in the reserve, so it is unlikely that the old prince will be asked to help. The old man's physical condition is not very good, but his spirit and mind are better. Go and invite him here quickly. The water for bathing cannot be boiled, so I'm afraid I have to go to the bathhouse." There is a public bathhouse not far outside the laundry lane, but this place is public, and often only the master goes there to take a bath. When Andrei came in, he was wearing a top hat, and he didn't wear a cumbersome outer hat in summer. He walked in with a smile on his face. Solovyov just hugged this friend, and then the two sat down and talked. Andrei, you look good. We all thought you were dead at that time. You are always lucky. Fida didn't have this luck. I'm glad to be alive now. How is Nikolay Nikolaevich? Liza must be fine too, but I heard that your son is very weak. That's right, but the doctor also said that after the child is born, as long as he is guaranteed a clean environment and is not too weak, he will always grow up. I hope so. I'm also engaged, a little later than Pierre, but I can only adopt the method of secret engagement to protect the girl. If something happens to me during this year, she will still be free and doesn't have to feel sad for me. Well, if you go on like this, you will become a lousy lyric poet, just like Davidov. Ha, Davidov. That big mouth. He really dares to spread anything. I don't know how he is doing in the hussars recently. It should be good. Although he likes to stir up trouble, only a pen can cause big trouble. Solovyov also knew that Davidov was very popular in the adjutant circle, and he had good writing skills. He was a cavalry poet, and could also ride a horse and kill people. However, what he wrote was always contraband, and it might lead children astray in the future. This refers to Pushkin. You are such a person. When you talk, it's like a machine gun. You don't even give people time to think. I can't help it. It's a habit. I came to St. Petersburg to do some personal things. Also, if you need any help, probably not now, but there will be in the future. Mikhail Illarionovich has recently left the court again, but the emperor always needs him. But there is another problem, that is the selection of the commander-in-chief and chief of staff. The emperor is still in Berlin, and when he comes back to make a decision, no one knows how he will arrange it. Some say it is Kamensky, while others recommend Tormasov, or even General Apraksin, the governor of Smolensk, but none of these people are suitable. You are in St. Petersburg, and your talkativeness and sharp tongue are becoming more and more like the locals. I can't help it. The Minister of War is Sergei Kuzmich, but the one who is in power and doing things now is Arakchev. I can't make any comments on him, so as not to cause trouble, and it can't be spread out. It would be a bad thing if Arakchev was in power in the Ministry of War. In fact, Russia needs a good Minister of War, and there will always be someone who will take this position in the future. However, there are often people who step down from this position because of embezzlement of military funds. For example, Sergei Kuzmich has been in power for such a long time, which is probably a miracle. Whether there will be such a person in the future is another matter. For these two young colonels, there are some things that cannot be said even at home. Let's go to the public bath. Although it is not a Turkish bath, the conditions are not bad. Otherwise, I might still be a master who boils water by myself. To be honest, it is more comfortable to be on the front line or in the girls' beds. You guy, you are still like this even after being engaged with that French woman. I'm different from you. The family style of your family is different from that of other descendants of Rurik. As a descendant of a small country noble like me, I can live a free life. Andrei looked at this guy and was a little speechless, but he was also not a meaningless errand boy, so the relationship between the two was not bad. As for bathing, it is also to relax. The past period of time has been too hard. I have to work all day long. Even if I go on a blind date, I still can't rest. After returning, I have to continue working. At this time, even in the bathhouse, some generals come here and don't forget to discuss in the bathroom. But whoever comes here will easily discuss the issue of the commander-in-chief. Even though Petersburg has always been far away from the war, there will be such discussions, especially among the masters. Damn it, these people really like to talk about it. It's just that there's fog here. It seems that this is a hot topic. Where do you live now? Pierre also has a mansion in St. Petersburg. If he lives in my house, the guest room is still a little small. Others say that the guest room in my house can only be used by housekeepers and servants. Of course I still have a place to live, and I will return to Smolensk in just a few days here. You know, there are many things to do, both official and private. In a few days, I will go from Smolensk to Moscow and Tula. I really envy you for being able to live in a manor, while my family's land has only completed the framework of the house so far. If it's a new house, you have to get a kitten in to try it out. I understand, this is a traditional custom. If there is a chance, I will invite you and Lisa. And Pierre. He is separated from his wife now. We can arrange for him to come and relax. I'm afraid you don't have the time, Miss Han. You never have time to relax, and you are always accompanied by work wherever you go. Maybe it will be better after we get married, or maybe there will be no war in Europe, so we can take a break. Napoleon always has a hard time with those Germans, but he is not a lazy man. Now, we must go to the front line. Chapter 404 Recommending the Commander-in-Chief is like a farce. Alexander exchanged views with Frederick William III in Berlin. In principle, Prussia wanted to go to war with France, but just like Russia joined the last anti-French alliance, it was waiting to see what price Britain and Russia could offer. Especially the British, they had a close relationship with Prussia, and it was natural for them to support as many thaler as possible in terms of military expenditure. As for the Russian army, they would naturally send troops. But the Prussians, on the other hand, had the idea of Suvorov supporting Krenny in the past. Suvorov rushed to support Krenny, on the one hand, for the consideration of the war situation, to form a more favorable situation for the coalition forces, so that the previously passive Austrian army could get support. On the other hand, he also hoped to share the honor of the victory of his Austrian comrades. On the Prussian side, they were mysteriously confident in their own strength. Using the same idea, the Prussians were like this. They believed that their strength was enough to challenge the French, but they did not expect the barbaric Russians to come to support them. This kind of thinking is not appropriate in itself, and when Russia and Austria joined forces before, they were not able to win. Among the young officers of the Prussian army, a strange argument emerged, just to start the war quickly and teach the French a lesson. However, the Duke of Brunswick is also a little worried now. This is not the time, when he followed his uncle in his youth, to fight on both sides, beating the French army in Rossbach and the Austrian army in Leuthen. After several years of entanglement, Peter III suddenly turned his back, allowing Prussia to survive by chance, and ensure that it has gained benefits. Among the Prussian officer corps at that time, very few had participated in the 7 Years' War, and many people did not rise to power by virtue of their military exploits and abilities, but by virtue of their junker status. Although they were all related households in the past, their generation, as well as the older veterans, all rolled out of the dead pile, which is indeed very different from the arrogant young people now. But even with such an army, he had to bite the bullet and come out to command it. The young king's nephew was very incompetent, but his wife Queen Louise was very opinionated. It was a pity that this girl was not the king, and major events had to be issued and decided by the king. The old duke was obviously not familiar with the current situation of the Prussian army. The army he led to suppress the Dutch uprising was no longer the strong army of his uncle's era. It was on the decline, and was then blocked by the French militia in Valmy. No matter how experienced the old duke was, and how well he had done, this army was not well matched. No matter whether it was in accordance with the military principles of the new era or the old methods of Frederick the Great at that time. In this environment, the Duke of Brunswick had no choice but to put a bridle on a horse and reluctantly command an army that did not fully obey his orders. "Father, if we start the war now," before his son Black Duke could continue, the old duke interrupted him and said, "Son, you have to know that we can only go with the flow. If it was more than a decade ago, when I was able to control this army, perhaps I could persuade His Majesty the King to shrink the army and wait for our friendly forces to arrive. But what is happening now? If you use your brain, you can know what will happen. Even if we wait for the Russians, I'm afraid it will be too late. Yes, our king, I'm afraid that before the Russian emperor is ready, he will take action. At this time, it will definitely be disadvantageous to us, but although I'm the elder, I have no say." Queen Louise, who invited him back, was only very influential, and could not stand up to Frederick William III, who loved to take advantage of small things. As the commander-in-chief, he could only take one step at a time. However, compared with his peers, at this age, he still maintained his energy and enough physical strength to command an army, which was not easy. Also, my son, Frederick William, when you return to the army, you should be diligent in managing the army, and don't be like those young people who are pretentious. Father, you know me, I look like this, except for Mary, other women will stay away from me. Send her to Sweden or Russia for refuge. The Russian queen and the Swedish queen are both her sisters, and they are willing to give her shelter. The Baden family is also interesting, and the relationship between the sisters is really good. Maybe you can use this relationship in the future. Although the Black Duke did not say it, he also knew that his father did not have any expectations for his aunt and second sister in the UK, but wanted to make a fuss about his brother-in-law. His brother-in-law is indeed a powerful lineup, including the Prince of Poland, the King of Bavaria, the Russian Emperor and the King of Sweden. Although he may not be able to use it now, he can still use it in the future. On the contrary, in the UK, although Brunswick and Hanover have been relatives for generations, and Brunswick is still a subordinate of Hanover under a certain legal relationship, this has nothing to do with the UK. Moreover, if George III is in a normal mental state, it will be fine. If he goes crazy again, the British cabinet will only use the power of the Brunswick family. At this time, the old Duke himself is more inclined to arrange his funeral in advance. He thought so in his heart, but now there is no official war. Prussia and France are still in a delicate peace. It is necessary to see what the British are doing. At the same time in St. Petersburg, after Alexander returned, Arakcheev proposed his candidate for commander-in-chief. If it's Mikhail Fedorovich, he is a resolute veteran, but as our commander, he is a little old. He is older than Kutuzov. It is impossible for us to always choose our commander from the old man club, Your Majesty, but our Ministry of War and the General Directorate of Artillery have made precise calculations and retrieved the past winning rate on the battlefield and the prestige of German officers. In these aspects, Marshal Kamensky is undoubtedly the most suitable. He and Alexander Vasilievich were the only two commanders who maintained a very high winning rate, and among the marshals, we can only choose him. Alexander still trusted Arakcheev more. Moreover, when it comes to the winning rate, Kutuzov does not look very good, but this kind of behavior of judging heroes by data statistics will still arouse his suspicion. He is still too old. He is already 68 years old. Your Majesty, I know you are worried about this, but Alexander Vasilievich was about the same age at that time. We cannot give up a military expert just because of his age. Well, it's just that the commanders of each corps and the staff personnel need to be properly arranged. Arakcheev saw this situation and knew what was going on. He was afraid that there would be no suitable candidate for the selection of a suitable chief of staff. In essence, this matter was due to Paul. There was an apprenticeship system in the Russian army, or the promotion of suitable staff officers from the servants. However, in this situation, with Kamensky as the commander-in-chief, there was no suitable Russian chief of staff. So he had an idea and thought of a candidate. I think we can let General Langeron serve as the chief of staff. After all, the French are more knowledgeable about staff business. Well, always use the French to deal with the French. Although Alexander didn't like Langeron very much, especially his advice before the Battle of Austerlitz, he was somewhat unhappy. But now there is no one to use him, so he can only use this guy. Anyway, he is not going to command a corps. What Arakcheev said makes sense. Someone needs to assist Kamensky. But at this time, Alexander also needs to send his own people to the army. Arakcheev, according to our existing staff arrangement, there should be departments below, right? Yes, Your Majesty. Under the corps staff, there are operations, intelligence, quartermasters, and communications. Then the operations department is responsible for making plans. Yes, Your Majesty. Who do you want to arrange as the director of the operations department? Solovyov can do it. He is doing staff work all day long. Sukhterin has also praised his ability in this regard. Arakcheev thinks this candidate is okay. Solovyov has already proved his ability. The only problem is that he is young. In addition, his military rank is only a colonel, but it is highly matched with the position of the director of the operations department. According to Arakcheev set, the director of the operations department is a colonel, at most a major general. Solovyov is very suitable to be placed in such a position. After the person concerned knew about it, he was inviting Langeron to have coffee downstairs in his house. How is this appointment? Hearing Langeron's joking tone, Solovyov knew that it was not a good thing. Probably because they think that you are a Frenchman and you understand military theory better, and the French military staff work, whether it is the Bourbon army or the current French army, is quite capable. It also includes the excellent organizational skills of those Scottish French officers when the Jacobites counterattacked London, and they frequently led the English by the nose. It's really hell, they let me be the chief of staff, just because I'm French, which is a deadly job. That's also a recognition of your ability. Look at me, the chief of operations, and the arrangements for the intelligence department, the quartermaster department, and the communications department, but 3 officers with completely different backgrounds and different native languages are used. Anyway, there are not many customers in the cafe today, and the 2 of them are just opening a private room here. This is a test of our abilities. If it doesn't work, let's all speak French together. Well, the worst thing is that he used a rusty sword, and I'm afraid he wouldn't even want to unsheath this sword. This is a very appropriate evaluation of Kaminsky. He is indeed very powerful. He used to have a great reputation in the army, but he hasn't directly commanded the army for more than 10 years. Because Potemkin didn't trust him and handed over the command of the army to Kakovsky, he went home in anger. Michel, it seems that you have mastered the art of speaking. This is a very appropriate description. But we have no choice. When the Prussians are defeated and flee to East Prussia in disarray, it will be our turn to appear. Yes, there is not much time for us to prepare. Remember when you first met me, you mentioned those Prussians. Langeron heard this and laughed. Aha, that's it. At that time, you were still serving in the guards. After a few years, you were promoted to colonel at the age of 25. And, you should get married, right? Although Madame Rakemia is a good girl, her arms can only provide comfort, not an ideal wife. At Langeron's age, it is not a problem to say this about Madame Rakemia. When he spoke, he was even a little playful and envious. This kid is no longer the age of looking like a girl. He is still very popular in the circle of noble ladies, but he is also more picky. People know that only among Madame Rakemia. French people, this is inevitable, they are just so relaxed. But I'm already engaged. I have to keep it a secret from that girl, so she can choose more freely. Well, I support this point. Although I'm a little curious, I'm also looking forward to it, so I won't ask about this secret. These Frenchmen, the ladies love to gossip, and the men are particularly passionate and gossipy. Langeron not only has a wife, but also has a mistress, to accompany him every time he goes to a garrison. When I get married, I will definitely invite you. There will definitely be a lot of acquaintances coming, no matter if they are close to you, or you have a grudge against them in the past. The more people hate you, the more promising you will be. When he said this, Solovyov himself laughed. He did offend many people in the past. The verbal dispute with Langeron was just mutual harm between bad friends who were old friends. But Marshal Kaminsky's words, because Solovyov was Suvorov's last disciple, even if he fought side by side with the marshal's youngest son and had some friendship, it could not guarantee anything. Both Langeron and Solovyov knew that Marshal Kaminsky didn't want to leave the army. When the old marshal, the last marshal who could command a corps during the Empress's era, received an order from Petersburg in his estate in Oral, he was resistant. Unlike Suvorov, Kaminsky still relied on strict discipline and effective organization to command the army, and he was not as popular as the generalissimo. Moreover, he had been away from the army for so long that he knew he was out of touch, and it would be better for him to live this ancient tyrant life in Oral. However, he had to go. This was an order from the Tsar himself. Even Alexander knew that he had messed up his job as a military governor in Petersburg before and went home, but Arakcheev vowed that administrative management and military command were different. However, we also have to look at personal ability in the course of history. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 405. After disbanding the illegal organization. Before the expedition, Alexander had to listen to the opinions of the two ministers of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Ministry of War, as well as the director of artillery Arakcheev in his office in the Winter Palace. Speaking of Arakcheev, if he had not been lucky in his early years and accompanied Paul in Gatchina, he would not have been promoted so quickly in a few years. Speaking of which, the battle he had fought was probably commanding a unit in Austerlitz, and it was over before he could show his ability. Apart from this, there is no record worth mentioning at present, and even his position is to stay away from the battlefield. Although Solovyov had gone through his way through the Dolgorukov brothers in the past when selecting rifles, he still had a bad impression of him. While Alexander was listening to opinions, he followed Langevin to the Buckhaddon Corps in front to understand the situation and investigate it clearly. Anyway, the appointment has been made, and they all have to take office. What do you think Arakcheev will do in the end? Langevin asked this, and Solovyov had to give an answer. It's nothing more than following the court tradition, but I'm curious, what was the tradition of the Bourbon royal family in the past? You mean, those who are proud to serve His Majesty the King as urinals? We, the nobles who are in the army, don't think much of them. Ah, urinals. Langevin obviously despised the nobles who served urinals and cleaned up urine and fesses. If it were Louis VI, he might still be eating bear heart. And Solovyov, he was thinking that raising cats and dogs also needs this. In the past, before Maria married and moved to Weimar, the cats and dogs raised in the palace were all cleaned by servants. It's the French nobles. I don't know if I should say that they can beat their brains for a position of serving urinals. Although the Russian nobles are more flattering, they can't go to this extent, and they are often just talking. Servants are always needed to do what needs to be done. Although this is true, considering the situation of the Russian court, the future is not optimistic. By the way, Arakcheev still needs to elect a corps commander. Who do you think he will let? Either Rozan or Essen. As for the others, we can't let Wittgenstein do it, right? Wittgenstein? If he leads the cavalry, he's just average. But to command the corps, it's better to let Bagration go. At least he is in the corps on the front line and has made many contributions in the past. But German officers are now the mainstream, and you have to know that Arakcheev likes the Prussian stick discipline. Although I have served as an officer of the guards for a long time and His Majesty Paul has taken good care of me, I still have to say that the Prussian system will not work in Russia. Russian soldiers are already hardworking and obedient enough, and this kind of tenacity is not found in soldiers of other countries. I have no intention of offending you. What French soldiers lack is tenacity and obedience. The others are better. That man did mobilize the soldiers, but they are no longer under the flag of the Republic. What does this mean? Solovyov knew that Langevin was a royalist and had come to Russia from France early, but he had never thought deeply about some issues, such as he would mention the Republic. It means that for France, they are just fighting for a new monarch, not under a belief. Even freedom is limited. France has become a barracks. I saw this situation when I went to Nantes. When recruiting soldiers, there will always be people who escape. But don't underestimate them. Bonaparte will do it for his own ambitions, and the French soldiers will protect their achievements. You have some truth in this regard. If the Russians didn't know that it was not suitable for evolution now, I'm afraid it would be a top-down revolution. It's possible in the future. Maybe it will be overturned from the bottom up. At the beginning, all the overseas Russians were asked to return home, and travel abroad without approval was strictly prohibited because of this. But in depth, Langevin and Solovyov both knew that some people were indeed afraid, and Solovyov knew more. He even saw that Tsar's reply to some opinions of the peasants beside Paul. He knew that the peasants were powerful and that they had bad habits, and he was worried that this would lead the country astray, but this was only limited to the current environment. In the future, it would be very suitable for workers and peasants to unite, and they would be natural allies. As for Solovyov, because he had a family and a business, and was about to marry a wife, he was unlikely to take the initiative to join the torrent of history. What he could do was probably like some enlightened Russian nobles, first achieving some relaxation and freedom in his own territory. As for the liberation of all serfs, it would take time, and even the Tsar himself would find it difficult to solve this problem. The better luck was that he could directly influence Nicholas. But Solovyov was also worried that this kid would be lazy in his homework when he was not in St. Petersburg. Therefore, he told Mr. Mera, who was the teacher at the time, to report to the Queen Mother according to the situation, and to increase homework appropriately, and to be strict in the monthly exams. In the future, he could influence its Tsar, and if he lived long enough, he might have another one or two. He thought that what he couldn't let go of the most were the young girls, wives, and widows who had been with him, and the children. And he himself believed that he didn't have the ability to change his fate, but he could climb up step by step with his own talents. If the road is too smooth, it will be difficult to get up after a fall. When they arrived in Riga and were about to start work here, they also got a piece of news. That is, the Holy Roman Empire with a long history, which was crowned in Rome, and had no 3 items, was finally disbanded in August as an illegal organization and completely entered the garbage dump of history. Napoleon also created a Rhine Confederation to replace it, but this confederation was more or less dominated by his own people, and the eating was still very ugly. In general, it was a prototype of French usury imperialism, which sucked the bones and marrow, while turning the economically developed German and Italian regions into the downstream of French industry. On this basis, it did not want to share any benefits with neighboring countries. Italy will become a farm and a source of raw materials. The handicrafts and developed industries in Germany will either be matched by France or eliminated. If Prussia does not give in, then war between the two sides will be inevitable. At this time, Alexander has returned to St. Petersburg. If he were in Jelgava or Riga, he would probably listen to Langeron's opinions, even though he did not like this complaining Frenchman who always spoke with a bad taste. What do you think? War is inevitable, but Buck Holden's corps is not well prepared. You need to let him have a complete staff to run it. If it doesn't work, we can invite people from Prussia. Don't you always dislike Prussians? Langeron did not deny this statement after hearing it. He really didn't like the Prussians, but it was not without merit. They always need their ready-made staff. You dispersed the power of the General Quartermaster General in Petersburg and created a general staff, which is obviously different from what Bonaparte used. Bonaparte's staff can give full play to his personal talents. Others can control it, but not so skillfully. As for you, I'm afraid that even the cavalry generals who are not very smart in the future will be able to command the troops calmly on the battlefield under the leadership of a resourceful chief of staff. According to what you said, I'm afraid that you can win the battle in your sleep. Even if he is a madman, it's okay. Langeron's complaint directly reported Blücher's house number. If Hindenburg can still appear in the future, he will definitely be shot. As for the important people, we have to wait until the formal treaty is signed. Considering that there are still many German officers and people who know German in this legion that aids Prussia, Erich Chief chose Marshal Kamensky, who advocates the Prussian stick. It makes sense, but it is also untenable. While Langeron and Solovyov were still in Riga, Alexander in Petersburg finally made a decision to appoint Kamensky as the corps commander, but the appointment would arrive later. After the personnel of the front corps were organized, the old marshal would be sent directly from Ural to the western border area to take office. Then, for the last candidate, how about we let Wittgenstein serve as the vacant corps commander? But Wittgenstein leads a cavalry unit and is on the way to assist Michelson. Then let him come back. Your Majesty, do you think this is feasible? Erich Chief said so, and Alexander did not have an absolute idea. But letting Wittgenstein serve as the corps commander was more in line with his wishes. On the surface, he respected Suvorov's set, and even the old orderly of the Grand Marshal took home a senior officer's pension of 1,200 rubles, but in actual operation, Alexander was still willing to use German officers. Buck Holden, a drunkard, was at a loss in the Battle of Austerlitz, but he was not punished at all, and was still able to lead the army. Wittgenstein cannot deny his bravery, but commanding a battle does not rely entirely on courage. At such times, although Alexander did not interfere in the front, he would still intervene in personnel arrangements. In fact, in the Battle of Austerlitz, Miloradovich, who fought in and out of the French army, and Bagration, who had been covering the retreat of the large group of troops, were both promoted by Suvorov and taught by him on a daily basis. Then, because the Three Kingdoms was popular among Russian officers, Miloradovich, who did not grow a beard and was very popular with women, became the Russian Zaozilang, not to mention that he had never been touched by a shrapnel and had never been injured. It was just Bagration. Although he would not whip the soldiers with his black face, he became an outlaw. After they made great contributions, one was promoted to Kiev, while the other remained in his original position. Solovyov sometimes felt unfair for his senior. He had always been responsible for the most difficult tasks, but because of the problem of qualifications within the Russian army, and because he married the Tsar's younger cousin, his military rank was obviously delayed. But his wife, although she still liked her husband very much, probably could provide a more exciting experience during the intimate stage, was also coaxed into bed by Metternich, a master of pretending to be an old lady, with sweet words in Vienna. If this scandal ferments, it will indeed be a problem. Alexander should always give appropriate compensation to the soldiers, who have worked hard and made great contributions. In this respect, he is not even as good as Paul. Solovyov knew that Paul often promoted young officers he liked by exception. The heartfelt love was not the physical kind, but it was through promotion and conversation, to get closer to each other and form his own officer group, which was not useless. It was just a pity that before he was murdered, this project had not been completed, and there were still many oppositions in the army. Even if his relationship with Suvorov improved, he still employed soldiers from this faction. It's a pity that there is still some gap. Alexander's approach is still far from perfect, and it cannot be attributed to his youth. Everyone knows that if you are not good at something, you should practice more, or you should not get involved in the direction you are not good at. However, Alexander's personnel arrangements are often incomprehensible. The people recommended by Arakcheev, a flatterer, may have some internal conflicts. This is terrible. Once the conflicts are triggered, it will be difficult to deal with. As for his collection of descendants of famous generals, which made Arkady return to the army from a court attendant, Solovyov also said that he couldn't understand it. When the master was there, he still hoped that his son would stay away from the army. Since he was in the court, he should live a happier life. As for other people, such as Admiral Apraksin, the Kamensky brothers, and some others, Alexander's personnel arrangements are indeed unsatisfactory. What's more, Arakcheev is still a reactionary, making the army like a prison. Soldiers can get rewards in the era of the Empress, and can be promoted by exception in the era of Paul. In the Alexander era, if you are at war, it's okay, but in peacetime, it always makes people feel very uncomfortable. In the future, Russians will use Arakcheev's name, changing the spelling of a few letters, to satirize his police methods and reactionary measures. If Solovyov had not been unable to jump out and create conflicts before the war, he would always have learned the abstract methods passed down by the Grand Marshal, and ridiculed the artillery director and future Minister of War. But Langeron seemed to ignore these. When he spoke, he didn't care about the wording, and sometimes he was very outrageous. Chapter 406, Training of the East Prussian Army. With the entire corps divided into two armies, Buckholden's army was relatively weaker, but this was only in terms of troop deployment. Langeron had to inspect each army as the chief of staff before the commander-in-chief arrived. He had not proven his ability as a staff officer, but he was forced to do so. This was a feature of the Russian court, which led to this ridiculous incident. Therefore, he also paid more attention to the combat readiness of each division. The first to arrive was the 2nd Division under the 1st Army. The commander of this division, Osterman Tolstoy, was an acquaintance. After all, he married the maid of the current queen when she was still the crown princess. She had recently returned to the army and had been in the court for the past few years. Count, it's a pleasure to see you here, but the climate of Jelgava is far inferior to that of Fontainebleau. General Langeron, are you here to find out the situation? Yes, to grasp the situation of each division and each regiment. But you have many familiar faces here, and I also brought an acquaintance of yours. However, Osterman Tolstoy did not have many interactions with Solovyov before. He only saw him more often at balls and social occasions. In the early days, Solovyov even stood guard with soldiers behind the Tsar. We are also here to inspect the combat readiness of each division. How is the Pavlovsk regiment? As excellent as ever. I know you once had a juggernaut company in that regiment, but now it is also equipped with grenadiers. What about weapons and equipment? All those gadgets of yours have been concentrated in the guards. The Pavlovsk regiment is not up to the guards standard yet, but they are using new guns, and their equipment training and shooting training are excellent. This regiment is near the Winter Palace and the General Staff. I had a rough idea when they were transferred to Riga. On the other side, after reading the list submitted by Osterman and Tolstoy, Langdon raised questions about the combat readiness of each regiment. Not to mention this guy's acquaintances. How are the combat readiness of other regiments? The St. Petersburg Grenadier Regiment and the Rostov Regiment are currently fully staffed. The Yelets Regiment has a few vacancies. The two Chasseur regiments have just arrived. The Kargopol Dragoon Regiment has only 5 squadrons, but the Izam Hussar Regiment and the Cossack Regiment each have 5 squadrons. The Guards Cuirassiers Regiment? There are 6 squadrons here. These cavalry are a bit too many for a division. But you should also note that there are 6 regiments in our division, and the number of cavalry is also greater. But another question is, Michel, what did you say? There was no traitor present, so he could mock Arakcheev a little. After the authority to use the artillery was taken back, the entire command structure became rigid. In the end, the artillery had to be split up into regiments and divisions. If you are short of artillery, we can transfer a batch from the rear. The most important thing on the battlefield is artillery. That's not necessary. We have enough artillery. But if we have another infantry regiment, even if it is left behind as a reserve, it can still be used. Michel, do you have any solution? I don't think so. The 3rd, 4th, and 6th divisions have 7 regiments attached to them, and they don't have to experience chasseur regiments, like you have here. No solution? If possible, I can write to the Quartermaster General's office and ask them to transfer a regiment. It is unlikely that they will send a stronger regiment. Maybe a unit like the newly formed Selench regiment can be used. I used to be the commander of that regiment. That's fine too. When we get to the front line, we will have one more regiment in our hands, so we will be more confident. Harlandran laughed strangely, but found that there was nothing to complain about, so he stopped talking and let Solovyov continue. Just by asking questions, we can know that Osterman Tolstoy's 2nd division was very well prepared. The commanders had been trained very well before leaving the garrison. As for the 3rd division, its garrison was nearby. Baron Sakin was in charge of commanding this division. The configuration was similar to that of the 2nd division, but there were more flintlock regiments. After the defeat of Austerlitz, the Russian army made adjustments. Not only did it have a division-level organization, but it also strengthened the cavalry and artillery of the infantry divisions. But the artillery was weakened compared to the previous column. In Dranstein, Kutuzov could mobilize dozens of artillery at will to act from several directions, catching the 2 divisions of the 8th Army off guard, and finally causing the only disastrous defeat of the French army in the 3rd Anti-French Alliance. 12 guns don't seem to be enough. This configuration should be strengthened in the future. From the perspective of artillery configuration, Buckhead side is better. But that drunkard, thank God for not delaying things. In the past, there was an arrogant Korsakov, and now there is Buckhead who almost abandoned the troops after drinking too much. Sometimes the Emperor's trust is also a problem. As for how the artillery allocation is so unbalanced, it may be necessary to ask Arakcheev. Solovyov now began to recall the increasingly vague content in his memory and found that when Russians make documentaries, they always hide the immoral things they do for some people. Of course, what Arakcheev did was not related to the Napoleonic Wars, but it was also extremely reactionary. There is nothing to say about it. I will inevitably have to compete with him in the future. So much so that contemporary people generally don't have a good impression of him and generally think of him as a traitor. But many people in the Russian Federation period have overturned their verdicts. Sometimes, life is unpredictable and you don't know what the next chocolate will taste like. Solovyov thought of chocolate, but he didn't dare to introduce it for fear of fattening the girls. Especially his sister and fiancée, Yulia and little Kataya, who usually consume a lot of energy from dancing practice. As for inspecting the next few divisions, it is a relatively easy job for Solovyov and Langdon. The common problem is still the old problem. There is very little shooting training. but Solovyov's previous emphasis on bayonet training and the training outline was obviously listened to by the commander of the infantry regiment. The bayonet training of the Russian army in the past was not standardized, and there was no standard process. The new training method now looks too much like a kendo hall, after wearing protective gear, and even the officers have wooden swords in their hands. After all, there is no bamboo to use in Russia. At most, it may be cultivated in the greenhouse of the palace. When they arrived at Durova's corps, Langeren didn't pay much attention. After all, Durova deliberately gave herself a tomboy look, pretending to be a 17-year-old young noble who joined the army, so she was not exposed in person. There must be a lot of people talking about her behind her back. She is a mother who has given birth to a son, but now she appears in the barracks as a man, and she also uses training knives to chop each other with her comrades on horseback. Speaking of which, she is not only courageous, but also good at using sabers and lances. General, you come to us at this time. Count, do you need such official words to see us? It's even a joke to us. Solovyov didn't expect Count Stroganov to do this, but the Mariupol Hussar regiment was counted as a regiment directly under the army, and was placed near the army headquarters without a commander. Don't act like that. We are all acquaintances. Yes, Miss Han. Even though it is kept secret, my wife Sonia wrote to tell me. Ah, that's no wonder. After all, His Highness wants Lady Sonia to be a matchmaker. What is a matchmaker? Count Stroganov and Solovyov understand, but that doesn't mean Langeren knows. This is a novel that has been continuously improved from the Tang dynasty in China to the period of Tatar rule. It can be regarded as a traditional repertoire. But if I want to tell you the outline of the story, it would be too long-winded. Count Langeren, if you want to know, I have the version translated by Mishap. His talent in literary translation should be divided into military affairs. When Langeren speaks, you need to pay attention to whether he is going to be a troll again. However, when Count Stroganov mentioned this book, he also forgot that he had lent it to the skinny young cavalryman some time ago. Although Durova did this, she ran out to join the army, but her inner recognition and male habits were still pretended. Ah, I forgot that I lent this book to that young lieutenant. Langeren didn't expect much about this, he was just curious, but Solovyov didn't expect it. That tomboy is still a girl in essence after all. And there is more than one Murin in the Russian army, but she is the most famous for her meritorious service in the war and her personal writing is very good. Even when Pushkin helped her publish her memoirs, it was mistakenly believed that Pushkin himself wrote it. It doesn't matter. The book should still be preserved in the publishing house. I remember that Petersburg was unwilling to publish this book at that time, so I had to find a printing factory in Jelgava, and I could always get a copy. You actually translated a romance novel. But it's not wrong. Langeren gave the two people a you-know expression, and the two immediately understood. However, after watching the training of the Mariupol Hussar regiment, Solovyov was more or less a chi. Although his military branch is infantry, he has participated in cavalry reconnaissance operations. If he wants to conduct reconnaissance in the future, I'm afraid he can't avoid more practice. After all, when you fail on the battlefield, you often don't have the opportunity to practice more if you are new. Is there any warrior from the Mariupol cavalry regiment who is willing to practice with me while wearing protective gear? He asked this, but the old Hussar officers did not respond. Instead, Durova rode out and pointed at Solovyov's Order of Malta without saying a word. It seemed that this girl wanted to challenge him. Solovyov didn't know much about Durova's past. He just knew that there was such a Russian Mulan, but it was not good not to respond to a girl who wanted to compete with him. He even thought that with his own skills, he could win anyway. But he forgot that he had been a long-range cavalryman with pistols and carbines in the previous cavalry battles, and he suffered losses in close combat. If he hadn't been chopped on the head every time, his story might have ended long ago. And Durova didn't seem to be very strong, but she still had the skills of riding a horse and using cold weapons. Therefore, after the two mounted their horses and fought, Solovyov also found that Durova was indeed not simple. He was also quite agile. When the two sides fought like this, when they used wooden swords to fight, the moves would be resolved by blocking each other. After several rounds of fighting, he was actually at a disadvantage. Although this was a bit unscientific, when Turova chopped Solovyov's shoulder guard with a knife, it was over. What a powerful lieutenant. Are all the people in your squadron so powerful? However, the squadron leader and the sergeants below were silent. It was only when Stroganov spoke that the embarrassment was resolved. Sokolov is very powerful. When the squadron competed internally, he always ranked first. Even in the regiment, there were few who could beat him. Good guy. It turned out that he was defeated by him. As for you, Colonel, you still fought against me and took the most moves. This tomboy didn't know how to stop, but this wildness was something that many men couldn't compare to. She is a good comrade. Her courage and personal military skills are obviously excellent. As long as it is the same level of hussars or lancers, her skills are still enough. As long as she does not encounter those tall and strong heavy cavalry, she cannot lose out just by relying on her skills. If she goes out for reconnaissance in a small team like this, she will probably be a very good scout. However, in this way, the training level of the Mariupol Hussar Regiment is still quite good. What about other regiments? The Dragoon Regiment of the 2nd Division is not very famous now, but in the future there will be a driver who will play the whole game in this regiment. But the Russian Dragoon Regiment is generally still relatively green. If it is placed in the Russo-Turkish War during the Empress's period, when the Russian cavalry and the Turkish cavalry faced each other, although the Cossacks did not lose out as cavalry when fighting, other cavalry arms suffered without exception when fighting, and even faced the Turkish infantry who were less than 30% of their strength due to empty salaries. There might be such embarrassing moments. Yes, they may not be able to defeat the Turkish infantry, and they are more likely to get into a tough fight against the cavalry. The Russian Empire's army is indeed a bit like Rome, always relying on camps and artillery fire to win. Such battles often occur on the banks of the Danube. However, Solovyov could not pay attention to the battle situation of the Danube army. Although the army in front of him still had many shortcomings in its combat readiness, it was much better than when it went to Austria. Chapter 407, The Ultimatum, also known as the Letter of Sorrow. Napoleon was in Paris, riding a horse, but time was precious. This man was so energetic that he only rested for 4 hours a day, and that included the time from squinting to light sleep. As for his high energy and strong desire for control, he obviously liked to do many things, including finding a mistress. But at this time today, he was listening to Caulaincourt's advice. Caulaincourt, is that all? Yes, Your Majesty. The King of Prussia issued an ultimatum, or to use the diplomatic language used by the Russians recently, it should be so-called. So-called means that we do not recognize it, but just listen to their opinions. Right, Caulaincourt. Although you are sometimes very stupid, you still have some talent in understanding these contents. What is the opinion of His Majesty the King? He wants us to withdraw from the German region and dissolve the Rhine Confederation. Is there anything else? Your Majesty, apart from these clichés, let me read it out to you. Read it out, Caulaincourt. I won't be angry. The King's expectations of His Majesty the Emperor, the French army. When Caulaincourt finished reading, Napoleon shook his head. It's really nothing new. Our friend has obviously overlooked one point. Prussia no longer cared about the affairs of Vienna after the Treaty of Basel in 1795. It was a kind of watching the fire from the other side of the river. They have already eaten enough. Not only have they got the benefits themselves, but they are also greedy. They want to take Hanover and some other places, and they also want to tell us what to do. Since he wants war, this coward must taste the power of our army. Your Majesty, then how should we respond? Even Caulaincourt had already made a move to prepare to record it. Napoleon would obviously not let a nobleman with a title record it. You don't need to do this, Caulaincourt. You just need to find the secretary. You don't even need my full-time secretary. After the secretary arrived, Napoleon began to dictate. This paragraph must be included in what I want to dictate. Believe me, I have such a powerful force that none of you can shake my victory. But why? So much blood must be shed. For what purpose? I communicate with Your Majesty, just like I talked with Emperor Alexander before Austerlitz. You can consider the words below, and you can find the archives to repeat them, but Your Majesty, you will definitely fail. You will give up the peaceful life of you and your subjects, but you cannot provide the slightest reason for your words. Today you are still innocent and can negotiate with me in a manner commensurate with your level, but in less than a month, your status will be different. Your Majesty, is that it? That's it. Thank you, sir. It's just that you need to consider what words are needed in it. Your Majesty, should innocence be used here? If you think it is inappropriate, you can use some harsh words, but the main idea must be expressed clearly. I want to review it after it is written. After Napoleon had said this, he continued riding, leaving the main business to the clerk, and continuing to chat with Caulaincourt. Caulaincourt, do you want to choose a good horse as well? Your Majesty, I don't think so. This may remind me of Queen Louise. Why her? What shocking remarks did this lady make? Your Majesty, I think she should not be a lady, but a Valkyrie. She will lead a team of cavalry, pass through the Brandenburg Gate, and even come to the streets of Paris. What are you doing here? When she comes to Paris, she doesn't even need to find a city gate. Is she going to pass through the construction site? If so, there should be a safety helmet, that is, a helmet worn by construction workers on their heads, to prevent falling objects from high altitudes. Then Pyrrhus must need one, but this lady should not have a stone to throw, but will become the one being hit. Your Majesty, you are actually joking at this time. Your friend, Caulaincourt, I think he has not realized how much trouble he has caused, and I have known for a long time that Prussia began mobilization last month. The mobilized troops are close to 200,000 people, including their army and the Saxon army that was engulfed. Your Majesty, what are your plans? We'll know when we get to the battlefield. At the same time, Berlin was also passing on the news to Petersburg. Langeron and Solovyov were in the army station in Jelgava, but they knew the news earlier than Petersburg. This ultimatum will not cause any wavering in Bonaparte, but will strengthen his determination. Michel, what do you think will happen? Didn't we make a plan in Petersburg? The difference is the speed of Prussia's defeat, so as to mobilize the army. But Marshal Kamensky, who came to command the army here, I just want to say that Mikhail Fedorovich himself certainly doesn't want to command a battle. But with him here, we can solve many problems. You are the Marshal's disciple. Are you sure there is no problem with him? I'm also his son's comrade in arms. We rushed over together when we fought at Ghost Gate Bridge. Langeron looked at Solovyov. This kid is really a social butterfly. He is very open to all factions in the Russian army. He has worked with many people, and the same should be true for women. When writing memoirs in the future, I must remember him, but I will only say that there is evidence. After thinking about it, he pondered for a while, before continuing to talk to Solovyov. That's good, at least he won't bother you. I hope he doesn't remember that I offended him when I was 15, when I was still a second lieutenant. What's the matter, Michel? Haven't you always been smart? I was still a child at that time. To be honest, in front of him, the most outstanding commander in Russia is Alexander Vasilyevich. It's a small matter, Michel. If it was a field marshal, he might still be very clear-headed at this age. And the commander-in-chief who comes now is in good health, but his command ability may not be there. Ah, that makes some sense. Count, you don't mind if we start the deduction on the map at this time. But we only brought our adjutants, and no one will help us place your chess pieces. It still needs to be kept confidential. So, you can choose your side. Although I don't like it, Michel, today I will play the role of the Prussian clockwork men, and you will play the French army. Why? If you follow the mechanical way of fighting of the Prussians, you can't play your ability, and I have some confidence in this approach. Langeron should not know about his relationship now, but Solovyov is also happy to do so. He has been trying to imitate the French methods recently. He has been doing this research for many years. Then, if I were the emperor of the French people, the Bonaparte from Corsica, I would act from south to north like this. Arrange several armies together. The main force in the middle will still hold the guards as a reserve, and the first army and the third army will be on the right wing of the entire army. Solovyov did not slack off. He tried hard to recall Napoleon's deployment and imitated his behavior. What to do when maneuvering on the battlefield. Langeron also knew that Solovyov, this kid, still paid more attention to battlefield maneuvers. He was also scalp tingling about this formation, but he was not Hohenlohe. At this time, he had to be more cautious and defeat the troops behind the favorable mountains and river terrain. Looking at Langeron's arrangement, Solovyov had an idea in his mind. If I follow your method, I'm afraid I have to take measures on the Elbe River. The means are quite clever. Did you refer to the actions in Italy? We have done this several times when crossing the river in Italy. Solovyov's deployment is like a revolving door. Even if Langeron's deployment is conservative, it will take about 25 days to compress the Prussian army to the vicinity of Brandenburg. If it is near Berlin, the King of Prussia can apply for our reinforcement. I hope he will do so. Langeron still has some means. When he was at a disadvantage in terms of military strength, he gave up a large area of territory and then moved to the vicinity of Berlin. Even when he kept more than 120,000 troops, he was still prepared to give up Berlin and go to West Prussia to join the Russian army that was about to enter East Prussia. At this time, 20,000 Swedish troops will join in. Although not many, they can also strengthen the strength of the coalition. I hope the Prussians will do this. Napoleon was very confident. He believed that he would defeat the Prussians within a month and put his troops at the gates of the city. Langeron and Solovyov's deduction set this time at about 25 days, but Langeron only lost troops on the right wing of the Prussian army, so he still had 140,000 people. Although the combat effectiveness may decline, there is still a chance to usher in a turnaround by fighting and retreating. However, the Prussians were confident that they could win with their own strength without the money of the Russians. The closer the war was to start, the more the Duke of Brunswick missed his uncle and his group of old guys. Young people nowadays are really arrogant, and he is the only veteran who participated in the 7 Years' War. This sense of loneliness really makes him very uncomfortable. If he had any worries, he could talk to his youngest son in the past. Now that the Black Duke has gone to lead the troops again, he is even more lonely. Hohenlohe also participated in the battles at the end of the 7 Years' War. Because of his status, he could start as an officer. However, he obviously did not have a clear understanding of the current Prussian army. He thought that he could fight. They were all immersed in the glory of the Prussian army in the past. In the past, the Prussian army fought against the French in the Holy Roman Empire and never lost. This argument was not good. Damn it, kids, let's stop here. There is still some time before the war starts. We still have some time to decide the final deployment before the whole army is deployed. Don't make a hasty decision because of attack or defense. At least, His Majesty the King will be here tomorrow, and we can express our opinions in front of him. After everyone dispersed, he also had to drag his old body back to rest. However, the Duke of Brunswick has always been in good physical condition, healthy, and looks like he can live to 90 years old. Even Queen Louise wished him to live longer. For a veteran of a bygone era, it was too lonely not to die from a bullet on the battlefield and watch his colleagues older than him leave. He was also worried about family matters. As his first 3 sons were more mentally retarded than the last, he had always wanted to pass his position to his youngest son, but he was troubled by the inheritance law and did not make a decision immediately. In the Duchy of Brunswick, he could only continue to rule at this age. In order to ensure the safety of his family, he had already arranged for his youngest daughter-in-law, Mary, to take refuge in Sweden, and the rest of his family would be taken care of by relatives in Hanover. Speaking of which, his family, except for the Black Duke, can be said to be old, young, sick, disabled, pregnant, and passengers with children. He had too many things to worry about, and his longevity and good health became a huge distress for him. If I die, let me die directly on the battlefield, not in the hospital. It is not surprising that he has such an idea, as the elderly are always very lonely. As for the letter, sent from Jelgava recently, it was handed to him 2 days ago. It was the young man who came to visit his territory, and now he is a colonel at the age of 25. What Solovyov mentioned in the letter was the opinion of the headquarters of the East Prussian Corps of the Russian army supporting Prussia. Marshal Kamensky is still on his way from Oryol to the headquarters, so we can only hold a meeting to discuss and decide. Chief of Staff General Langeron, General Buchholden, Commander of the 2nd Army, General Osterman Tolstoy, Acting Commander of the 1st Army, and I, the Director of the Operations Department, have communicated and discussed in person, and none of us think that the Prussian army now has the ability to take the initiative, to launch an attack and win a battle alone. After reading this part, the Duke of Brunswick closed his eyes in the recliner and began to think about countermeasures. I'm old, not like when I was young. He couldn't help but think of his uncle's army when he was young and the current situation. If his uncle was still alive, he should choose to take the initiative to attack, but none of the generals in the army had his ability. There may be some brave people like Seidlitz and Sato among the cavalry, but as a commander of a region, none of them can fight. The army needed a change of blood. His youngest son was a brave general, but he was not fit to be a commander. The young princes still needed to grow up. As for those younger than him, even these old men in their 50s and 60s were often incompetent and very arrogant. At this time, being the helmsman on a rotten ship made people feel that the hero was old. Chapter 408, The Changshan Snake of the Prussian Army. Napoleon's army was dispatched very quickly. The people in Prussia were not united, not because of whether to fight or make peace, but how to fight. It is not wise to start a war now. Your Majesty's letter has been sent out. What we are waiting for now is the French's formal declaration of war. In this way, we can only join the war and win in the end. But now we only have one ally, the Elector of Saxony, and there are also Russian reinforcements that have not yet been prepared in their country. The Swedes also need to mobilize troops to fight Denmark. In fact, we can only rely on ourselves. After the Duke of Brunswick's incoherent opening remarks, everyone actually realized the seriousness of the problem, but Prince Hohenlohe still advocated his plan to set up a battle array in front of the Thuringen Mountains. Among the people present, the Duke of Brunswick, who participated in the previous discussions, had some doubts. His problem was that he did not want to take responsibility. But at this time, it was not a matter of responsibility. Scharnhorst, as the chief of staff of the old duke, was also worried. While the people present were chattering and discussing endlessly, he talked to the Black Duke, who was called back to the meeting next to him. The old man's consideration is correct. Concentrate 80,000 to 120,000 main forces on the Thuringen Mountains to threaten the French transportation lines. This is also the traditional way of our Prussian army. But the problem is that the French are also familiar with our way of dealing with transportation lines. They may attack from the side of the mountains. What you said makes sense, but this is the only way to do it now. No matter whether it is a tiered defense or your method of resisting by relying on the river, it is not easy. And some people will say that you are a coward, otherwise my father would not have come up with such a plan. In short, we can concentrate the main force to defeat the left wing of the French army first, and then fight with them in the end, delaying time and waiting for the arrival of the Russians. You have made a lot of progress, sir. I used to think that you were braver than other soldiers. Scharnhorst was very pleased with the progress of the old commander's son, but the trouble was that there were not many officers with brains. This plan is also very close to the actual situation of the Prussian army at this time, and everyone agrees with it, especially the corps commanders. However, there are always people who will stand up and raise objections at this time. Everyone, the plan we discussed yesterday can threaten the French transportation line, but what if the French do not take this road? So I have also thought about the plan proposed by my chief of staff Messenbach. Hohenlohe said this, and Prince August and his close adjutant and staff Clausewitz on the other side kept highly consistent movements and frowned there. Your Highness, I think there will be a good show. No matter what it is, let's wait and see. The rational plan cannot be passed, and he also opposes the old man's safe plan. I don't know what tricks these two inventors will play today. Scharnhorst was born in a humble family, and he has always been more tolerant, so he did not show any expression in person. As for the Black Duke, his beard was too thick, and his facial expressions could not be seen with a smaller one. In short, all parties wanted to see what solution Messenbach would come up with today. Moreover, His Majesty the King was here, and Prince Hohenlohe obviously wanted to take this opportunity to express their opinions and eventually gain support. We set up defenses at the two main passes of the Thuringen Mountains, dividing the main force of the army on both sides, and placing a small number of cavalry units in the middle for communication and cover. The advantage of this is that we can protect the passes on both wings and defend them on the spot. This is our flank fortress strategy. It would be fine if the French divided their troops into two routes, but if they attack one side, strategically, we will adopt the flank attack that we are used to in our grand tactics. Miesenbach's speech was obviously dissatisfied with everyone. Several young staff officers raised objections on the spot. They thought that the old duke's words were more objectionable. This is the subtlety of this strategy. Our fortresses on both wings block the pass and can support each other. If the French army concentrates its forces on the western mountain pass, we will mobilize the troops on the eastern side. If the east side is attacked, we will mobilize the troops on the western side to provide support. The Black Duke couldn't hold it back at this time. He said to Scharnhorst beside him, "Strange talk, full of nonsense. Duke, what are you talking about? I think the general manager has a good idea." The atmosphere was quite cold for a while, and at this time Scharnhorst stood up and pointed out the most critical problem. The French army's mobility is very fast. Not to mention Napoleon. Even when we fought against the French army in the past, their militia marched very fast. If you set up two positions like this on the battlefield, our army can walk 3 miles a day, and the journey in the middle will take 5 to 6 days. There is no time to support each other. It can be said that such a speech actually sentenced this plan to death. Fortunately, a copy of this plan was not sent to the Russian headquarters, otherwise they would laugh their teeth off. Clausewitz had not yet started writing his famous On War, but his complaints were already very sharp and were very close to Suvorov's ideas. After all, there were always officers in the Prussian army who liked to use fancy words and beautiful map work to explain their new military theory, but this innovation always failed. Frederick the Great's oblique tactics were essentially just to tilt the front line and create a favorable situation for himself. This approach was the Renaissance, a tactic commonly used by the ancient Greek city-state of Thebes, and was used to defeat the Spartan tough guys. Then, they themselves were defeated by Philip the One-Eyed and his son, Alexander, who was on the battlefield for the first time, in Chaeronea. As for the changes in this formation, the most glorious battles were probably Hannibal in the Battle of Cannae and Scipio Africanus in the Battle of Zama, but the latter was too dependent on the Carthaginian Senate. Clausewitz thought so, and he did not make any rebuttal in person. After all, his leader, Prince August, did not speak, so he could only wait here. As for Scharnhorst, he firmly opposed this plan of Miesenbach, and even brought out his plan of successive defense again, but cancelled the plan of retreating to the Oder River in the end. If we fight like this, it is better to concentrate our forces. Every time Bonaparte achieved a brilliant victory, the Austrian army was scattered. If we form a fist and concentrate all our elite troops, it turns out that we can still fight. Then what about Austerlitz? The Battle of Austerlitz is a failed example of blindly fighting a battle in advance. Although it was correct in terms of the determination of the entire battle, it ignored the situation of the Russian and Austrian armies on the battlefield at that time. Archduke Karol should be given half a month to continue his journey, so that he can fight another battle on a battlefield that is beneficial to him, instead of near Brno. Miesenbach and Scharnhorst kept arguing, and used arguments supporting their own plans as ammunition. It is the most difficult to tell the winner from the mouth. After all, bragging does not need practice. No matter how good the plan or PPT is, it will not work if you go out to fight and lose in the end. Miesenbach was also angry at this time. Scharnhorst came out to oppose his opinion. It must be the instigation of the old Deng who was still in good spirits. However, the Duke of Brunswick was cautious and mature. He was worried that his plan would take responsibility. At the same time, Hohenlohe and Miesenbach kept emphasizing their innovation. If it were not for Scharnhorst's continuous output today, I'm afraid that this plan would have been passed in front of the king long ago. And he also saw that his son had clenched his fists. If they fought, the Black Duke was very young, and Scharnhorst was only 51 years old. If the two of them grabbed these two and beat them, it would be a lively scene. Son, don't move. At this time, it depends on how to make the final decision to fight. The Black Duke sat down unwillingly. He was a filial son. Although he loved to get into trouble, he listened to his father's instructions. Father, if we keep going like this, there will be no end to the quarrel. Then you can't follow the ancient Germanic practice of dueling to decide the winner. What we need to decide is the strategic approach to the war against France. In this era, there were duels as well. The Junkers were all hot-tempered, so it was inevitable that they would encounter similar situations. And Scharnhorst seemed to have the upper hand. But Miesenbach threw out a strange argument. Then why did the French who were chasing from Amstetten to Dürrenstein be wiped out? Dürrenstein? If I remember correctly, according to the official Austrian report or the embellished content of the Grand Army Bulletin, Army, commanded by Mortier, was killed here because he was unfamiliar with the terrain and encountered an ambush by the Allied forces. It had nothing to do with the overall strategy, grand tactics, or battle tactics. This statement was impeccable, and Scharnhorst knew that the commander-in-chief had communicated with Colonel Solovyov, a young Russian officer who participated in this battle and had long known the detailed situation on the battlefield. So he turned to the old Duke and asked for his superior's help. Seeing that there was no way, the Duke of Brunswick also signaled his adjutant to take a letter out of his briefcase. Although it was sent in the name of General Langeron, the Chief of Staff of the East Prussian Corps, the Duke of Brunswick also knew that this was a young man named Solovyov who wrote to him on his own initiative with authorization. What I want to mention here is that the Russian side also hopes that we can maintain our combat effectiveness when the Russian army at least arrives in West Prussia. And they also expressed a worry that taking the initiative on the battlefield and attacking the enemy's transportation lines can threaten the enemy and delay time as much as possible. At the same time, it also buys time for the arrival of our allies in several directions. Then there is another more interesting plan, which is that we send an army in Erfurt as a decoy to attract the attention of the French army with great fanfare. At the same time, we put the entire corps on the Elbe River line and wait for the French to approach. This brought a problem. The Prussian commanders generally had poor initiative and had to rely on the Chief of Staff to assist in operation. If the Duke of Brunswick was 10 years younger and his energy could keep up, perhaps he and Scharnhorst would cooperate well and use this plan to fight. Although the Prussian army was in a bad situation at that time, it was not as bad as in 1806. Moreover, there was no cavalry general like Seydlitz who could actively judge the battlefield situation in the Prussian army. Maybe the old madman Blücher was not bad on the battlefield, but his status was not enough at present, and he also needed to prepare a brain to restrain his irritability. If you want to do this, don't you have to give up Erfurt at least? Miesenbach was unwilling to give up the north of the Thuringen Mountains. He still insisted on his own opinion, and he felt that His Majesty the King seemed to agree with this plan of dividing the troops to guard the mouth. That's better than you lying here like an earthworm, being cut into several pieces by others, and not being able to guarantee that you are still alive. Miesenbach was already angry at this time, and he also launched a personal attack on Scharnhorst. You, the son of a farmer, are still the same as those who grow crops in the countryside. But Scharnhorst has always been more rational and calm, and he doesn't buy it. You may think so, but farming also requires ridges, just like building a defense line, sowing in spring, and gardening pruning, just like forming a line of infantry. But you are just piling up 2 piles of manure, waiting for that Corsican country bumpkin landlord and his tenants to shovel the manure. This article was so interesting that Frederick William III couldn't hold back his laughter. Queen Louise, although she frowned a little when she heard such a interesting topic, also appreciated the general's rusticity and sense of humor. As for the people around, young officers such as the Black Duke could no longer hold back their laughter. Okay, everyone, we still have to make up our minds today. Yes, Your Majesty. Although Frederick William III was a cowardly and incompetent person, there was one good thing. He at least knew that the two sides had been arguing for 10 days without any result, and now they had to draw a conclusion. Otherwise, when the French came, they were still in a meeting, which was tantamount to surrendering. I think everyone has expressed their opinions at this time. Based on past experience, we should follow the Duke of Brunswick's opinion and attack the enemy's transportation lines. This is a good idea, but the opinions of Prince Hohenlohe and General Miesenbach are not unreasonable. As for General Scharnhorst, we all know that your plan is the most rational, but it is not reasonable to give up Berlin in the end. So, at this time, we should follow the Duke of Brunswick's opinion and fight the French. It seems that Davout will not have the opportunity to perform extreme operations in Auerstedt. As for history, there must be some changes. Chapter 409, The Prussian army looks fierce, but actually it's a sent down man. Part 1. If it remains unchanged, it would indeed be boring, but after the highest level meeting, the Prussian army still came up with a conventional plan to threaten the French army's transportation lines with the field troops that can be deployed. This is also the consistent feature of the Prussian army. This plan is still confidential on the Prussian side, but considering that the staff is very bloated and comparable to a bureaucratic organization, the mobilization of the entire army is also a problem. Even now, all the troops are around Erfurt, not gathered together, but scattered in the countryside to seek supplies. Even if the Duke of Brunswick asked Scharnhorst to dispatch, he only gathered 2/3 of the troops one after another. Commander-in-Chief, these are the troops that can be assembled now. What about Hohenlohe? His troops? Scharnhorst was also afraid of making the old man angry, but then the old Duke's adjutant took over. The troops in Hohenlohe are all collecting food, so they can't assemble completely. I knew it would be like this. Time is precious now. If Bonaparte attacks directly, how should he respond? Seeing that the old Duke didn't lose his temper, Scharnhorst knew that the current situation was not bad. We are heading to Fulda. The problem is that, after passing through the mountain pass, fortunately there will be no large-scale French troop movements on the flanks. Their deployment is all south of the Thuringen Mountains. Scharnhorst, what was the previous deployment of the French army? We estimated in advance that the French army had 150,000 to 200,000 people south of the Thuringen Mountains. They did not disband, but kept surveillance here for a long time. This can only mean that the French are still ensuring the benefits they have gained from Austria, while keeping vigilance against the north. Guard against us? I think so. Although we mobilized early, the pre-war reconnaissance was very chaotic. At present, we still don't know the direction of the French army's movement, and which side they will act on. They should seek a battle. Unlike when they fought against the Austrians, their opponents now are only us, and the 20,000 people in Saxony, which is equivalent to 1-on-1. So, if that's the case, I think they should have two choices, at the two mountain passes. If they choose to meet us head-on in a battle situation at Fulda, it will obviously be easier to mobilize, and it will also be easier to go this way. But what I'm worried about is their mobilization of forces from the eastern mountain pass to Jena. If we attack with our entire army and try to cut off the French army's transportation lines, they should have the same considerations. Then send some more scouts out. The French should have more than one transportation line. Although the Duke of Brunswick's command ability is not the strongest, his experience still tells him that this matter is not that simple. But that's all. Scharnhorst knows that the commander-in-chief is old and relies entirely on experience and familiarity with the commanders of each unit to command the troops. If the responsibilities of the staff were all in his hands, it would be fine. But the staff has two people sharing power, which means that whatever plan Scharnhorst proposes will be opposed by Messenbach before the plan is completed. Moreover, this guy has been selling his innovative tactics all the time. Prussia and Austria are old enemies. On one hand, the staff officers in the general staff are arguing with each other, and on the other hand, the commander and the quartermaster general are arguing with each other in the meeting. In short, the efficiency is extremely low. Even at this critical juncture, Hohenlohe and Messenbach still want to play their tricks, which makes the Duke of Brunswick and Scharnhorst very helpless. When the battle plan is finally determined, the troops can only be divided. At this time, the Duke of Brunswick suddenly became interested, so he said to his entourage, "Müller, go and get that French-Chinese novel. Your Highness, which volume do you want?" "Ah, the volume of Southern and Northern Wars. I saw it before." As for what content I saw, it was probably the more useful part of the military order. "Ah, Hohenlohe must not disobey my order, otherwise it will be bad." He did have a reason to think so, and the Prussian army had made up its mind to cut off the French army's transportation lines, to seek a battle and delay time. But Hohenlohe did not give up, and this worry has always been lingering in the mind of the Duke of Brunswick. As for the troops he was going to send out to fight, it also included Prince Louis Ferdinand, who commanded a column of more than 8,000 people, at the forefront of the entire army. At this time, the actions of the Prussian army were already under Napoleon's attention. He first sent out scouts, and through frontline reconnaissance and the intelligence network operated by France with Hanover, he had learned about the general movement of the Prussian army. They are in effort, so there are only two ways. One is to attack our traffic line on the Rhine side, and the other is to defend around Erfurt in delay time, to wait for the arrival of the Russians. There are only these two ways. Your Majesty, according to the information obtained by reconnaissance, the Prussian army seems to have taken action on the road on the west side of the Thuringen Mountains, and the vanguard troops have already moved towards Fulda. Why did they go there? When Napoleon heard Berthier say this, his brain began to work rapidly. If it came from the Fulda line, it was obvious that the Prussian army was heading for the traffic line, but it was a bit strange to attack at this time. You have to know that the two armies of the Grand Army are right in front at this time. If the Prussian vanguard does not have enough troops, they may kick on a steel plate. I think they still want to deploy in the Fulda area, Your Majesty. There is the Fulda River as a support, and the troops can be deployed on the north bank. It seems that they still want to take advantage of the terrain. Here, from the south of the Fulda River, the terrain is relatively fragmented. At this time, the Prussians hope that we can't work together, so they separate us from several roads here, so that they can take advantage. Your Majesty, then what should we do? Although Berthier is the chief of staff, he is more of a transit station. He is doing a job that transitions from the quartermaster general to the modern chief of staff. This kind of work is still very intensive, but his staff department runs very well, and can issue orders quickly. Ask Lannes and Ney to stop the Prussians here. Don't let them be so proud and gain a strategic center in Fulda. As for how to do it, Lannes should lead the 5th Army and all his troops to take control of the south bank of the Fulda River first. If necessary, seize the north bank. What kind of high ground is this? Steenhoek, Your Majesty. These damn German names are really hard to remember. Just call it Stein. Control the Stein Heights, so that the Prussians can't use Fulda and retreat to the north. Napoleon didn't say it clearly. He just gave orders. What about the two divisions of Lannes' 5th Army? One division commander is Suchet, and the other is Gazan, who was unlucky enough to be captured last year. These two divisions have 5 brigades, in addition to 3 hussar regiments, each with 3 cavalry squadrons. After receiving the order, Lannes also understood that the emperor wanted him to destroy the Prussian army's offensive plan and control some key areas. As for the other troops, he did not have to worry, as Ney's 6th Army was also about to move in. However, except for Augereau's 7th Army, which would be behind them, the 1st Army, the 3rd Army, and the 4th Army had already set out from the east, with the cavalry, the reserve, and the guards behind them. Napoleon discovered that the Prussian army on the battlefield was concentrated on the right wing, and its left wing must be empty, and the pre-war deployment was biased towards one wing, which gave him an opportunity. We can attack them while they are at the rescue. Let Lannes and Ney block the Prussians in Fulda, and we will advance to Weimar from the east, and our further goal is to advance to Saxony. The Saxon army was coerced by the Prussians into their army. If they knew that their own territory was lost, they would definitely not want to fight. As for after we control Weimar, we will go further to Leipzig and Dresden, and then Berlin. Your Majesty, but the Prussians' actions on the right wing. Don't worry about it. Louis will arrive there with the Dutch army on the Rhine, and our other supply line starts from Strasbourg, and is not under the control of the Prussians. Your Majesty, in this way, we can force the Prussians to abandon their plans. If they gather their troops together and then come back, we may have to take the risk to fight. With 2 armies missing, our 100,000 people may face 150,000 Prussian troops returning. Isn't this a bit risky, Your Majesty? No matter how rigid the Prussians are, they are not opponents who can be underestimated. But they move very slowly. In order to ensure ammunition and various supplies, there are always ammunition and baggage carts following behind. Now the most valuable thing is not the baggage, but time. If the Prussians can move faster, I will naturally not adopt this plan. What we need is to take advantage of the slow speed of the Prussians themselves and eat them up one by one. After listening to this, Berthier also felt that this was like a replica of the Italian operation, using the relative concentration and higher mobility of the French army to deal with the poorly mobile Prussians. But it was not entirely the same as before. Could that little notebook really be useful? Your Majesty, can I ask a question? Of course, Berthier. The action you are going to take this time seems to be different from the past. That's right. What we have to do is to attack the cities that the enemy is eager to defend, such as Dresden, Leipzig and Berlin. We must rescue the enemy when we attack them, and then fully mobilize the Prussians to make their actions disconnected. In this way, we can control Weimar and force them to detour from the north to the northwest of Leipzig, right here, to make their army's actions disconnected, and we can take action to defeat them one by one within a few days. Your Majesty, are you eating a platter? It's a platter, and you have to eat it bite by bite. Speaking of this, I'm hungry. Rustam, is there anything to eat? Your Majesty, Rustam has checked. There are some bacon and vegetables. Rustam made a pot of soup. Then are there chickens to eat? Your Majesty, we didn't find any chickens in the town here, but we found ducks. Ah, ducks. Drive the Prussians over like ducks, and then use a shotgun to BIU. Napoleon was not sure what was going on today. He was still gesturing with his hands about hunting ducks, and he looked quite pleased with himself. Why are you looking at me? Is this funny? Your Majesty, it's not funny. You are in a good mood, and the brothers will have confidence. Yes, when we fought the Austrians last year, we sat in the headquarters and had no chicken to eat. They were all levied by the passing troops. There is no chicken this time, but it's still okay to have ducks. Your Majesty, Rustam has roasted the ducks, but they are a little fat. That's perfect. 2 very fat ducks can supplement nutrition and make you energetic. As for the dispatch of the army, he had already put it aside and just asked the people in the headquarters to finish the broth and ducks. If you really want to delve into his approach, it seems that he had used the same tactics against the Prussians during the 6 days battle in advance and put them on the battlefield in Central Europe. At this time, the Prussians did not know what Napoleon was going to do. This action was even a bit bold. He wanted to directly cut off the Prussian army's retreat with a right hook, and at the same time, he spread his left hand in Fulda to use the Prussian fist. The only thing Napoleon was worried about was that the Prussians had always been united. The Duke of Brunswick did think so. He wanted hundreds of thousands of Prussian troops to act together so that the French could not eat them all. But Prince Hohenlohe and Miesenbach were not willing to give up, and because they went to the countryside to collect grain, they slowed down their march, which caused the Prussian army to be divided into 3 parts at once. In addition to the vanguard of Prince Louis Ferdinand, the Prussian army formed a main force led by the Duke of Brunswick himself, and the King and Queen also participated in it, and marched towards Fulda, as well as the part led by Prince Hohenlohe. General Lucher also joined in. Although the strategic policy was in accordance with the requirements of the Duke of Brunswick, the delay in Hohenlohe's actions was somewhat fatal. Queen Louise felt a little tight in the chest when she looked at her husband, who had been lying in the carriage. Without her, the family would probably fall apart. She had to give birth to children, comfort her husband, and even ask the old Marshal, the Duke of Brunswick, to come out of retirement and unite a group of old, middle-aged, and young Junkers. But her husband was hesitant even to declare war, and he was still worried about Berlin. Louise, dear, are you feeling better? Your Majesty, at least the air in the countryside is very fresh. After the carriage roof is opened, it feels much smoother to breathe. I'm thinking about Louise. I'm thinking, what should we do if the French go straight to Berlin? Your Majesty, we must fight him to the end. Fight that Corsican monster, even if we lose Berlin. The great King Frederick also lost Berlin, but we finally won the war. After saying that, she felt a little tight in the chest again. Although her husband was a good man, he was not like a king. He was always worried about this and that, but often couldn't make up his mind. Chapter 410, The Prussian army looks fierce, but actually it's a sent down man. Part 2. The troops under the command of Louis Ferdinand advanced slowly forward after crossing the Thuringen Mountains. The reason was simple. The speed of the Prussian baggage train, even if it was accompanied by a division-level column, the food and ammunition carried, and the materials collected along the way would slow down the march of the troops. So the prince had to lead a light cavalry unit to go ahead and conduct reconnaissance in the Fulda area. But the situation along the way, when they arrived in the city of Fulda, the locals opened the window and shouted go back to them, which made Prince Louis Ferdinand feel highly alert. We should send a small team to the south to take a look, especially the area around the Fulda River. As for the highlands, the prince planned to lead a cavalry squadron to take a look. His vigilance was still a little late. If he had sent out a forward post before arriving in Fulda, he might have learned more intelligence. When the Prussian cavalry squad at the outpost arrived at the bank of the Fulda River, they saw that there were already French hussars active here. Louis Ferdinand himself saw the same situation through a telescope on the high ground. Fortunately, they are only hussars here, but we don't have to worry about them coming directly because of the Fulda River. But your highness, you should also pay attention to the fact that the French arrived here before us. Even if our infantry is right behind us, we need to be cautious when facing the French. Our commander-in-chief is too cautious. The main force of the French is probably farther away from here. Louis Ferdinand's estimate was correct. The large French force was indeed still lagging behind, but it would take some time to advance to Fulda. So he decided to advance his column quickly, and without waiting for any instructions from the Duke of Brunswick and Hohenlohe, he directly asked the infantry column to speed up the march. The Prussian army was closer, but their ammunition trucks were still on the road, and the bullets they carried were not enough to fight the French. In the past, the Prussian army often ran out of ammunition very quickly during the battle. Louis Ferdinand's idea was to seize the initiative, organize the possible actions of the French army on the north bank of the Fulda River, and use Fulda as the Prussian army's forward base. However, he overestimated his own strength and underestimated the enemy. On the south bank of the Fulda River, the 10th Hussar Regiment of the French army also discovered the activities of the Prussians in black clothes on the north bank. Lance, who was leading his troops to Fulda, soon received a report from the Hussars. So he decided to speed up the march and march towards Fulda. However, the messenger encountered a small problem on the road. The road taken by the messenger to the Sucha division was more difficult to walk, and the speed of arrival was a little slower. The Gazin division received the order obviously faster. The road they took did not become muddy due to the autumn rain. It can only be said that the German princes were still concerned about the roads in their own territories, and this area was less ravaged by war in the past, so it was more convenient to move. Under such circumstances, Gazin called all the brigade commanders and regiment commanders to discuss countermeasures. According to orders, we should advance quickly to the Fulda River. The Prussian light cavalry has appeared on the north bank. Judging from their marching speed, the follow-up troops should not be very far away. In this case, we need to speed up the march. What do you say we should do, General? We suffered a lot from the Russians and Austrians in Dürrenstein. This time, the brothers are holding their breath and want to get back at the Prussians. Then you will listen to my orders. The 2 light infantry regiments of the Grandeur Brigade will set off immediately and must reach the banks of the Fulda River by dusk. As for the 2 regiments of the Campana Brigade, they will set off afterwards. The 12-pound guns and howitzers will be at the end of the team, and the 3-pound and 6-pound guns will follow the light infantry. If we encounter the French army, when we get there, we won't suffer from the artillery, right? The Hussar brothers are already active near Fulda. We must hurry too. If we go too late and let the Prussians occupy the high ground in the riverbank, we will suffer. The officers on Gazin's side were all ready to fight hard in the subsequent battles, especially Gazin himself, who became a prisoner of the Allied forces in the Battle of Dürrenstein. Because of his proper command, the Emperor did not punish him in any way, and he was reinstated to command the 2nd Division of the 5th Army again. Under this trust, he naturally worked harder. This time was a good opportunity. After receiving the order, the Gazin Division moved forward quickly. They marched very fast and used drums and military bands to encourage them along the way. In the end, they arrived at the south bank of the Fulda River one step ahead of such a division. At this time, Louis Ferdinand, the Prussian army on the north bank, knew that speed was the essence of war, but the marching speed of the Prussian army, coupled with the daily training subjects, delayed his plan to some extent. When he saw the French troops wearing grey coats with blue uniforms approaching, the Prussian prince also secretly felt that something was wrong. However, the French army arrived at the south bank of the Fulda River before nightfall. According to the information obtained from the light cavalry reconnaissance, the French army should have only 1 division of troops along the way, which is at most equivalent to their own strength. but the French have always fought with light infantry and line infantry, and there is not much difference in tactics. So Louis Ferdinand also asked the infantry who had arrived to enter their respective positions in advance before resting at night. There is no way. This is also a Prussian feature. As for night battles, the young prince is also very clear that it is not something that his vanguard, which is still mixed with the Saxon army, can do. As for the intelligence of encountering the French army on the Fulda River, he also reported it to Prince Hohenlohe as soon as possible. After all, the old man is his direct leader, and he did not exceed his authority to report directly to the Duke of Brunswick. But there were serious loopholes in the staff work on Prince Hohenlohe's side. Although Colonel Messenbach liked to argue with Scharnhorst, he immediately reported to the Duke of Brunswick after receiving the intelligence. However, his busy staff not only failed to mobilize the troops scattered around Weimar, but also failed to send a messenger officer to the Duke of Brunswick to convey this set of important intelligence. At the same time, in the headquarters of the Duke of Brunswick, although Scharnhorst led a group of rookie staff, the work was in an orderly manner. Although these young officers had little experience, they still barely maintained the operation of the headquarters under the leadership of Leocha. For the Duke of Brunswick, he was still very confident that Prince Louis Ferdinand would be able to arrive in Fulda smoothly, but he was not clear about the movements of the French army. At the same time, the Hohenlohe Corps was still active in the east. His only worry was that this guy would make decisions and take some actions without authorization. But sometimes it makes people feel that it is hard to guard against. Messenbach's mind is running at a high speed, and these old staff officers who are slacking off below did not even pass on the intelligence. A court attendant from the Duchy of Saxe-Weimar came on Pegasus from Weimar and reported that someone had discovered French military activities in the Jena area. Why is there no movement in Hohenlohe? I think Messenbach should arrange a messenger. Commander-in-Chief, you should rest too. I know, Jihad, but there is no movement of the French in Jena, and the headquarters in Hohenlohe did not report the work. If something goes wrong at this time, it will threaten the safety of the entire army. Even the Duke of Brunswick was a little worried. He pulled Prince Louis Ferdinand's advanced division out of Hohenlohe's troops, and there would definitely be problems with this command organization. In this case, he sent an adjutant and several light cavalrymen to the Prussian garrison in Fulda overnight that night. At this time, Louis Ferdinand also realized his mistake, but compared with the chaos in Messenbach's side, this was already a big mistake. The adjutant of the Duke of Brunswick came here to learn about the situation. He was quite confident about this issue. Please rest assured, Commander-in-Chief. The French army we have detected so far is a division. There will be more troops coming later. We are confident that we can win this battle in Fulda. We hope that the Commander-in-Chief can send troops to provide support in time. Your Highness, I will convey your confidence to the Commander-in-Chief. But for now, please be careful in the battle. Chief of Staff Scharnhorst has received intelligence that the French are active in the direction of Jena. At this time, the entire army may change its action target, and then you will serve as the rear guard of the entire army. Rear guard battles have always been difficult to fight. No one questioned Bagration's promotion to Lieutenant General. Even if he was the vanguard in every battle, he would lead the troops to the rear when he won, and he would lead the troops to the rear when he lost. Regardless of his qualifications, it is difficult to find any problems with him. Please rest assured, Commander-in-Chief, as the advance troops, we will definitely ensure the safety of the rear of the main army. But we should also pay attention to how many French troops came the next day. In fact, Louis Ferdinand's troops were not strong in combat effectiveness because of the 4 battalions of the Saxon army, and he also had 5 flintlock battalions and a chasseur battalion of the Prussian army. Although there were Saxon troops in the 18 hussar squadrons, the combat effectiveness of these hussars in Germany was not bad. In addition to the troops of Lannes' 5th Army that had already arrived, he also had the Marken Division and a hussar regiment of Ney 6th Army that ran into him from the small road on the east side. However, the movement of this force was unknown to both the French and Prussian armies. Lannes was also observing the situation of the Prussian army on the other side and was not in a hurry to attack. After all, Napoleon's task for him was to delay the main force of the Prussian army so that they could not return to Weimar in time. Therefore, he and Ney were required to take the initiative. to move closer to the Fulda River, but Augereau's 7th Army was withdrawn, leaving only these two armies to advance the main force of the Prussian army. However, the Prussian army's marching speed, as well as Prince Louis Ferdinand, who was the vanguard, arrived at the north bank of the Fulda River as expected. The two sides were facing each other across the river, and if they wanted to launch an attack, they had to be cautious. Lannes thought about it, and finally ordered Gazan to fire first, and prepare to launch an offensive. At the same time, he ordered Suchet to take action from the downstream to first expel the Prussian Mufflin infantry regiment that had crossed the river. Fortunately, the Fulda River is not very wide, and there are shallows in some places. It is also the dry season now, and even rainfall will not bring too much water. The good news is that this is not a cobblestone riverbed like the Trebia River. The bad news is that, since this is a river where boats often travel on weekdays, the riverbed has been cleaned and is not very easy to walk on. In this case, the infantry of Gazan's division also needs to withstand the Prussian artillery fire to cross the river to attack. Fortunately, in order to march quickly, Gazan only put 2 12-pound guns and 2 howitzers at the end of the team. Now there are still some 3-pound guns and 6-pound guns available, which can be concentrated to bombard the Prussian army on the opposite bank. The artillery of the Prussian army is scattered into brigades. Opposite Gazan, von Parit, a 64-year-old veteran, has been an infantryman for a long time. As for artillery, his 6-pound guns are not enough to suppress the French army. On the contrary, one of his artillery was damaged by a shell. Although the battle of crossing the river by Gazan's division was very difficult, the French soldiers have always been more proactive and fired back at the densely fired Prussian army on the opposite side while marching. Of course, the Prussians arranged their infantry so densely that, if the French solid bullets hit them, as long as they hit them, blood and flesh would fly everywhere, knocking down a lot of people. That is, the brigade of von Pelle was composed of the Prussian flintlock regiments. These troops had some honor in the past, and they were well trained in daily life. They fired at a very high rate of fire, and were able to hold on to the river bank for a while, so as not to be defeated as soon as they came up. The battlefield was still in a relatively balanced situation at this time, but Prince Louis Ferdinand was also in trouble. He had no support from the rear. The Duke of Brunswick was obviously preparing to retreat, so his advance team actually became the rear guard. The French army was increasing in number, and its strength was greater than his. When the easternmost French army appeared on the bank of the Fulda River, the young prince was still able to remain calm, but many soldiers and officers were already somewhat shaken. In this case, Louis Ferdinand had no choice but to place the flintlock regiment in his hand on the high ground and take a defensive position in combination with the artillery on both sides. He still had to resist. If he continued to fight like this on the Fulda River, the French army would overwhelm him in half a day, and it was obvious that the mission would not be completed. His choice was to fight and retreat, but whether the French would give him this opportunity, and whether his soldiers had the ability to do so were all questions. Chapter 411, The Prussian Army Looks Fierce, but actually it's a sent down man. Part 3. The Duke of Brunswick was worried about Weimar's retreat. When Prince Louis Ferdinand was exchanging fire with the French army, the court attendants of Saxe-Weimar first sent news of the French army's activities in Jena, and then Hohenlohe finally sent intelligence. What do we need these delayed intelligence for? Major, please return to Hohenlohe's headquarters and convey the order to ask his corps to move eastward to protect the traffic lines passing through Weimar, and keep in touch with my headquarters at any time. Sir, the Hohenlohe Corps should set a time, and we will arrive in Weimar a few days after them. After listening to Scharnhorst's reminder, the Duke of Brunswick also added an order. It should not be difficult to ask Hohenlohe to hold out for 2 days. Remember to protect the traffic lines, and don't fight the French easily. The old Duke was determined in his heart that he should learn from Dawn in Austria now, and he was not in a superior position in terms of military strength. He retreated to Weimar with the existing forces, and then retreated while fighting, heading towards Berlin. He was also very worried about this plan. Frederick William III was unwilling to give up Berlin, which would restrict all the battle plans. If the Queen was a queen, it might be better. But Louise was a woman, and the Salic succession law could be said to be the most unfriendly succession law to women. Secondly, she was married from Mecklenburg, which naturally cut off her possibility of directly holding power, that is, being able to exert influence. After the messenger left, he was still worried. If Lutzel's corps follows up, I'm always worried that Hohenlohe will cause some trouble. Sir, this will still disperse our forces. There is no way we may be led by the nose by Bonaparte. What he wants is to start from Jena and mobilize our troops to return to support, and at the same time, look here. Jihad, if you were Bonaparte, what would you do? If it were me, I would choose to involve the main force of the Duke of Brunswick and prevent it from returning to Jena in time north of Fulda. Then his main force will leave Jena and go straight to Weimar to cut off the Duke of Brunswick's transportation lines. Yes, the strategy he adopts is the same as ours. And by doing this, we are forcing us to return from Weimar. It is a very clever means. But the Duke of Brunswick could not continue to criticize. He knew very well that the Prussian army, from the king to the generals below, was generally unwilling to give up Berlin. Otherwise, Scharnhorst's plan would not have aroused unanimous opposition from the Prussian army, and they all knew that this plan was the most rational and had the greatest chance of winning. The old Duke himself did not dare to take this risk, so his choice was to have Prince Louis Ferdinand stay behind on the north bank of the Fulda River to give his troops some time to take the initiative. At the same time, Napoleon received a report from Davout that he was close to Jena and had no obstacles along the way. This kind of unimpeded access was also a strategic problem for the Prussian army. The Duke of Brunswick's plan was just the optimal solution under the condition that the Prussian army was unwilling to give up Berlin at this time. If Berlin could be abandoned, and the Russian army could retreat to the Oder River while fighting, it would be time for the Russian army to enter West Prussia, even if it crawled over. At this time, the Russian army was still preparing. The war between Prussia and France broke out so suddenly that Napoleon himself calmed down for a quarter of an hour. If he came here without any allies, he would be sending himself to death. However, the incident happened suddenly, and if the French mobilization had not been in the southern German region, it would have been very troublesome. Prussia's ultimatum was not well prepared for Russia and Britain. The former's 150,000 troops were still training at home. The latter's navy was able to respond, but it was a problem to deploy the limited number of British troops, not to mention that there was no means of payment, and it was too late to write checks or ask branches of British banks in Berlin to prepare banknotes and cash. Even so, the British cabinet and the Russian Tsar did not scold their teammates, which was already elegant and easygoing, and they put the overall situation first. Napoleon soon received the enemy situation report from Lannes and the victory report of the next day in his forward headquarters. It seems that the Prussians are still sticking to their old ways, which will make it easier for us to march into Weimar. Your Majesty, do you want to give the order again? Tell Bernadotte and Davout to continue to detour eastward, Soult to advance to Jena from the front. Where is Augereau? The 7th Army has passed Munchberg, and Marshal Augereau should have reached Lichtenberg by now at a normal marching speed. Although it's a bit slow, the distance is enough. We can let Soult's 30,000 troops lure the Prussians on the front line, and then the 7th Army will join the battlefield and detour with the 1st and 3rd Armies. This is a hammer and anvil. After attacking from both sides, if the Prussian army comes with a corps, we can easily defeat them. If it is the main force, we must choose a good place for the battle. Berthier, let's go now, and go to Jena to take a look. Your Majesty, you still have to pay attention to your safety. After all, the fate of the empire depends on you. I believe that I will be the master of my destiny, not just lucky. Berthier, let's go there wearing the uniforms of dragoons and chasseurs and see. If possible, Jena is not even a strategic focus. We can block the Prussian army east of Weimar. The only thing that worries me is that they are unwilling to take the initiative. You know, the Duke of Brunswick has been in the army for 50 years, and he is still very cautious. If it is just on the battlefield, he is not my opponent. If he does not fight with me, this is the most troublesome. Your Majesty, you also hope to cut off his transportation lines at this time and force the Prussian army to engage in a battle with us. The Prussians also want to cut off our transportation lines, but Lannes defeated his vanguard in Fulda, and this plan is no longer possible. He can't go all out and pull the main force of the Prussian army to the Fulda River, where Lannes and Ney can stop them. At the same time, the retreat in Weimar is not secure, and our threat to Berlin, the victory or defeat will be determined by the transportation lines. At this time, Napoleon was confident. Before the large-scale exchange of fire with Prussia began, the balance of victory and defeat in the war had already tilted towards him. As for the defeat of the Prussian army, the 9,000 Prussian and Saxon troops on the north bank of the Fulda River were almost wiped out. Prince Louis Ferdinand refused to surrender and died in battle after being surrounded by the French hussars. Only a few hussar squadrons of this Prussian advance force successfully broke through. The main force of the Duke of Brunswick also stopped its march to Fulda at this time. Instead, the whole army retreated to the pass of the Thuringen Mountains, first arrived at Erfurt, and then marched eastward. At this time, Prince Hohenlohe's corps and General von Lütje's corps were both advancing towards Weimar. Although they were marching on the inner line, there was also a problem, that is, the Prussian army's rapid march speed was significantly slower than that of the French army. What's more fatal is that after Hohenlohe received the order from the Duke of Brunswick, he did not take it seriously. The commander-in-chief is still old. He is so cowardly that he is afraid of the French. If the French army has fewer troops than us, we can definitely defeat them in battle. But he asked for this. Sir, our army only has 40,000 soldiers, and with Lütje's reinforcement, the number is still limited. The troops led by the commander-in-chief are still at the pass of the Thuringen Mountains. It is more advantageous for the armies to get together. That's not the case. Since they cut off the king's head, the French have never penetrated so deeply into the heart of Germany. We can take advantage of fighting on the interior, to defeat the vanguard of the French army first, and dampen the French's spirit. Miesenbach, the chief of staff, also highly agreed with Hohenlohe's opinion. This also made Gneisenau, who had just made the suggestion, helpless. What if the French took the means of showing weakness? Sir, I think we still need to consider this. The French have lured the Austrian army into a trap in Hohenlinden before, so we still need to be careful in the battle. However, Hohenlohe was unmoved. You don't agree with the opinion of the Hanoverian farmer, do you? Sir, I'm considering the fate of the Prussian army. This battle is related to the fate of Prussia. As for Colonel Scharnhorst, his opinion is still useful. We must concentrate our forces to fight the French army, not like this now. As a 46-year-old lieutenant colonel, his future in the Prussian army is also relatively limited. After all, there are a group of old colonels in their 50s and old generals over 60 years old above him. Before the French, we have to look at the Prussians. When they were speeded through, their age structure is actually the same. But Scharnhorst and Gneisenau, although they did not know each other at this time, they still showed their abilities. They knew how the Prussian army should fight at this time, but all of them were denied by their superiors, or there was intervention from within the Prussian army. If this goes on, hundreds of thousands of Prussian and Saxon troops will probably be destroyed here. As for their current location, it is Gotha, 40 kilometers west of Weimar. It seems that the distance is not far, that is, a day's journey. However, according to the French army's movements reported by the hussars who opened the way, French cavalry has appeared near Weimar. Now, the situation is not very good. The Duke of Saxe-Weimar himself is in the Prussian army. His family had gone from Weimar to Berlin before the war began, and there were not many defenders in the city. In this case, Hohenlohe decided to send the cavalry as a pioneer, to drive away the French cavalry active near Weimar. There is nothing wrong with this action. After all, if the French cavalry is active nearby, they will continuously pass on intelligence to Napoleon, so that he can grasp the movements of the Prussian army. However, after the Prussian cavalry arrived and drove away the French cavalry, they also found that there were more French cavalry active near Weimar. If we analyze according to the numbers of the French soldiers killed and captured, they belonged to 3 different cavalry regiments, but all belonged to Soult's 4th Army. The 4th Army is the one with the largest number of troops among Bonaparte's corps. We estimate that they have 30,000 people, but the other troops, according to the confessions of the prisoners, are relatively far away. In this case, should we launch an attack directly to repel this group of French troops first? Hohenlohe held a military meeting in Gotha and called all the generals and many staff officers to decide whether to fight or adopt a strategy of avoiding war. Gneisenau looked at these eager Prussian officers, and he was helpless. Even Hohenlohe did not give him a chance to speak, and the senior officers present agreed to take the initiative to attack. After all, including Lützel's more than 10,000 people, their strength exceeded 50,000, which was even not a small advantage compared to Soult's 30,000 people, and the deployment of the French army did confirm Gneisenau's concerns. At this time, Napoleon placed the 4th Army in Jena, which was actually very close to Weimar. The two armies were in Erfurt and Jena, respectively, and were actually within 20 kilometers of Weimar. Considering the tortuous roads and the difference in marching speed between the two sides, it can be said that the Prussian army still had a slight advantage. But the French army moved faster, and Hohenlohe obviously did not notice the information covered by the battlefield fog. Bernadotte, Davout and Augereau each commanded an army not far from Soult. This is not counting the old guards who were actually hiding in the south of Jena. They did not wear bearskin hats during the march, and they looked no different from ordinary French troops. The Prussian army's reconnaissance was not sufficient, and there were even many flaws. Now they have actually entered the trap carefully laid by Napoleon. Even Bernadotte and Davout, although their two armies had different movement speeds, and it was difficult for them to communicate with each other on the battlefield, Davout was now active in the northeast of Weimar. As long as he moved forward a little, he could quickly cut off the traffic line behind the Prussian army. Once the traffic line was cut off, Davout could say with his glasses that he had cut off the main artery of the Prussian army. Of course, from the perspective of the bold marshal, he would not do such a funny scene. However, as excellent graduates from the French military academy, they inevitably have some commonalities. Hohenlohe was still asking Lützel to get closer to him. When the two corps joined forces, they would give Soult a big blow. He thought he had the advantage, but the actual strength of the French army was much larger than his. In this place, if you are not careful, you will be beaten. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 412. The Prussian army looks fierce, but actually it's a sent down man. Part 4. Soult also had doubts at this time. What tricks was His Majesty the Emperor playing recently? He could understand that Napoleon adopted new tactics, but this method of mobilizing the enemy was not like his method of defeating the enemy one by one when he took the initiative to attack. But the order had been issued, and he had to execute it, not to mention that his mission was to lure and contain the enemy. At the same time, the Prussians were trapped in a blind spot on the land of Saxony, as if they were fighting abroad. Although Saxony might be abroad, the French were not familiar with them, and they even killed the king who was a relative of Saxony. But Bernadotte's first army did look like it was marching north, and was not nearby, and Davout's third army actually hid its whereabouts, and was so far outside the area that the Prussian army could detect. Hohenlohe was even staring at Soult at this time, and he had driven more than 50,000 of his men towards the French, and sporadic exchanges of fire had already occurred. Soult's chief of staff, Jean-Dominique Campens, had just received the report of the Saint Hilaire division, and handed it to the commander of the army. Your Excellency, Marshal, the 55th Line Infantry Regiment of the Saint Hilaire division engaged in a firefight with the Prussians. It was Hotzendorf's Cuirassiers regiment, and Kraft's Dragoons regiment, but there is no difference. The Prussian Cuirassiers have no breastplates, and are actually no different from dragoons. Jane, are you still in the mood to joke at this time? You have to have some fun, Your Excellency, Marshal, and this means that the vanguards of Hohenlohe are heading for us. We learned from the captured officers that the Prussian army is currently moving towards Weimar as a whole. This is only the vanguard of Hohenlohe, and the main force of the Duke of Brunswick will follow. It seems that the Emperor is right. He asked me to attract the Prussian troops here so that he can launch an attack. But why did Your Majesty do this? Campens, I'm not sure about this. I just guessed that this is a strategic deception to lure the enemy, but to lure the enemy over, we should take the initiative to attack, and let Lannes contain the Prussian army, and then we will gather the existing forces to sweep over. If we fight them, will the Prussians retreat to the north? Campens said this unintentionally. Salt probably connected with Napoleon's brain circuit, which should be, to divide and disintegrate the enemy. Because he has always been in the position of army commander, not as the commander-in-chief, he has indeed underestimated some of the calculations. After all, he has worked as a staff officer before. At least he can understand the leader's intentions. As long as we delay the enemy, after a day or two of fighting, like Suvorov did when he dealt with MacDonald at the Trebia River, or we waited for the Russians to take the bait in Zurich, but the cunning old man ran away. So, should we report the military situation to His Majesty? It must be reported at this time. Two heavy cavalry regiments are coming together, and there will be a large force coming later. The next morning, as Soult expected, the Prussian army in black uniforms had appeared opposite him, and judging from the width of the infantry array, the number of troops was not small. Great. This will also make it easier for us to cook. It's too inconvenient to catch chickens around here, and the only meat we have is dog meat. Soult's words were a bit sarcastic. The French army did encounter a lot of trouble in logistics supply. Fortunately, the local Saxons still ate dog meat, so they still obtained meat supply by slaughtering some dogs. As for these Prussians, the formations they are now arranged in are very neat. It can be said that in the pre-war arrangement of line infantry, the Prussians can achieve textbook norms. Very neat, martial, but St. Hilaire and Level both asked to take the initiative, to attack instead of waiting in formation here. Please let the Prussians come first. The terrain we occupy is not bad. There is no need to leave here now. Let the Prussians take action. They may expose their weaknesses first. Although the armies on both sides saw each other, they were not in a hurry to launch an attack, but lined up and made final preparations. At this time, Hohenlohe saw only the 4th Army. He was unlikely to think that the French would let two armies bypass his left wing. He just thought that Bernadotte was speeding up, and defeating the French army in front of him would be a great opportunity. Others say that Napoleon is very good at mobilizing troops. I think it's because he defeated the Austrians too many times, and those defeated Austrians covered up the embarrassment of their own failures and praised him. After saying this, Colonel Miesenbach beside him looked unhappy. After all, you can't say that. And in the past battles between Prussia and Austria, when the Austrian commander's ability was above the passing line, there were often times when they were defeated. Gneisenau, the unlucky guy, was sent to the 2nd Division of the Saxon army to serve as a staff officer because he talked too much. He couldn't care about innovation now, and could only act according to Hohenlohe's orders. Even if it was a wrong order, he had to execute it. At this time, he had to agree with Scharnhorst's idea that the commander-in-chief was an old deng who made the final decision. While he was still complaining in his heart, Hohenlohe had already issued an order, not only for the artillery to fire, but also for General von Gravert of the 1st Division, which had already lined up to lead 2 infantry brigades and 1 cavalry brigade to join the battle. Speaking of which, in addition to the commander of the 1st Division, there were also the commander of the 1st Brigade, von Mufflin, the commander of the 2nd Brigade, von Simonski, the commander of the cavalry, General von Hotzendorf, the commander of the cavalry brigade, von Henkel, and the commander of the light cavalry regiment, von Eriksson. Although the von content was high, it did not deter the French. Not to mention the past experience of the battle between the French and Prussian armies. The Prussian army launched an attack this time, and the French actually experienced a brief exchange of fire, and then began to slowly retreat. Hohenlohe was very proud at this time. After all, not long after the start, it seemed that the French retreated a distance due to lack of troops, and the French were not as terrible as the cowardly Austrians widely spread. Therefore, he also had to command his troops to follow up, and it was his 1st Prussian division that was to achieve the victory. Soult had a very clear view from the high ground. Although there were always shells falling, his position was very safe. Since being a prisoner, Soult was reluctant to command on the front line, but he was also willing to observe the battle situation in front of him from such a backslope. Since the Prussians are coming, we will attract them. The farm in front can be given to them after a fight, but the village next to it is called Hof, because the German name is too long-winded. We must defend Hof. It is the key to the entire battlefield. Yes, Marshal, but which regiment should we send to defend it? The 4th Line Infantry Regiment should be sent to tell their commander that the Russians seized their flag at Austerlitz, and that incident is over. If we defend Hof, the 4th Regiment will be the hero of the entire 4th Army. I will ask His Majesty the Emperor for credit for them. Not only the 4th Regiment, but all the meritorious troops will be. Soult's words were all left here. After his Chief of Staff Campans passed down the order, the French frontline troops were in high spirits and launched a fierce battle around the village. It was just that the Prussian infantry had always been more likely to pour out firepower than to launch a direct attack. Due to the wind direction, even the Prussians were shrouded in white smoke caused by black gunpowder. The battle looked fierce, but the Prussian soldiers in the first row often had to lean over to shoot, and the soldiers in the back row had poor accuracy, often firing into the air or turning it into a projectile. It was okay for those who turned into projectiles, as there was always a small probability that they could fall on the French side, but those who actually shot into the sky were completely wasting gunpowder and bullets. But if the battle continued like this, the Prussians were now advancing, which would also give Hohenlohe an illusion that the Prussian army was very strong, and that it was even possible to win this battle. So he increased the intensity of the attack and even put von Prittwitz's reserve division into the battle. The 2 brigades of this division had 9 grenadier battalions. The grenadiers always had considerable combat effectiveness, and it seemed that the French had no reinforcement. It seemed that, if they captured the village held by the French, they would be able to win the battle. However, after fighting for a whole morning, there was always something that made him feel good about himself. For Hohenlohe, he was waiting for von Lützel's reinforcement, but Soult did not want Davout to come too quickly. After all, according to Napoleon's own intention, he probably wanted to draw out the vanguard of the Prussian army and then launch an annihilating blow. But Davout, the bold man, was wearing glasses and reading the war report at this time. He also received the latest order from Napoleon's headquarters outside the battlefield. What Davout could see was the order drafted by Berthier himself, and there would definitely be no low-level spelling mistakes made by His Majesty the Emperor himself. As alumni of the same military academy, Davout understood what Napoleon meant. Therefore, he was not in a hurry to directly reinforce the battlefield where Soult was located. Direct reinforcement on the battlefield would not achieve the purpose of attacking Hohenlohe. What he had to do was to advance to the side and rear, use his 3 divisions to outflank the Prussian army, cut off its road back to Erfurt, and attack the von Lützel corps that might reach nearby. He was still very confident about this task. At least Friant and Gudin always ran very fast. As for Morand of the 1st Division, he had the shortest distance to contain Hohenlohe. Friant's marching distance was about 15 kilometers. Compared with the trotting of the 3rd Army at Austerlitz, many soldiers fell behind in exchange for joining the battlefield and supporting the right wing of the French army. This time, he helped Soult again, but he had to cut off the retreat of the Prussian army. It can be said that the results were brilliant. After all, a large number of Prussian troops could be encircled and annihilated at one time, and it might even be possible that 40% of the Prussian army's combat effectiveness would be gone. On the Duke of Brunswick's side, the advanced division of Prince Louis Ferdinand was lost, which allowed the main force of the Prussian army to advance safely to Erfurt. If Hohenlohe was lost here again, the situation would still be very bad. At this time, Davout still resolutely executed orders. He immediately judged that the situation on the battlefield had changed, and it would depend on his thunderbolt. So before the war, he encouraged the soldiers to establish merit and completely defeat the treacherous and capricious Prussians here, and to remind the Emperor of the glory of the 3rd Army rushing to the battlefield. At this time, the French soldiers heard the Emperor's name and shouted "Long live the Emperor," then formed a marching column and quickly marched to the battlefield. Hohenlohe did not expect this. On the one hand, when the scouts moved to Davout's side, the French army hid better and fought with the light cavalry sent by Soult in the middle, so they misjudged the situation in the northeast. In addition, Davout's position was too good. There were rolling hills in the northwest and west of Weimar, and these hills just hid the position of the 3rd Army. Even if Hohenlohe had reconnaissance, it would be difficult to find the whereabouts of these troops. Moreover, the roads out of Weimar were blocked by the French army. The Duke of Saxe-Weimar and his family fled to Berlin, and it was even more impossible for someone to tip off here. You know, Saxony has always been oppressed and coerced by Prussia, and has long been secretly dissatisfied. It is because Prussia is too close and the countries that oppose Prussia are too far away that they have to compromise. The nobles may still have considerations, but the civilians are different. Even if the French come and write IOUs like robbery, it is much better than the Prussian masters who rob and conscript men. Then, it was Hohenlohe's turn to be blind. When he first received the news that his left wing was exchanging fire with the French army, he was unwilling to believe it. It was not until he climbed a windmill and saw the French cavalry from the window with a monocular telescope that he believed the report of his subordinates. But at this time, it was too late. Davout's troops moved too fast, and Hohenlohe only saw the Moran division that was coming to contain him, and Friant had already been behind him. Moreover, Friant and Gudin had already considered how to deal with it before the battle. Friant's division and cavalry came to cut off the Prussian army's retreat, while Gudin's division held off von Lütje's Prussian reinforcement in Erfurt. Due to Davout's action, it can be said that the two Prussian corps were completely separated. Von Lütje still wanted to pass through immediately, but Gudin blocked the only way out of Erfurt. In addition, von Lütje did not judge the strength of the French army and did not counterattack in time. Hohenlohe was thus surrounded by the French, and the situation was very bad. Chapter 413 Napoleon's fast road to Berlin. Entering Weimar. The French flank attack came so fast that the Prussian army, which was in pursuit, was obviously caught off guard. In Weimar in October, it must be dark earlier, and the sunset time will not be delayed for a while like in June. Fighting for a while on the battlefield can also expand the results. Now it is autumn, and the Prussian army's attack will last until dusk. They obviously don't want night battles. At this time, the French rushed from the north, which just disrupted the actions of the left wing of the Hohenlohe Corps. They were about to withdraw, but they were flanked by the Moran division. The French army even launched an attack with only 2 rows of guns. The reason is simple. The Prussian army just ran out of bullets in the exchange of fire. At this time, many soldiers were rotating down to replenish bullets, and they were rushed by the French army. The defeat was like a mountain collapsing. Hohenlohe was caught off guard. 4 of the grenadier battalions that were originally intended to replenish and launch an offensive had to be deployed to their own left wing to withstand the French attack. Davout appeared in the marching column of Friant's division at this time. He could see the fierce exchange of fire on the side of Moran's division. This time we have entangled the Germans. Moran needs to keep up the offensive. We will be in place soon. Friant and Gudin's 2 divisions quickly cut off the road between Erfurt and Weimar. In fact, they had turned the Prussian army into the meat pie in the middle of a hamburger. The Saxon division might be considered a vegetable, but it was sandwiched between the 2 Prussian divisions. After Moran received Davout's verbal order, he also hurriedly sent his men to continue to entangle the Prussian army before it got dark. The soldiers of both sides were also fighting among the bushes and woods. It was obvious that there was a difference in organization and morale. The French army, which was in high morale, but slightly less organized, was not only the light infantry regiments that were arranging in a skirmish line to shoot at the Prussian army, but also the line infantry regiments were arranging in a relatively sparse formation to attack the Prussian army. The Prussian army was still mechanically arranged in 3 rows at this time, with a second layer of reserve troops behind them. The 3 rows in front were firing, and the ones in the back were on standby at any time. However, in this way, the Prussian army suffered casualties due to the French artillery fire, and the disadvantages of dense formations were also very obvious. This formation is used to increase the density of firepower, but it will reduce the accuracy of shooting. But it can also prevent the opponent's dense attack. The French infantry, artillery, and cavalry are well combined. After the artillery bombardment, the cavalry deters, and the infantry launches a frontal attack. Since the Prussians do not have enough ammunition now, it is only a matter of time before they can't resist. Hohenlohe was at the command post at this time, and he also saw the scene of his own troops retreating through the telescope. Damn it, if this goes on, we will have nothing. Why are there artillery fires in the west? Sir, the French are coming from behind us. When Miesenbach said this, he was not panicked, but when Hohenlohe heard it, he was shocked and a little incoherent. Sent troops to hold on. Sent someone to ask for help. See where Lucha is. The corps commander, who was quite confident before, was obviously in a state of panic. As for Lucha's corps, they had just arrived in Erfurt. They didn't need scouts to hear the sound of artillery and knew that Hohenlohe was exchanging fire with the French. At noon, Lucha received a report from Hohenlohe claiming that they had already exchanged fire with the French and even had a slight advantage, and asked him to come to support quickly. However, the Prussian army marched at a fast pace, and it was difficult to catch up with this speed. Unlike the French army, they could even throw away their marching backpacks and looted supplies on the road and entered the battlefield lightly with only weapons, ammunition, and bandages. Even if Lucha arrived a little earlier, he would not be able to support Hohenlohe. Even if he could march at the speed of the French, the Göring division would have arrived in front of him at this time, and even had time to build a simple position with the help of fences and stone walls. After the formation was set, even the cannons had already arrived. Hohenlohe's troops were surrounded like this, and he had only the mountains to the south to go. After trapping Hohenlohe, Davout and Soult sent people to report to Napoleon one after another. They did a good job. They achieved the goal of luring the enemy deep into the city, and we also blocked the way out of Hohenlohe. Where is Augereau now? Your Majesty, the 7th Army will arrive tomorrow morning. Very good, so we have trapped a Prussian army here. As for Erfurt, I think what Davout can do well is to destroy these enemies now. We win on the battlefield, not just defeat the enemy in the battle. The battle of a large army always requires time. Our speed is fast enough, and we trapped the enemy here. Now that Napoleon has come to Central Europe, he doesn't even have time to set up signal machines in every place, so there are always some delays in command, and whether it is the communication of the signal machine or the communication of the flag signal, it always requires the operator to master the core technology. Your Majesty, can we consider it now? Berthier, what to consider? Let's not worry about the great ideas for the future. Judging from the deployment of Davout and Soult, there are still some loopholes. We have to deploy Augereau to block the south. At the same time, the Göring division is on the road between Erfurt and Weimar. They have to block Lucha and resist Hohenlohe's breakout. Tomorrow morning, we should take action. Which cavalry division should Murat send over? Obviously, Napoleon now hopes to withdraw some troops to support the Göring division, which has strong combat power but weak manpower. Your Majesty, should we send Nansouty's heavy cavalry division? Don't let Nansouty go, send Grouch's dragoons. I still have a use for Nansouty's cuirassiers, and Hohenlohe is just an appetizer. We must also devour the core of that old dude, the Duke of Brunswick, and let the Prussian king, who can only hide behind his wife's skirt, present us with the keys to Berlin. We can also give them a more tolerant armistice condition. If they want to continue fighting, we will accompany them to the end. Your Majesty, but the frontal strength of the Göring division is still very thin. If Grouch's dragoons are not enough, should Lasalle be sent as well? Lasalle? Well, that makes some sense. Before Augereau arrives, Grouchy and Lasalle can just cover Göring's flanks and conceal Augereau's actions. Davout did a great job today. He first hid behind the mountain and then marched into the battlefield. Since Napoleon was still commanding the battle, and none of Davout's armies had performed well, he still praised his marshals and generals when he attributed the credit to himself. Also, Berthier Grouch's dragoons, they must take the cavalry artillery company with them. Yes, Your Majesty. Grouchy will lead the cavalry artillery to attack, and Lasalle will be on standby, responsible for covering Göring's flank and concealing Augereau's actions. Yes, that's it. We don't want the small platters. The Prussians are slow to serve the dishes, so we can urge them to continue to serve the main dishes. Napoleon was in a good mood now, and his headquarters had also arrived near Weimar, and the guards had also deployed behind Soult's troops. Augereau also marched quickly at night as he expected, but was still some distance away from the battlefield. But Hohenlohe was destined to be unable to use this way out. If he acted at night, the Prussian army would not have the ability to do so. If he chose to break out during the day the next day, he would also have to select troops to cover the rear. However, to the north were two divisions of Davout, and to the east was an army of Soult, neither of which would give him a chance to escape or organize his troops. Even if he sent out a rear guard, he would have to divide his troops to resist the enemy. Dispersing his forces would not guarantee his core breakout. Therefore, before Lucha took any action, the French army had already launched an offensive. As for Augereau, who had not rested much, knowing that Dadout and Soult were already on the table, he sent his 1st division to the battlefield, at least to provide support. Being close to the emperor, the initiative of the French marshals seemed to have increased, and Hohenlohe did not have much chance. His troops were quickly overwhelmed, but because they were in an encirclement, except for a few cavalrymen who were able to escape, they were all compressed around Mönchengladbach and Holzhausen. If this continued, there was no way to fight. Hohenlohe was at the end of his rope, and called all the generals to a meeting. There was only one conclusion, that is, if they surrendered now, at least those who were alive could save their lives. Lucha's army had only 15,000 men, so it was difficult for him to break through the defense of Gudin's division, especially with Grouch's dragoons on the side. If he continued to attack, he would only be sending his head, so he decided to control Erfurt and report the defeat on the front to the Duke of Brunswick. For the old Duke, this was a very painful loss. In just 1.5 days, nearly 40,000 Prussian troops were almost wiped out. Only the Dragoon Regiment of the Reserve Division and the Bock Grenadiers Battalion, which happened to find a gap, escaped from the encirclement. This loss was decisive for the Prussian army. Before, Prince Louis Ferdinand had only more than 3,000 people running back on the north bank of the Fulda River, and most of them were lost. The Prussian army was now in a very bad situation. Even Napoleon had entered Weimar. Now he cut off the main road to Leipzig and Dresden. If the Duke of Brunswick wanted to retreat, there was no way to choose. Napoleon believed that he would not run to the swamps and hilly areas, nor would he come to Weimar to confront them directly, but would pass through the flat ground in the north. Although there was no ready-made road there, it would still allow the army to retreat to Berlin. The guess was not wrong. The Duke of Brunswick knew that things were not going well, and had changed his deployment in a panic, allowing Lucha to continue to stay in Erfurt to ensure the flank of the entire army. He personally led the troops to Krothim to ensure that the main force of the Prussian army could pass safely here, and then a large group of troops moved in. Obviously, no matter how experienced the Duke of Brunswick was, he could not withstand such a failure of Hohenlohe. If someone in the Russian garrison in Jelgava knew about this, I'm afraid they could only sigh. Even if there were 40,000 pigs, the French could not catch them all in 3 days. After Hohenlohe sent his army away, the Duke of Brunswick now had only one way, to take out as many of the remaining 85,000 Prussian troops as possible. But now he could only leave it to fate as to how many he could take out. This bastard Hohenlohe ruined the army, and we don't know what to do yet. Commander-in-Chief, if you want to do what I think, we might as well fight them. In Blucher's opinion, the Duke of Brunswick holding the cane really looked like the king who had asked him to get out. But this was not surprising, as nephews always looked a bit like their uncles, and the old duke's skills were taught by King Frederick the Great. If we fight now, what should we do in the future? I admire your courage, Blucher, that's why I called you here. All the cavalry under your command must go to Krothim, and the infantry of the vanguard division will follow. You must take control of this village first. Even if all the people are killed, you must defend it. Commander-in-Chief, don't worry, I will risk my old life to cover the army's safe return to the north. I believe in your courage, but I lack wisdom. But you are old, and your grandson will be able to join the army in a few years. I don't expect you to make any progress in wisdom. However, your courage is indeed unparalleled. I'm too old, and if it weren't for Her Majesty the Queen's repeated requests, I would not have come back to serve as Commander-in-Chief. And you, old man, the older you get, the more energetic you become. If you have a good chief of staff, maybe you still have some future. Sir, if you say so, I will also speak from my heart. This battle was fought in a cowardly manner. No one obeyed the command, and acted against the military order. No wonder the French looked down on us. Your Majesty the King. However, Blucher was not completely brainless. He just wanted to say Your Majesty the King is a coward, but swallowed it back. Now, Commander-in-Chief, I will go to Krothim to fight. You should take care of yourself too. If possible, we can meet in Berlin and fight the French there. Then, Blucher left. Now the Duke of Brunswick also found that except for Blucher, who was super brave and had a good command of cavalry, most of the generals under his command were useless. Speaking of which, he was sitting in the mill like this, just like his uncle Frederick the Great was helpless in the mill after repeated defeats. But no matter what, King Frederick the Great still had Prince Henry, Prince Moritz of Dessau, Sato, Seidlitz and others available at that time, but he had a group of old guys who were younger than him, but more stubborn and disobedient. Chapter 414 Napoleon's Fast Road to Berlin, Part 2, Battle of the Sauerkraut Field. When Blücher made the deployment, Napoleon was in Weimar. After all, the Grand Duchy of Saxe-Weimar was also a relative of Russia. Before Russia officially joined the war, he did not take any action here to provoke Alexander. In essence, Napoleon still hopes to deal with his enemies one by one, rather than all of them together. As long as the British are across the English Channel and Britain remains hostile to France, this attempt to find allies in Europe, to form an anti-French alliance will not stop. But there is no suitable means to contain the British. Of course, to solve this problem, we must first defeat the enemy in front of us, before we can take the next stage of measures. The Prussians are moving. What are they going to do? Your Majesty, it seems that their purpose is to transfer the entire army to our front, rather than to have a battle. The Duke of Brunswick wants to take all the Prussian troops to Berlin. He is now using the Fabian tactics, and does not fight us on a large scale. At the same time, he must also ensure that he still has a certain amount of power in his hands. When he said this, Napoleon was holding a chicken leg in his hand. When he arrived in Weimar, he was finally able to eat chicken. Then we can't let him have his way. Berthier, what is the movement of the Prussian army now, except for the corps and Erfurt? This morning, the vanguard of the Prussians has entered Crofim, with a large number of hussars. What? Sauerkraut fields? These Germans don't look so humorous, but this place is indeed appropriate. Germans, sauerkraut. No, we must stop them now. The Prussians obviously hope to use this village to cover the retreat of his large troops. At the same time, leave Lützel's corps in Erfurt to threaten our flank. The idea is good, but it is difficult for the Prussians to execute it, because their actions are too rigid. Your Majesty, how should the order be given? Tell Sultan Dorja to head towards the sauerkraut, and the guards will follow. At the same time, ask Murat to send out the cuirassiers and dragoons. Let Nansouty command the cuirassiers and Grouchy command the dragoons. They must intercept the Prussians on the east side of the sauerkraut. Afterwards, ask Bernadotte to advance westward, and Davout to make a detour on the westernmost side. What about the enemies in Erfurt? Just leave a division to keep an eye on them. We must let these Prussians know that there is no point in running away. They can only fight us here. Napoleon acted quickly. In fact, when he entered the city of Weimar, the idea had probably been formed. Whether the Prussian army wanted to fight or run, they had to go through this open terrain. Moreover, although this place was flat, there were also many forests, ponds, and lakes. Not all places were suitable for the army to advance. The Duke of Brunswick was desperate and tried all kinds of methods, and his troops were slower than the French. In addition to Blücher and von Arnim of the reserve who arrived at the designated area on time, only the Duke of Brunswick's headquarters and part of the army approached Crofim. At the same time, there was also their king. Frederick William III was now completely panicked. After a series of failures, the Prussian army seemed to have more than 100,000 people to fight the French head-on before the war, but now it quickly lost 40,000 people. Moreover, he did not know the situation on Louis Ferdinand's side. It was only through the liaison officer sent by the Duke of Brunswick to return to the headquarters that he learned that the French army even had a troop that was crossing the Thuringen Mountains and heading towards Erfurt. In other words, there were still two French armies behind them. No matter how you look at it, it would be impossible not to run away at this time. Sir, what should we do now? The Duke of Brunswick looked at him like this and was helpless. It would be better for him to run back to Berlin directly than to let the King of Prussia command the army. But if something happens, it is better not to happen. Your Majesty, at this time, we need to gather our troops. Blücher has entered Crofim, and his advanced division will ensure the safety of the entire corps flank. However, if the French attack us, we can only rely on here to fight. Fight on the plain? Yes, Your Majesty. Right here, some of our officers were arrogant before the war and thought that the French were vulnerable. These farce actors have obviously brought our army to the edge of the cliff. We can only think of a way to retreat from here. The Duke of Brunswick had made it very clear before that Hohenlohe should not rush to fight when encountering the French army. As a result, this guy lost 40,000 people in a day and a half, which indeed set a record for the defeat of the Prussian army. Now, there is no choice but to rush over. However, for him, it seems to be a destiny. In the woods near Rouen, the French soon discovered the Prussians' actions after advancing, so Soult ordered his troops to drag up the cannons, and then aimed at the Prussian marching column in front, and began to fire. When the Prussians were attacked by this round of shells, most of the shells fell into the woods behind them, damaging more trees than killing soldiers. So the Prussian soldiers changed their formation, lined up in 3 rows on the spot, put down their backpacks, and started fighting with the French. Seeing this situation, the Duke of Brunswick also knew that the courage of the soldiers at this time was also the key to determining victory or defeat, so he led his staff to approach the Prussian column in front, hoping to encourage these soldiers to fight bravely. At first, the Prussian soldiers were indeed encouraged when they saw the elderly commander-in-chief personally riding a horse and coming behind them, and the French attack was once frustrated. Suchet and Gazin each commanded a division to launch an attack, but with little effect. Even the Prussian soldiers were now shooting more boldly, unlike the previous battles, when they were timid. After all, now is the time to fight to the death. Soldiers are not afraid of death and dare to make correct shooting movements. Indeed, no unlucky person was shot in the head by their own people. There are even Prussian soldiers who use their shoulders as gun racks for their comrades. Although the continuous shooting makes their ears ring due to the explosion of black gunpowder, it also improves the shooting efficiency of the soldiers in the back row. In this way, no one is shot in the head, but the soldiers in the front row will suffer more. But that's it. After the French army pulled up the howitzers, they began to use these unreliable grenades to shoot at the crowd of Prussian troops. If the grenade hits without exploding, it is regarded as a solid bullet. If it explodes, the lethality is even greater. It was at this time that the Duke of Brunswick was hit by the shrapnel of the explosion and fell off his horse. After seeing the commander-in-chief fall off his horse, the Prussian army was in chaos. Scharnhorst was unfortunately sent by the Duke of Brunswick to the 3rd Division to assist in commanding the battle. The staff officers left by the old Duke himself did not have the ability to command, nor did they have the quick wits like Moreau. After the Duke of Brunswick fell, they just fulfilled their responsibilities and took the old commander-in-chief to a safe place in the rear. Seeing this, the nearby Prussian army returned to normal, although their morale, which had just been aroused, had not bottomed out. At this time, the French army launched another attack. After Augereau's 7th Army arrived, when Soult attacked the Prussian army west of the Sauerkraut field, he launched an attack on the village controlled by Blücher. It is true that Blücher is a reckless man of a certain age, but he is also famous for not fearing death in battle. He actually rode his horse and led his hussars to launch an attack. You know, this old man is 64 years old this year. Although his brain is not very bright, his personal strength and courage are there, and for a while he caused a lot of trouble for Augereau. This forced the French soldiers of the 7th Army to form a hollow square formation. Those who did not have time to form a formation had to form a smaller anti-cavalry formation, relying on each other to deal with the Prussian hussars. Although Blücher's charge was a bit brainless, it also disrupted the rhythm of the French army. Napoleon was on the mountain north of Weimar at this time and could see the situation ahead. It seems that the Prussians are trying their best to escape from this sauerkraut farm today, but it's good that they resist here, and we don't need to go to Berlin to destroy them. Your Majesty, the cuirassiers have arrived at the battlefield, and General Nansouty is over there. The adjutant who came back to report pointed to the northeast direction to Napoleon, but the distance was already very far, and it was not easy for Napoleon to see clearly here. Let Nansouty launch the attack, and Grouch's dragoons are ready to go to the sauerkraut. Your Majesty, there are Germans everywhere. It's not Germans. The place where the Prussian army is stationed is called Rouen. Isn't that sauerkraut? I see, Your Majesty, it's the German sauerkraut heads. The cuirassiers under the command of Nansouty, and only his division immediately joined the battle. For Blücher's hussars, it was still a bit difficult for them to deal with the cuirassiers, especially the French cuirassiers were well equipped and had a strong impact. so Blucher had to take the hussars back to the north of the village and try to use infantry and artillery to deal with the approaching Nansouty. Both sides were masters of cavalry, but Blucher had no place to hide around the village, so he deployed his infantry to fight, but Nansouty would not pay attention to him and just led the cuirassiers to go around the back of the Prussian army. The Duke of Brunswick originally wanted Blucher, who was more determined to fight, to delay the French army and then let the main force escape from the place north of Crotheme. However, the French army made such a detour, exposing the retreating Prussian army to the French sabres, and the order of the marching column soon became chaotic. Unlike the troops led by the Duke of Brunswick and Blucher, who were still able to resist for a while, these Prussian troops were obviously demoralized, and many of them were captured by the French. As for the gap opened by Nansouty, Napoleon was also very satisfied after receiving the report. However, he still held the guards in his hands. No matter how Bessiers asked for a battle, Napoleon would not move a battalion of guards. This also made the old guard start to sit on the ground and complain again. Our little platoon leader, we are not allowed to go to the battle this time. We have come to the Germans' pickled cabbage field, and they want us to wait here. In my opinion, the German will definitely be chased by those little pawns of the Walters again. Don't talk about this first, you old man. When he comes again, we will do the same as before, and shout long live the emperor to him. If the little platoon leader is happy, who knows, he may let us go up to fight the Germans. However, these complaining soldiers had a good idea, but Napoleon did not intend to let them go at all. That is, to pull up the guards' artillery and use 12-pound artillery to bombard the Prussian positions. Compared with ordinary artillery, the artillery of the guards' artillery is obviously more accurate. After the Prussian army was rewarded with a barrage of shells, it opened a gap in the frontal blocking of the French positions. In this way, the French army continued to attack, and the Prussians were obviously unable to resist. When Davout came from the left wing and Murat's cavalry came from the right wing, the Prussian army was now unable to fight, and fled to where they thought they could go. Instead, Blucher, who was still holding on to Crotheme, stood out. This old man was now desperately leading his men to resist there, but was left behind the French army. Strangely, when Sultan d'Augereau passed by here, they only sent part of their troops to continue to besiege Blucher, and did not want to annihilate him. Napoleon's instructions were to destroy as many of the Prussian main forces as possible. Therefore, only 2 infantry brigades were left to monitor Blucher, and his resistance could ensure that he would stay in the village and not be destroyed by the French army. When the sound of gunfire gradually moved north, Blucher realized that the situation was over. At this moment, he decided to lead the remaining troops to break out. It was because of his resistance that he fell behind the French army, which allowed him to return the same way and break out to the west. However, the fight with Davout on the road also made the remaining Prussian army lose another layer of skin. In the end, Blucher only fled the battlefield with a few hussar squadrons, but he was lucky, because at this time, the Duke of Brunswick was seriously injured and left the battlefield, and the Prussian command system was completely paralyzed. Frederick William III tried to take over the troops, but with his level, Prince Eugen of Württemberg, who had been protecting him, was also very helpless. You know, this Prussian king, his level is not as good as Alexander. At least Alexander also knows how to appoint a suitable general as commander-in-chief, and then find a chief of staff to organize the battle plan. If it weren't for Napoleon, his debut would be acceptable. But what about the Prussian king? He is now in a hurry, even very panicked, and can't command the army at all. Finally, when they fled the battlefield, the Prussian army, which was the troops operating on the far left, barely found a way, and rushed to Leipzig. Most of the Prussian troops were defeated here, and the only task left for the French army was to capture prisoners. Chapter 415 Napoleon's Quick Journey to Berlin. Part 3. The Prussian Army's Humiliating Defeat. King Frederick William III's performance was indeed very embarrassing. With the commander-in-chief, the Duke of Brunswick, seriously injured and unable to command the troops, he was now asked to command the army. Although his ability in this regard was not the worst in the Hohenzollern family, he was forced to do something when the army was defeated, and he appeared at the most inappropriate time. He was not even very confident about Eugen of Württemberg. After all, the other party's eldest brother was a 200-kilogram German strongman, and after the French army entered southern Germany, he smoothly turned to Napoleon and was directly in the opponent's camp. He didn't even care about so much and left the camp of the Prince of Württemberg directly to take over the army that seemed to no longer exist. However, this man didn't have this ability, and Queen Louise, who had been sick with the army, blocked her husband's way in a carriage. "Your Majesty, where are you going?" "Louise, take over my army. At this time, it is not wise for you to leave the only unit that you can still effectively control and take over the defeated army. As your wife, Your Majesty, I can help you do anything unconditionally. But at this time, you can't make such a stupid mistake." Louise mentioned stupid directly, and it was a disappointed look. Her lips were even a little purple, which seemed to indicate that she was in very poor physical condition. However, as such a queen, her words were very important, but because of the royal power, as a daughter-in-law who married in, she was just exerting influence. Now that Frederick William III made such a mistake, she had to intervene in person. Moreover, the carriage was blocking the road, and there were also the Queen's entourage and a squadron of hussars. The King of Prussia could only follow the advice and return to the barracks. In fact, the Württemberg family had a long history of working in the Prussian-German army, until the commander of the No. 4 Tank Battalion of the Armored Training Division was killed in Normandy. This service experience lasted for more than 200 years. Of course, there were some surprises. For example, Frederick the Great was very dissatisfied with Paul's strong brother-in-law. He actually ate inside and outside to help improve relations between Russia and Austria. As a result, he was expelled from the Prussian army and had to go to Russia to eat food and serve as an officer. With this experience in the past, some people from the Württemberg family served in the Prussian army. On the one hand, Württemberg was a small country, and such things had always been tolerated. On the other hand, eggs should not be put in one basket. Being an officer anywhere is making money, and side branches can also obtain manners and fiefs. This kind of thing is not shameful. As for Eugen himself, he could also imagine what the king was thinking. He was just a high-level worker. It didn't matter if he lost the war. He could either go to his elder brother and live a good life in the manor, or go to Petersburg to his eldest nephew. Alexander's price was always good. Of course, at this time, he still had to fulfill his responsibilities and obligations to take this useless king out. Therefore, he decided to listen to the queen. As for the queen blocking the road with a carriage here, the squadron of cavalry was sponsored by him. The Prussian army was now scattered everywhere, and Napoleon was not very interested in taking prisoners. Since there were more than 10,000 people from Lützel in Erfurt, he ordered Lanz and Ney, who were marching towards Erfurt from Fulda, to march quickly and come to encircle the Prussian army in the city. And the French troops in Saxe-Weimar, east of Erfurt, began to adjust their marching columns and prepared to march quickly to Berlin. However, there were still some bumpy places in the middle. The Prussians would still have some obstacles on the road between Weimar and Berlin. But this is like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, and it can't cause any waves. In the Russian headquarters, Marshal Kamensky finally came. Although he is old, he is not confused. The problem is that his physical functions can't keep up with the times. It's okay for him to stay at home, but it's an embarrassing thing for him to go out to fight. Langeron and Solovyov stood here, waiting for the Commander-in-Chief's lecture. Originally, they thought that according to his performance in the Danube Corps, he would say some polite words, but he didn't, and he was dismissed directly. "Michel, do you think our Commander-in-Chief is still competent? You ask me." Solovyov was still pretending to be confused before, just to deal with Marshal Kamensky, but after coming out, since Langeron came to ask him, he had to think about this issue. This Frenchman would not cheat him. The problem lies in the wording. Yes, I'm asking you. If it was Mikhail Fyodorovich's own opinion, I think he would still have self-awareness. But at this moment, the Prussians are afraid that they have been defeated by Bonaparte. Ah, you are still thinking about this problem. In our headquarters, we have the rusty sword of the Queen, the young officers who are eager to try, and you, who are forced to be the chief of staff of our corps, and that guy Buckholden. You said Buckholden like this, but be careful that he will cause trouble when you are sent to him. I'm not afraid of this. He had to rely on Prince Bagration and me to cover his rear in Austerlitz. Grand Duke Constantine knows it. Langeron also knew that Solovyov's relationship was still in the Guards, and because he no longer led the Jager regiment, it became the direct jurisdiction of the Grand Duke himself. Considering his relationship, it would obviously be difficult for Buckholden, the old man, to cause trouble for him. Another rear guard. If the Prussians had someone like Bagration who was good at rearguard battles, they wouldn't be defeated like this. Even the French didn't have time to capture them, so they should march towards Berlin, right? I think so too. If you have any ideas, you can tell me now. Langeron actually had a lot of ideas. He had the ability to be a staff officer, but he preferred to be the commander of a local garrison, or lead a corps. Therefore, he also intended to give more work to Solovyov. This guy was really useful. As long as he didn't think about doing a side job, he was still a very useful staff officer, and was very suitable for the position of the director of operations. I think we should let Wittgenstein's corps set off early. No matter what happens on the Prussian side, we must first reach the Vistula River line and control Warsaw. Then we will pull up both Wittgenstein's corps and Buckholden's corps to support the remnants of the Prussian army. It would be best if the Swedes only leave a few people in Pomerania and put all the coalition forces that can be concentrated on this line. Solovyov still liked to talk on the map, and he also pointed out several key points. You can see here that Count Danzig must be controlled. Even if he is surrounded by the French, he must be prepared to defend it for a long time. If it doesn't work, let the British Navy come to deliver goods. We must ensure that the port can be used during the thawing period. Now there should be some food reserves. If the reserves are sufficient, we can bury a nail in the back of the French. In addition, our army should be able to control Warsaw. The nobles there suffered more than a decade ago, and will not easily raise the banner of rebellion. Do you want to fight Bonaparte with the Vistula River? Solovyov looked at Langeron. Although he was a Frenchman, he seemed to have no such idea in his subconscious. It's no wonder. Among these people from the Royalist party, he had seen that the Duke of Richelieu and the Duke of Enghien were more concerned about their French identity and than the noble title. Those royalists were more concerned about their noble titles, and some people might be proud to serve His Majesty the King. I have this idea, but what will happen to our commander-in-chief and the two corps commanders? You can't let me replace Wittgenstein and let him be the chief of staff, right? The only cavalry general who can be the chief of staff is Bennigsen, and he's an opportunist. Solovyov said so, and Langeron agreed. One of them was a small troll, and the other was a big troll. They made a lot of sharp comments on various phenomena in the current Russian army, but they didn't sneer. After all, one of them was a general and the other was a colonel. They were both masters, and were in the middle of it. It seems that we have no choice but to set off with the current situation. There is another bad problem, that is, the reality is very grim. If Bonaparte goes to Berlin like this, the war may end before we set off. This is a distance problem. St. Petersburg is even closer than Moscow. At least the sea route news provided by the British comes quickly. There is a key point in the issue they discussed, that is, if the Prussian royal family did not stay in Berlin, but chose to flee, there are obviously some things that can be discussed. But they couldn't take any action, and had to wait for instructions from Petersburg. The news of the Prussian defeat spread quickly. When Marshal Kaminsky came to Jelgava, the messenger sent from Berlin had passed by for several days, which was enough for Alexander to issue a new order. Unfortunately, Prussia did not make any request. So Alexander had only one way, to send someone to pick up his sister Maria in Berlin, or at least to meet her on the way. Originally, he wanted to send a court attendant, but these people were unreliable, and Alexander was still frightened. When Maria and Catherine were in the palace before, Alexander found that the court attendants assigned to them were really noble masters, and they could skip work more than those maids who could take turns to rest. Such work still needed to be handed over to people with adjutant experience in the guards. Although Peter Dolgorukov was fooled in Austerlitz, it should be considered that he was reliable. But after he came back, he immediately fell ill and his condition was critical. If his brother Mikhail was there, it might be suitable, and he was in the East Prussian army. So Alexander issued an order to Mikhail Dolgorukov, who was in Jelgava, to go to Berlin to bring Maria and her son back. As for other royal relatives, when the Austrians were defeated last time, many people had already returned to Russia consciously. Everyone knew that there would be no peace in Europe in the next few years, especially where there was a relationship with the French. As for the army in front, Marshal Kamensky was now in place, but Alexander was worried. After all, this old marshal was not like Marshal Suvorov, who was getting more and more evil as he got older. It was purely because there were no generals available, and other veterans were even less competent. As for why Russia had such a magical matching mechanism, it was probably a problem of the ancestral system. When Paul was still there, he had already realized that he wanted to update, but the young people had not caught up, and Korsakov and others he promoted were embarrassing, so he could only select according to the list of marshals and generals left over from the Empress's period. Alexander himself was very optimistic about Bagration, but he also had to consider the issue of qualifications. This time, letting Langeron, a Frenchman, be the chief of staff was already an exception. After all, some generals from Denmark, Sweden and the Netherlands were not suitable for the staff work of a corps of this size. The only more suitable one, Van Suchteren, was the quartermaster general and chief of staff, and it was impossible for him to go to the front line. But Langeron himself did not like to do staff work, so Solovyov found that he came to the East Prussian Corps as the director of operations. Just like Paul had expected at the beginning, a colonel could serve as the chief of staff and really connected with Prussia. But he also had a lot of issues to consider. In this position, he actually became the chief of staff of the Russian army, and if Marshal Kamensky did not take care of things, Langeron might become the commander-in-chief of the Russian army according to the order of command. You know, when Potemkin died of illness in the Danube Corps, according to the military rank, Marshal Kamensky should have taken over, but Potemkin left a commission for Kachowski to take over the corps. This seems to be a cycle. As for what level Marshal Kamensky is, his resume was still very strong in the past, and he had already frightened the Russian soldiers as soon as he took office. Suvorov was able to make the soldiers respect him. Kutuzov also had similar skills, and Kamensky was a believer in the Prussian set. If you want to fight this battle well, I'm afraid you need to let this old marshal choose to sleep during the battle. As for the two corps commanders, Wittgenstein's qualifications are relatively shallow, and Buchholden is a problem. Considering that the Russian army will go to East Prussia next, Solovyov's mind is full of Tannenberg and Maximum Hoffman, as well as the discord between the two Russian army group commanders. This is really a bit troublesome. Chapter 416 Morse Code and Optical Transmitter. However, because Alexander had not yet issued a formal order to march to the Vistula River, the East Prussian Corps remained in Russia. This gave them some time to prepare, including improving the transportation line from Petersburg to Königsberg, building warehouses in Wilno and Kaunas near the border, and training the troops preparing to go abroad. They even added a requirement that military coats and new leather boots must be distributed. Who knows how bad the weather will be this winter? Even in Poland, it is far less cold than in Russia. This way, we still have time to prepare. We also need means of communication. If we rely solely on messengers, we will encounter the French on the way. In addition, winter is also very dangerous for communication officers. You must have some inspiration for this consideration, Colonel. Speaking of inspiration, it should still come from light. We can use light to transmit signals, but this is limited to daytime. Solovyov said this with some consideration. When he was walking in the Jelgava Palace, he accidentally found that Mrs. Rakemia also ran here, holding a white-faced British author in her arms. The most famous British author is undoubtedly Tom. As for what this cat did, if you think about what Tom and the three stray cat friends used to contact each other, they were blocked outside by Spike, that is, Handagao. One of them was that Tom could use Morse code. Speaking of which, Solovyov thought of this, and it was still light that could be used to encode. As for how to make a signal machine, the principle was mastered very quickly, and there would be engineers in the army to help. It is actually easy to find someone who knows mathematics. First, we have to find the artillery. However, when coding, we always need some knowledgeable people. Then, Solovyov called the artillery officers to discuss the use of Morse code and the feasibility of optical communication. Okay, brothers, at this time, we come here to study the communication problem. You know, in the past, the communication officer was a message delivery officer, and it was easy to encounter the enemy on the road. When I was an adjutant, I might encounter something when delivering letters on the front line, such as the French or bears. Why are you talking about bears again, Miss Ha? Yermolov said this, considering his body size. Well, Alyosha, at this time, in addition to some necessary urgent matters, there are also daily communications, and signal machines are also very important. You know, if you can't understand flags and signals, the Navy can't fight. I think these ideas can indeed be used in communications between corps, and if possible, they can even be used at the division level. Which signal do you want to use? Colonel, when we were in Austerlitz, we noticed the French signal machines, but they seemed to need to form patterns. We are going to use optical signals, such as a few sets of signals, to convey messages through optical signal machines, and we can also issue some short commands, or even speak a group of sentences. As far as we know, the French are very good at mathematics, and they may be able to crack our code. That makes sense, so we need to encrypt. You are all artillery officers. Of course, I'm an infantry officer, but I'm also a math enthusiast. At this time, I naturally have to contribute my own strength. At the same time, it also avoids a problem that some of us can speak French. Langeron is here today, but he doesn't care. After all, he can understand Russian, but his accent is very strange. Michelle, you don't have to worry about me. I can understand Russian, and such standardized signals are very important for the staff to issue orders. Since Langeron said so, Solovyov continued his performance. In principle, we use the light emitted by sunlight to transmit information to the people below. Whether it is seen through a telescope or through the naked eye, we can use the fact that the earth is round and combine various environmental factors to communicate over long distances. If so, Colonel, we can use two transmission systems and even provide feedback and convey information to the troops below. That's the reason. Which regiment are you from? Solovyov looked at the unfamiliar young officer, who was older than himself, but was only a lieutenant in the artillery. I'm Alexander Tikhomirov, Colonel, from the artillery battalion directly under the 4th Division. Like Durova, this officer was probably a man who came out to fight in men's clothing, and he was even older than the 23-year-old Durova. How long have you been in service? 15 years, Colonel. You've been in service for so long, and you're only a lieutenant. But the ideas you put forward are indeed very constructive. I only thought about giving orders, but I didn't think about the feedback from the subordinate troops. Encryption is also very important, as we just mentioned. Yes, so the code we use must first be able to feedback a sentence. For example, I want to drink milk. First the I must be expressed, followed by drinkin' milk, which is a set of codes. The coding went smoothly. As for how to make a signal machine, two mirrors with a diameter between 38mm and 305mm are needed, and then an optical signal machine is made, and the structure is also very simple. For engineers, this is very simple, especially now that many corps in the army are around Jelgava and Riga, and it is very convenient to obtain materials. The production of the optical signal machine was completed the next day after Solovyov proposed the principle. Unlike Zhukov, who used searchlights at night, Solovyov's method was to harass the subordinates during the day. However, considering the battlefield environment, it can only be used when the weather conditions are good. Solovyov asked the artillery lieutenant, who was actually Tikhomirov, to take a group of signal machines to a distance of 5 kilometers. This is a relatively long distance, and it is also a relatively suitable distance between the headquarters and the front on the battlefield. If optical communication is more reliable, effective communication can be achieved even at a distance of 20 kilometers, and relevant signals can be accurately received through effective observation. Speaking of this communication technology, the world record is still 294 kilometers set by the US military in 1894, which needs to be achieved when weather conditions permit. Under normal circumstances, the maximum effective distance of optical communication in plain areas is between 32 and 80 kilometers. In this way, an attempt at a distance of 5 kilometers can also prove its reliability. The signal sent by Solovyov was, "What did you have for breakfast?" and the reply he received was "Earth apples," that is, potatoes. It actually works. Several hussars who came to join in the fun were surprised. You hussars, if you go out to fight in regiments and squadrons in the future, you can also take this kind of signal machine to transmit signals in a fixed area and then continue to carry out operations. That saves us the trouble of sending a messenger. Solovyov heard this and saw his old acquaintance Davidov. Dania, how did you get here? I came with Prince Bagration, and now I'm his adjutant. Solovyov did not ask in detail, but it was a good thing that Davidov came back. But he could not have imagined that this troublemaking hussar poet had come to the front line through the Polish girl's way. If you are an adjutant, don't always talk too much. Also, you must learn this new thing of mine well. It will be useful in the future. Of course I know that you can always come up with some new inventions. Well, poet, you should also know that we are going to go out to fight again, and officers are needed everywhere. If you can learn quickly, let your friends in the hussars hurry up and learn it. We will rely on this method to transmit intelligence in the future, and at the same time we have to deal with the French. After listening to Solovyov's words, Davidov quickly understood his purpose. When the time comes, the hussars and Cossacks will be pulled out to fight the French. You're really amazing. It used to be said that only artillery needed to learn mathematics well, but now you, an infantryman, require all officers to learn this knowledge. This is just the practical application of coding. Dania, if you think it's okay, we can do it. That's great. If we have to send messengers back all the time, it will be easy for the enemy to intercept the intelligence. In fact, the Russian light cavalry has always been able to act boldly in unfamiliar areas, conduct reconnaissance and sabotage operations, and has long been an expert at this, even more adept than the hussars from Hungary. Now the artillery and cavalry officers have supported this opinion. Finally, it was Langevin and Solovyov who had to do the work of Marshal Kamensky. The old marshal was not as humorous and abstract as Suvorov, and was always more serious. But after listening to Langevin's explanation, although he was old, he was not confused. Did you really succeed in the test? Yes, Mikhail Fyodorovich. At a distance of 5 versts, one of our artillery lieutenants saw the signal and responded. It's really interesting. This can indeed save the messengers in some places. It would be great if more complicated orders could be conveyed. The optical signal machine is just the beginning. If we have a radio in the future that can receive signals, we will be able to send short messages on the way back, just like a certain battleship. Commander-in-Chief, we can now convey some simple orders. If they are trained, in a month, the first batch of qualified officers will be able to perform communication tasks. Of course, without the telephone, the communications director's head would still be fine. In principle, Marshal Kamensky still agreed, and he could even be a hands-off boss. Langevin and Solovyov could help him do everything, and he only needed to make the final decision. He was not like Suvorov, whose physical functions weakened before his consciousness, but he was in good health. His thinking and consciousness abilities slowly declined, and he even had self-knowledge, so he was not confused. Now he could endorse this matter, and it was also because his youngest son had mentioned this experiment to him before. As for the French, they still use signal machines, without optical signals. In this way, they were about to enter the next era, but the efficiency was also relatively high. There was only a small problem, that is, Napoleon's signal machines were always set up on site, unlike the optical signal machines that the Russian army had just started to use. An officer and a soldier could carry the equipment everywhere, and even achieve real-time communication. In 1806, even if those optical telegraph towers were counted, they were easy to carry, and used Morse code, which was considered a black technology. As for the order to set out, soon after Kamensky heard Langevin's report, Alexander's edict arrived in Jelgava. The Russian army used Wittgenstein and Buchholden as the commanders of the two corps, and the commander-in-chief Kamensky was to lead this army to East Prussia, to meet the Prussian army and fight against the French army. However, when the Russian army set out, it was unknown how many troops the Prussian army had left, and even the intelligence was always in the dark. Nothing else. This was the humiliating defeat of Prussia, which led to a mess of intelligence sent from Berlin. It was even unclear whether the French would rest in place or continue to advance eastward after quickly passing Berlin. This time, Alexander would not interfere with the command in the front. He was in St. Petersburg, accompanying his wife. In addition, he was also worried that Kamenskih would mess things up again this time, so he ordered his second brother, Grand Duke Constantine, to lead the main force of the guards to set out. Once Kamenskih was in a bad situation on the front line, he could provide nearby support and take over the command of the corps. In this way, he was fully prepared, and what he would focus on afterwards was the affairs of the palace. What made everyone feel relieved was that Larissa gave birth to a girl, which put Alexander's heart at ease. However, seeing such a little meatball, it was very cute when it was born, and Alexander could accept it. If the girl is raised, she is still worth marrying, no matter whether she marries to a big country or a small country, or marries a great noble in the country. Speaking of which, he has slept with other people's wives, which can be regarded as a cycle. Giving birth to a girl is also a happy event for St. Petersburg. After all, the royal family has a new member. If Alexander wants an heir, they are still very young, and it seems that they will have one if they work hard. Of course, science is still underdeveloped, and the Russian royal family has always liked to spread feudal superstitions. They always think this is a sign of something. Chapter 417. The coming war is French against French. The day after the Russian army received the order to set off, a strange thing happened in the Russian army's headquarters. Solovyov felt very embarrassed when he found out. It was true that Davidov was Bagration's adjutant, but there was also a problem. He was too much of a troublemaker. Marshal Kamenskih was not young after all. His rash entry into the commander-in-chief's room caused a lot of chaos. From a fact that can be confirmed from one side, our commander-in-chief does not have the ability to command. And he knows it himself. Michelle, don't you want some wine? Except for champagne when celebrating, I rarely drink. Langevin, like the French, still prefers older wines, but it's a pity that they can't be imported from Bordeaux during the war. He knew that Solovyov rarely drank. Although he still had some skills in socializing, he would not be in a good state if he drank a little. What about Shirley? Ah, Shirley. The important thing now is not Shirley, but our old village chief. He obviously knows that he does not have the ability to command a modern combined corps, and it would be too harsh for him to be the Minister of War. Yes, Marshal Kamenskih is the kind of person who is extremely strict. In fact, if he is asked to be the Minister of War, considering that he does not need to look at maps, and he is resolute in doing things, he may be better than Sergei Kuzmich. At least that Erekchiv will not send all the gendarmes and secret agents into the war ministry in Petersburg, and we can still rebuild the army according to the original plan. Langevin always speaks recklessly, and the reason is simple. After all, he served in Russia, and he is not like those Alemanni or Visigoths. He is French, so he always gives people a sense of superiority, but he always suffers when it comes to promotion and salary increase. Considering his usual big mouth, that is even more so. Let's not talk about Erekchiv first. He and the housekeeper are having a hot affair. Langevin was very concerned when he heard this. After all, he is a Frenchman, and he is always interested in the things between men and women. Speaking of this, Erekchiv didn't take good care of his young wife. He divorced her soon after marriage and lived with the housekeeper. Count, I thought you already knew it a long time ago. After all, the French are the best at finding out about this, and you are also proud of it in Brest. After hearing this, Langevin also knew where Solovyov got it from. After all, he used to be an adjutant, and he was very familiar with the adjutants of various generals, including Davidov, who scared Kamenskih. There was even a nose problem between Davidov and Bagration. But it was your hussar friend who frightened the commander-in-chief, so we know what to do. According to the order, you should be the one commanding this army. Wittgenstein will have no objection. He is just brave but not wise, but he still knows how to handle important matters. Otherwise, the emperor would not favor a German officer. It's Buckholden again. But there are ways. For example, we can ask his staff to come up with a battle plan, and then make modifications based on this plan, even if it is proposed by him. Langevin used to be Buckholden's subordinate, so he knew the vanity of this general. Otherwise, he would not talk about his daughter accompanying the Queen Mother all day long. These generals always send their daughters to the court, and it is also a routine operation, to please the Queen Mother. Since Solovyov said so, he was happy to do so. However, Langevin had no idea about directly confronting Napoleon. The problem is how to revise this plan. We will move towards Poland in East Prussia, establish a forward base in Poltusk, and then have Wittgenstein's troops move forward. The only problem is whether Buchholden can lead the Second Army to play a role here. Are you using a hammer and anvil tactic? Using Buchholden's more veteran troops to join the action? We must have a certain amount of troops to strike their flanks and rear when we attract the French. Solovyov's idea was also to compare it with Napoleon, but it was just piecemeal and consumed the French's manpower. In November 1806, the good thing for Napoleon was that the Poles launched an uprising in Warsaw. Now the cavalry led by Murat could quickly enter the city of Warsaw, so that Poland and Silesia on the southern line were almost in the bag for the French army. But there were problems. 100,000 Russian troops appeared in East Prussia at this time, and they were moving freely on the east bank of the Vistula River, showing signs of joining the remaining 10,000 Prussian troops. Napoleon's winter march faced great difficulties at this time. His soldiers complained constantly because of the bad weather in Poland and the current supply difficulties, and they were not clear about the movements of the Russian army. At this time, if some means were used on the battlefield, a temporary advantage could be gained, and a certain part of the French army could be attacked. But the coordination of the corps is also a problem. Even if you improve the means of communication, there will still be problems. At this time, our Cossack regiment and Hussar regiment need to play a role. In addition to a part of them remaining in each division, these cavalry should be deployed in squadrons. Towns on the riverside, such as Charnovo and Putusk, are also the focus of our attention. In order to attack here, the enemy will also mobilize troops. Our reconnaissance and harassment work must be done more fully. Solovyov even thought that this was a rehearsal for 1812. Even though Poland was not that cold, for the soldiers of both sides, fighting in winter was definitely something that neither side wanted. However, the Russian soldiers were more resilient and slightly adapted to the environment here. At this time, the resilience of the soldiers on both sides also needed to be compared. Speaking of which, after Warsaw was liberated from the occupation of the Prussians, the nature of the French war also changed. The Dąbrowski, his Polish corps returned to Poland, but outside the city of Karlsburg, he turned to make moves on the locals. In terms of discipline, it was even worse than the current state of the French. As for what he did, it was probably necessary to mobilize the small leaders first. Obviously, the French and the Poles of the French Alliance army were no longer in the best condition at this time, and the Poles had never entered a suitable combat state. At this time, the East Prussian Corps, which had been resting and training for a long time, could still fight. However, after Buchholden's plan was taken over, and Solovyov took charge of the modification, Langevin discovered a problem. It is indeed not good to let the elderly Kaminsky command such a battle. At least a sharp mind is needed to stay awake at all times, so that this army can concentrate its forces locally to confront the French. Moreover, it is not without problems. Michel, if you do this, each of our regiments will carry a large amount of supplies, which will inevitably affect the marching speed in winter. Especially you have to consider one point. In Poland, it is okay in the summer when fighting, but it is difficult for us to get food for the horses in winter, and even fodder needs to be supplied from the rear. I know this very well, but we still need to scout where the French winter camp will be placed. On the one hand, we have to plunder and destroy the enemy's fodder, and on the other hand, we have to expand our own supplies. At this time, we actually need to ensure that there are always Prussian troops or our troops stationed in Königsberg. Control this place, and use it as our support center. It's a good idea to use a decrease in marching speed in exchange for support in the front. But this is mainly for the infantry. The cavalry still has a large range of activities. With people eating and horses chewing, the amount of supplies needed is still too much. Fortunately, the operations department and the quartermaster department under the general staff are separate. But you are likely to become the actual commander-in-chief now. And our marshal, Mikhail Fedorovich, may have to issue a retreat order on his own, or someone will prove that he is not capable of commanding a corps. Well, then the responsibilities will be unified again, and perhaps His Majesty will really let a colonel be the chief of staff. Langeron's tone was a little teasing. His meaning was also very clear. The Prussianization that Paul had not completed at that time was realized in the East Prussian Corps, but the commander was a Frenchman, and the actual person in charge of the staff was still a disciple of Marshal Suvorov, who had always opposed military reforms. The two army commanders under him were of German descent, and the configuration was very funny. Using the French to fight the French sounds funny, but this kind of thing is not strange to the French. The Prince of Condé is an expert in this regard. The Grand Prince of Condé once ran away, and the Prince of Condé in the Royalist Party probably has the same attitude now. Langeron was an officer in this corps before. As for Bucholden, he knew his own strengths and weaknesses, and he would not have much objection to letting Langeron command him. After all, if the Emperor had listened to him, he might not have been defeated so badly. The only problem was that Bucholden's qualifications were obviously higher than Langeron and Wittgenstein, and it was inevitable that there would be some problems in the future. This kind of shit happened frequently in Europe in this era. Solovyov was now 25 years old and a colonel, and he was often pointed at by some officers who were older than him. Although being the disciple of the Grand Marshal could give him some benefits, he was too young, and he was not like Count Vorontsov's family who could take the fast track for promotion, or a wealthy noble who could be quickly promoted because of his famous family background since childhood. It was inevitable that he was called a little white face raised by a French widow. But in fact, Madame Rakemia lived in St. Petersburg, and the house she rented was found by Solovyov's stepmother. Regardless of who raised whom, Solovyov's military achievements were there. His problem was probably that as a colonel, he could not control the generals when giving orders. In other words, he was not lucky. He was familiar with Count Osterman Tolstoy, Baron Sakhin, Prince Golitsyn and General Sidomorsky under Wittgenstein, and Tuchkov, Doktorov and Baronessen from Bucholden. He was not familiar with them. Lieutenant General Anriep, the commander of the 14th Division, was not familiar with them. Unlike some places, it took a lot of time to deal with rumors. In this situation, he actually needed the status of a general. However, for others to feel that this status was undisputed, he still needed to use military exploits to speak. Moreover, if he did not adopt Kamensky's tactics that could disperse the Russian column, he would have to carry out a series of high-intensity operations. Solovyov was indeed a little worried. Although Osterman Tolstoy, who had already gone out as a vanguard, repeatedly assured him that he could control the frontier strongholds, he was always uneasy. According to the current reconnaissance, the French army took advantage of the freezing of the Vistula River, and some troops had crossed the river in advance, and they are likely to attack. After all, forcing the Russian army to retreat to a certain distance can make them safer in winter camp. When Langeron approved the 2nd Division to go to Charnovo, he still hoped to form a deterrent to the French. You know, the use of light cavalry is very critical for the Russian army's expedition this time. The cavalry squadron that has already set out is searching along the French army's marching route, which is not good news for the French messengers. At this time, Solovyov improved the Russian army's communication equipment in Jelgava between October and November, and used Morse code plus optical communication methods, which can still greatly improve the efficiency of communication. Even for some cavalry communication officers, the signals they sent were still encrypted, and a special codebook was required to successfully decipher them. The first important intelligence Solovyov received in the staff came from the Alexander Hussar Regiment. The commander of the regiment, Colonel Yurkovsky, reported that an important French prisoner carrying a letter had been captured. Unfortunately, this was a messenger sent by Bernadotte to Warsaw, and he sent more than one person. The statement was about a problem. The supply of the First Army was very difficult. After Langeron and Solovyov received this information, they quickly handed it over to Marshal Kamensky. But the old marshal was obviously in a very bad situation now. Even he knew that his old eyes could not see the map clearly. Although he was familiar with these places, he could not command any war. So the responsibility of issuing orders and commanding battles was handed over to Langeron, and the French were to be used to deal with the French. Chapter 418 Boldavout failed to capture the Russian army. Solovyov's idea was to take the initiative to attack, which was supported by Kamensky and Langeron. Kaminsky was indeed old and useless, and even misjudged the French army's movements and let the Bulgav out come from the other side of the Vistula River. But now he can still command Buchholden and let his army move closer to Wittgenstein's army. As for Wittgenstein, he was brave in battle, but he was really not outstanding, and he still needed to rely on Langeron for command. Among the 4 divisions of Wittgenstein's army, Count Osterman Tolstoy was still the one who was highly expected. There were more elite troops in his regiment, and they performed very well in pre-war exercises and training. As for being the vanguard of the entire East Prussian Corps did have this ability. In addition, Solovyov had a relationship with this division, which was the Pavlovsk Grenadiers, the 1st regiment. He arrived in St. Petersburg, and they had to be outstanding. You know, among the Grenadiers and the Russian army, only this regiment has undergone the most organizational and equipment reforms since Paul drew the reserve soldiers of the Moscow Grenadier Regiment to establish it. There is no way, because this regiment is stationed near the Winter Palace, and is a selected group of grenadiers, so it has this opportunity and treatment. As for the current equipment of the entire regiment, it has indeed become a grenadier. In addition to a breech-loading Izhevsk Solovyov 1805 rifle, each grenadier carries a modified wooden-handled grenade. This configuration is already at the level of the Guards, and the 4 main regiments of the Guards have not yet completed the replacement of their breech-loading rifles. One of the reasons for that thing is the cost issue, and the other is that the productivity of the Tula and Izhevsk arsenals is really limited. From the perspective of the good old man, Minister of War Sergei Kuzmich, he advocates that the Guard should be replaced first, but Arakcheev believes that the artillery needs to be replaced more, and the priority of the infantry is not so important now. It was true. No matter how much he was hated for his actions, everyone still agreed to strengthen the artillery. The cavalry's accompanying cavalry artillery, the infantry division's direct artillery, and the independent artillery's unicorn guns and 12-pound guns. The huge demand in this area, and the achievements of the Russian army's horse policy over the past few decades, allowed them to have a large number of pack horses and draft horses, so that the number of horses was still sufficient for transporting supplies or towing. Artillery. In addition, the quality of the Russian artillery was uneven. For example, the Guards artillery and some old artillery battalions formed in the early years still had considerable firepower. If they were not accurate, they would use the number of artillery to make up. With this firepower density, the French would be in trouble if they were not accurate. Solovyov even wanted to make an artillery march to cheer them up. Although he finally gave up the idea, the firepower density of the Russian army at this time was at least twice that of the French army. Osterman Tolstoy's division alone had as many troops as the French 8th Army that Kutuzov and Schmidt had devoured. If he acted independently, he would have a certain guarantee. But in Chernovo, after Napoleon learned of the Russian action, he gave out an order. Marshal, His Majesty wants us to attack Chernovo, but this time the action must be carried out at night. At night. Davout's doubts were that it was not easy to organize a night battle, especially for the Third Army, which was the most resistant to hard fighting, and the supply was also very tight. However, considering that the Russian army was in front of them, they could not give up the opportunity in front of them, and they really needed to fight. And it happened to be raining and snowing these days, making it difficult for Osterman Tolstoy to use the latest communication technology in the places he passed. It was the Alexander Hussar Regiment. When they met the French messenger, the weather was clear at that time, so the communication was relatively smooth. There was no telegraph at the moment, so we had to make do with optical communication. It was better than nothing, and the several Hussar and Cossack regiments that had advanced had made great gains. Therefore, Kaminsky's headquarters, which had received Barclay's fast horse intelligence at this time, still knew nothing about what had happened in Osterman Tolstoy. The reason why this young division commander had such a double surname was that his great-grandfather, Count Osterman, had no male offspring, so he passed the title to his son-in-law, Count Matvey Tolstoy's family. He shouldn't be like this. When fighting, he was as punctual and precise as a German. There was no traitor in making this joke in front of Kaminsky and his son and Langeron. After all, none of the four of them had any relationship with the Germans. But there should be news. If Sasha discovers the enemy, he will definitely report it as soon as possible. Count Kamenský said this, and he was not sure. The reason why he appeared in his father's headquarters was that he was asked to lead the troops in the future. Although the father always felt that he was no longer suitable for the battlefield, his two sons were still alive and well, and could still serve the Russian emperor. If possible, he would have the opportunity to command a division or even a higher level unit in the subsequent battles. Among these young talents of Russian nobles, Kamenský Jr. was considered the most capable one. Although his elder brother had a brilliant performance in Austerlitz, he was generally considered to be just a reckless man. Some other noble generals were not so highly evaluated. Miloradovich and Bagration were already middle-aged, and Solovyov and Mikhail Dolgorukov were still considered to be at the children's table, and the former was not even a general. Among the Russian generals of Kamenský Jr.'s age, only he could take the lead, and the rest were at most considered to be division commanders or army commanders in the future. As for Rostam and Tolstoy, he and Count Stroganov only came because the army was too short of manpower. The former could have accompanied his frail wife on a trip abroad, while the latter came back from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and condescended to downgrade himself from a second-class civil servant to a fifth-class colonel to lead troops. In the future, they will still have to return to the civil servant's table. The key is not the report, child. Although Marshal Kamenský thought he could no longer command the battle, he still had experience. Kutuzov was really pretending to sleep. He was different. Although he was not energetic, he was still clear-headed and self-aware. In addition to being alert to what was happening on the battlefield, because of his rich experience. What I'm worried about is that Corsican. He wants to defeat Wittgenstein before our troops have joined together. As for Buchholden, you three are all reliable and cannot be spread. It's Buchholden, the reckless man. If I were 5 years younger, I would have whipped him for his marching speed. The bad temper of this old man is just like the abstraction of Marshal Suvorov. They are all personal labels and stereotypes. It's just that Kamenský really has a bad temper, and Langevin commented that he is very cruel. But you have to know that it will be very troublesome for him to hurry here. The road conditions in Poland are very bad, which is very disadvantageous to both the enemy and us. The road conditions are very bad. Count, I think the French will not be able to mobilize so quickly, but we must act quickly. Yes, that's it. Langevin still admired little Kamenský. Although he was a little direct, he was very clear-headed and knew what to do now. And when he spoke like this, he could always persuade this old man who knew he was going to fail to give the next order. But he turned back to look at Solovyov. The boy had been doing map work and paying attention to the actions of all parties. If there is no news from Chernovo tonight, I'm afraid the French want to capture the 2nd Division. Although the old marshal was not energetic, he still remembered that when this young colonel was only 15 years old, he was favored because of his excellent map work. Mishap, your map work has always been good since you were a 2nd lieutenant. Although your master and I are enemies, he has also promoted my son. I think your ability is not a problem to be a chief of staff, but it's a pity that your background is still limited. Otherwise you can go out and lead troops like my son. This leading troops refers to the level of division commander, and the old marshal's self-knowledge is somewhat useful. Of course, Solovyov also knew that with his level, he could only rely on Grand Duke Constantine to find an opportunity next time to promote him to a general. If he was a civilian, it wouldn't be so troublesome. Ilya Ulyanov, the son of a freed serf, had also become a 4th-class civil servant before his ancestral cerebral hemorrhage and had been in an educational position for many years. This indeed requires a look at his personal background. Of course, this was after Solovyov's time, when there were more redundant officials and people waiting for promotion than now. At this time, people are often promoted at a very young age, but Solovyov suffered from his seniority and status. According to his achievements, the current colonel is slightly lower, but still within the normal range. Mentioning this at this time may be a gesture of goodwill from Kamenský. After all, in Suvorov's faction, only Solovyov and the son of the Grand Marshal, Arkady, are going to be promoted to generals in the army. Other senior officials have already been promoted. Arkady has connections with Alexander himself and the Nereshkin family, and he will have a bright future without considering that he is the son of the Grand Marshal. As for Solovyov, His situation always looked strange. He was the confidant of Grand Duke Constantine and the teacher of the two young Grand Dukes. He was important, but lacked a pusher. When it came to this, Solovyov's adjutant came in. He happened to be on duty at this time. Your Excellency, an urgent report from Chernovo. The 2nd Division and the French are fighting. Why did it arrive so late? Langeron knew that Osterman Tolstoy was always efficient. Such a delay must have happened. The most worrying thing is that, if the French army moves faster, and happens to cut into the retreat route of the 2nd Division, it will be a big trouble. Your Excellency, the messenger said that they fought a battle with the French hunting cavalry on the road. According to the rules, 2 to 4 groups of messengers should be sent out, which means that the French are trying to launch a strong attack, or even to destroy the 2nd Division in a roundabout way. Seeing this situation, Langeron and Solovyov also went to ask the officer. Solovyov saw that the person who came was the Cossack Baohang who went to Weimar with him. Why is it you? That's not surprising. I went from being a guards Cossack to a frontline Cossack and became an officer. I was able to get a position among the Don Cossacks. By the way, the French fought very fiercely. On the one hand, they were bluffing and attacking our flanks on the other side of the river, and on the other hand, they were launching a frontal attack. When we came out to report the news, the French were still sending light cavalry to attack us. Thank you for your hard work. There are other messengers. How are they doing? If they haven't fallen into the hands of the French, they are probably taking a detour now. It's dark now, and we can't use your signal machine. We can only travel in the dark. Good guy, the French are going to attack at night. It seems that they still want to catch us by surprise. How is your division commander? Alexander Ivanovich is now fighting and retreating, and the Pavlovsk Grenadiers have made great contributions. They fired a volley at the French who were rushing over, and then greeted them with grenades, followed by a bayonet charge, which drove the French back. He was still somewhat proud of this. With his eyebrows dancing, Solovyov was a little embarrassed to brag about his old unit. After all, the Pavlovsk Grenadiers were formed on the basis of the Moscow Grenadiers. Excluding the Sustal regiment where he served first, it was obvious that they had a close relationship, second only to the Guards. Moreover, this regiment would have the opportunity to be promoted to the Guards in the future. It seems that they really fought a solid battle. Solovyov went back to the map and looked at it. Chernovo was not far away. According to the current deployment, the Wittgenstein Corps should move closer to Poltusk. He looked at the map and thought of a problem. The French army has now crossed the Vistula River. If the whole army is in action, the formations between the French armies will not be so dense under the current confrontation between the two armies, and there will always be single troops. At this time, is there a possibility to choose a region to deploy on the way of retreat and deal a heavy blow to the French army's division or army? Although it was a bit path dependent, and Poland did not have a place where troops could be hidden, it was still a solution. Solovyov still wanted to meet Napoleon and his marshals again, and this thought led him to act more actively, and he even had the idea of striking hard with the local superiority in manpower and firepower. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 419, The Sleepy Marshal Kamensky. Osterman Tolstoy did fight Davout in the night battle. With each side losing nearly 1,000 men, the Russian side took the initiative to withdraw from the battlefield. Although the Count's ability to command troops may have an upper limit, he did a very good job at the level of division commander. After the large army escaped, he also paid attention to the weather conditions during the march. What's more annoying is that it was rainy and snowy yesterday, but today the sky has cleared up, and even a group of signals can be sent out. Of course, Osterman Tolstoy was also lucky, just in time to catch up with Stroganov passing by. The most handsome nobleman in St. Petersburg was leading 2 squadrons of the Mariupol Hussar regiment on the move. They attacked the French transport team the night before and got a lot of supplies, which was a trick on Davout's back. In the absence of supplies, even this Iron Marshal would slow down the pursuit. After all, in order to capture the Russian 2nd Division, the 3rd Army had already marched hard and fought a fierce night battle, so they had to take a temporary rest in Chernovo, which they had just captured. However, the 3 division commanders, Morand, Friant and Gudin, were still full of energy. They were all waiting for the supplies to catch up. Even if some of them were taken away by the Russians, they still needed to be replenished. Then Count Stroganov was so hated. Although he was handsome, he was also very ruthless and did things in a rather decisive way. After seizing some supplies, he used Molotov cocktails to ignite and destroy those that could not be taken away. As expected of someone who had been in the Jacobin club, he was so decisive when doing things. However, this only destroyed part of the supplies that Friant's division was supposed to obtain. Davout's troops were still relatively united and would not make a joke of snatching supplies from each other. Because Friant often helped his brothers before, Morand gave him some supplies this time and finally maintained the minimum supply. But the people they wanted to curse and retaliate against were now on their way back to the army. Count Stroganov saw Rostam and Tolstoy's message clearly, so after the communications officer responded, he personally led the team to the headquarters of Wittgenstein's army. On the way, he also met with a squadron of the Polish Ulan Lancers regiment. Stroganov still had some impression of this old neighbor. They traveled together to find a suitable place to send a signal. You know, the most annoying thing about the terrain in northern Poland is that there are too many woods and swamps. Even if they are frozen in winter, they are not very solid now. So the choice of road is also very troublesome. He decided to choose one of the young officers around him to go to a high place to send a signal. According to the marks on the map, the location of the Russian headquarters can be found quickly from the top of the nearby mountain. He didn't know that Kamensky, Langerin and Wittgenstein had all gone to Poltusk, but he asked this group of communications officers to send the message according to the approximate direction. At the same time, in order to ensure the accurate delivery of intelligence, young officers who volunteered to go there were also needed. At this time, he did not expect that the person who stood up was Sokolov, the woman dressed as a man, Dorova. Lieutenant, this is a dangerous job. Although Stroganov only slept with his wife, he had been in the social scene for a long time. Even if he did not notice it at first, because the Mariupol regiment and the Polish regiment were neighbors, he could still see this young man frequently and could always detect something strange. As a nobleman with the best reputation among married men in Petersburg, and who respected everyone around him, he also kindly raised a little small difficulty. But Dorova herself did not care. Mr. Colonel, you need a courier to convey information to the commander-in-chief. It happens that I have run this route twice, and am very familiar with it. No, you are too young. I still need an experienced officer, not just courage. Speaking like this, let alone Dorova, a woman dressed as a man who is competitive and aggressive. If it were a real young officer or a young soldier, their competitive spirit would also be aroused. Perhaps, this is a characteristic of Russians. I think you need a suitable messenger. I repeat, you also said that you need a volunteer. Seeing the tomboy insisting, Stroganov had to agree. Well, young man, be careful on the road. Even if you are familiar with this road, you may run into Frenchmen. For the safety of the young man and to complete the mission, Stroganov handed the 2 revolvers on his belt to Dorova. You can use this new cavalry pistol, right? Before I fought with the colonel on horseback, I saw him use this gun on the shooting range. Seeing her confidence, Count Stroganov was relieved and expected her to complete the mission. Even a real good man may not have her courage. Okay, you have to pay attention to the movements of our army along the way. When you find out where the headquarters is, hurry over and tell the commander-in-chief that the 2nd Division has escaped. The colonel is the chief of operations there. If you can't find anyone, go to him. This is very convenient. Then Dorova set off with Talon's companions. On the way, they happened to encounter a group of French hussars. Although hussars and hussars are always brothers on their side, hussars are always very dangerous to the enemy. After a brief exchange of fire, Dorova finally got rid of the French and successfully found the Russian headquarters in the Poltusk area along the main road. Now, Kamensky proposed to fight, and Langerin and Wittgenstein both agreed. As for how to fight, the combat plan must be formulated by Solovyov, who is the chief of operations. According to his idea, the west and south of Pultusk could be areas where the French army would advance. If there were only the 2 divisions at hand, it would definitely not be enough. The 14th Division was on its way, and part of the 2 divisions of Baron Sacken and Galitzin had not arrived yet. They should be on their way now. The exchange of fire with the French army, mentioned by Barclay, was in that area. The infantry regiments belonging to several divisions encountered French scouts on the road. Later, some French troops came to fight with Barclay at the intersection. In short, this side was not safe. There was no movement in the south, and the French army that was fighting with Barclay came from the south, so there was no need to worry about being deterred. Now we have to rely on Pultusk. There is a river on one side, and the roads on the north and east are convenient for passage. We can attack or defend. If we don't fight for a while, we can't test the current weight of the French. It's just different from Bennigsen's thickening formation. If Napoleon saw Solovyov's combat style, he would also feel amazed. His idea was to set up an ambush behind the right wing of his own army in addition to deploying the troops in the front. Once the enemy came from the west, he would use the ambush behind this army to launch an attack and repel the enemy. He considered that the French army would sometimes use a roundabout way in actual combat, and Caesar had used this trick in the Battle of Pharsalus, so he planned to use it to practice. It was not just for reference, but Kaminsky was very impressed. After listening to it, it even made Solovyov wonder if this old guy was confused. At his worst, his performance was much better than that of Sleepy Joe. At least he had self-knowledge, but he could no longer grasp how many troops he had. Therefore, when Solovyov encountered a problem, he still had to discuss with Langeron and Wittgenstein. These 2 officers were the ones who could make decisions now. Mishap, you have to wait a while, at least until the 2nd Division retreats safely, before you can have the idea of fighting the enemy. Our previous arrangement underestimated the speed of the French advance, so we have the trouble now. Wittgenstein spoke very sincerely. Although this person has many problems and his ability has a limit, he can always listen to opinions, and is willing to discuss with people around him. As for his chief of staff, Major General Berg, because he was shot out of several teeth in Amstetten, his speech has improved a little. In this way, Wittgenstein, a cavalry general, can still have some patience, which can also prove his personal character. Of course, Berg is not young anymore. He is still a major general at the age of 41, and is often injured in battle. Wittgenstein found such a position of chief of staff for this fierce general, because he was afraid that he would be injured again. What's more, there is an energetic young man as the director of the operations department, who can shoulder his duties as the chief of staff of the army, and only needs the experienced Berg to help check. We can underestimate them in any way, but we can't underestimate the fighting power of the French. I just don't think it's appropriate to put up a 3-layer reserve formation. At this time, we still need to have an active offensive spirit. According to past estimates, if Napoleon's troops on the battlefield exceed 60,000, there will always be some problems with coordination. Of course, he is a military genius with a keen intuition. If he comes in person, I will naturally put up a 2-layer formation. But no one knows Napoleon better than Solovyov during this period. His uncle came to Warsaw. I'm afraid he was proud of having an illegitimate son Leon, and having fun with Countess Mary Waluska of Poland. This may be a situation that all men understand. When French gentlemen meet a simple Polish girl, they will definitely fall there like their own emperor. It's just that the Countess in Solovyov's mind is probably like a Romanian actress, which is quite different from the real person. But none of these marshals are easy to deal with. Solovyov thought about the abilities of his generals. When they met the French army commanders, Langeron might be at a disadvantage when he met Davout, but he would be evenly matched with Soult. As for those famous for their courage, Lanz, who was good at fooling people, was not easy to deal with. The rest, including Ney when his brain was short-circuited, were all world-class tough guys below the neck. This needs to be counted separately. Bernadotte is not sure, but Jerome's. Fortunately, the 9th Army he led is in Silesia, otherwise Solovyov would probably have to score against this friend he met in the United States. As for Solovyov's evaluation of his current ability, it is probably the same as Marshal Dawn when he was squatting. Without the squatting tactics, he still needs to exercise well. As for Wittgenstein, he is a lieutenant general of cavalry, and he is probably 40% to 60% or 50% with these world-class tough guys below the neck. But he also has one advantage, that is, he is very obedient. If he is assigned a suitable chief of staff, he may also play a good role. At this time, Solovyov had been paying attention to the talent market in Prussia, wondering if he could find a few capable chiefs of staff from the fleeing Prussian troops. Clausewitz was about the same age as him, and he was probably captured in the defeat of the Prussian army. The rest were the two pirates. Old Shad was the chief of staff of the Duke of Brunswick. This interpersonal relationship would definitely be useful, but I didn't know if he could be found in person. You know, the poor old Duke was seriously injured and died in the end. He entrusted all the family affairs to his youngest son, the Black Duke, and he recommended Old Shad to the Prussian king for military affairs. It would be great if Marshal Kamensky had always been as sober as this old man. Unfortunately, when he was sober, his eyesight was not very good. At this time, he still agreed to fight such a battle, which was the greatest support within his ability. If he really commanded an army, I'm afraid he would not be as good as those old men in their 70s in Austria. Fortunately, he knew his own limitations and let Langeron and Wittgenstein do it. He could also use his seniority to put pressure on Buchholden and let him quickly move closer to the main force. But another problem was that, if he ran to the rear without leaving a clear plan, when he was in a bad mental state, what should he do? Solovyov was also afraid that Kamensky would suddenly become an Irish old man, which would be very funny. Therefore, he still made two sets of plans. One set was how to act if he stayed and fought according to the order. The other set was the route of action of the Russian army if he ran away from Poltsk. Now there is one advantage, that is, most of the people in the headquarters advocated fighting, and Langeron and Wittgenstein also believed that, if the French army did not come in full force, they could do something. The disadvantages that Kamensky mentioned, that his father seemed to be in an unstable state due to mental stress in recent days. If he really became an Irish old man, it would be a big trouble. By the way, the descendants of Marshal Kamensky often play the role of British Queen. Chapter 420. In just one night, the Marshal becomes old. The Russian army gradually gathered towards Poltsk, and intelligence from all sides was now gathered. This optical communication system was useful before the war, but the hussars sometimes made spelling mistakes, so we still need to pay attention to this in the future. Michelle, your system is indeed effective, and can be mastered quickly, but spelling mistakes are inevitable. Even Bonaparte made a lot of spelling mistakes. I heard this in Paris. How is Paris now? It's better to transform the garbage dump in the northeast corner of Paris, otherwise the city will smell bad when the northeast wind blows. This is far worse than Petersburg. Petersburg is better, but it's too cold in winter. Okay, let's not talk about this for now. It seems that an order should be issued to ask all divisions to move closer to Poltsk. While they were talking, they saw a lancer riding a horse from the window. It's from the Polish Lancer regiment. It seems that there is some news from the front. As for the cavalry officer who came in, Solovyov recognized him. Isn't this Durova? However, he never exposed Nastaya's identity and always used male titles when addressing her. Second Lieutenant, what news do you bring? When our squadron met the Mariupol regiment in the woods, we met the troops of the 2nd Division who were withdrawing. Count Stroganov needed a volunteer, so I volunteered to come. Okay, Second Lieutenant, but Solovyov would not say that he lost to a girl in a single fight on horseback. Maybe she was still a mother. After all, she had given birth to a child, and you could tell from her buttocks. Even if she could walk in a man's way, you could tell where the floor was, if you looked closely. It was like the men in the regiment, when performing a mission, no matter whether it was charging, reconnaissance or other tasks, if you lost to a girl, you would feel embarrassed, no matter how you looked at it. Point, you go and rest first, I will send another messenger. Working for Solovyov's staff was still a relatively easy job. He would arrange the work in an orderly manner. An orderly command structure would not bring the traditional chaos to the Russian army. In the past, the Austrian staff was always used, which was due to the lack of staff in the Russian army. Now this is a great improvement. At least, this is a very orderly staff. After the logistics department was taken out separately, the operation of both departments was very normal. Solovyov looked at the news brought by Derova and had some confidence in defeating the French in a place like Poltavsk. As long as Napoleon himself did not come with the main force, Osterman Tolstoy's 2nd Division could reach Poltavsk, which meant that most of the Wittgenstein army had arrived, and only a few troops could not be concentrated now. This was enough. Solovyov calculated the troops at hand. Now there are 50,000 people who can be mobilized and assembled, and the entire Wittgenstein army has more than 60,000. In addition, he also asked for an infantry brigade as a reserve, which is on the way from Russia, and is expected to arrive in the next 2 days. The troops Solovyov wanted were the Selenge Regiment and the Smolensk Regiment. He had led the former when he was in Smolensk. As for strengthening the reserve of a brigade, he always felt that he had learned from his uncle. It would be uncomfortable if he didn't have some soldiers to visit the battlefield, even if they were ordinary troops. This matter went smoothly, probably because he had a good relationship with General Apraksin. The other party sent this temporary brigade, as well as the Novorossiysk Dragoon Regiment formed by drawing troops from the Smolensk Lancer Regiment and an artillery battalion that was urgently needed on the front line. When Count Osterman Tolstoy was leading his troops on the way, Solovyov took another job. And the Cossack Regiment? Yes, this requires you and Major Bayohan to go there. They will appear east of the Ukla River. Cossacks? Solovyov thought about it. It was because Russia didn't have many regular military academies now, otherwise he would have to recruit some non-commissioned officers. But this is not the Mozhaysk line, but he may really go there in the future. According to Napoleon's practice, there will definitely be an armed parade in 1812. Then, he and Bayohan brought a squadron of hussars to the meeting station and saw these cavalrymen wearing Cossack cloaks. Wow, it's really a whole regiment of Cossacks, and there are dragoons wearing helmets behind them. It's just that the soldiers are a little embarrassed, but the soldiers of the Selenge Regiment are still the old guys in their original uniforms when they were formed. When they saw the original commander, they were still there to greet him. It's just that the problem mentioned is always related to women. Little commander, have you found a wife now? He and little Katyr are engaged, and it's a secret engagement, which can't be said. If there is news, I will tell you. Prince Vasily Dolgorukov was also an officer in the old Selenge regiment. If the grenadiers in the regiment knew about this, they would not find it strange. After all, the young commander married the daughter of the old commander, who was his own leader and his own leader's son-in-law, so he must help. But Solovyov was also a little worried. Although the equipment of the Novorossiysk Dragoon Regiment looked good, there were too many new recruits. They had transferred several squadrons from the Smolensk Lancer Regiment. They were originally Ulan Lancers, but now they have changed their profession to become dragoons. It feels awkward, no matter how you look at them, and they still need to adapt for a while. But this new force that came here did not suffer any losses, and the road they came from crossed the river and reached the town of Poltavsk. After returning to the headquarters, Langdurин was still arguing with Marshal Kamensky about which type of plan should be adopted. But today, the marshal seemed to have entered the Irish old deng mode and kept dozing off. Now, this landlord who likes to use a whip has started to doze off. Solovyov also heard such a witty remark, which did not sound like something that those German officers could say. But Langdurин had a sullen face, and it looked like he wanted to complain, but he was helpless. Michel, have you brought back all the troops? To cavalry regiments, to infantry regiments, and an artillery battalion. Fortunately, they are all 6-pound guns, so they won't get stuck in the mud. And the combat effectiveness of the Smolensk regiment is still guaranteed. How do you plan to arrange it? It's still a two-layer formation. Talk to Wittgenstein. Bagauet will deploy his troops in Poltavsk. Put the Hussars and Cossack squadrons on the front line to be on guard. Lure the French army in, and then attack them. This is only the south. So what about the west? West. Wait for Barclay first. His brigade didn't suffer much loss, so it's just right to be placed here. As for the reserve, the new brigade and the Cossack regiment will be placed behind Barclay. Put the 2nd Division on the far right of the entire army, and be prepared for an ambush on both the front and the flank. Are you going to use these light cavalry and Bagauet as bait? Although we can't underestimate the French. Ah, sorry, Count, you are also French. What I mean is that Bonaparte's army can't be underestimated, but they may attack with their own strength. If we are too confident in the army's combat power, we will have the opportunity to use this battlefield, just like in Dranstein. There is no terrain to use here. You have to set up ambushes and baits, right? Yes, let's fight the French army here. Seeing that he was so confident, Langeron was ready to strongly recommend this plan after Marshal Kamensky woke up. However, when they were responding and deploying troops here, they did not take into account the movements of Marshal Kamensky. Wittgenstein went to inspect the 4th Division, and was not at the headquarters. When he returned to the headquarters at night, Marshal Kamensky had already left. Why did the commander-in-chief leave? As a son, I don't know either. I only left an order and a handwritten letter that I dictated. Count Kamensky's face was also full of embarrassment. His father was the commander-in-chief. In terms of prestige, he was the last field marshal who made a name for himself during the reign of the Empress. He could suppress these young people, but he left Wittgenstein's headquarters on his own, leaving the entire staff behind. This is amazing. Don't blame yourself. Langeron didn't want to make jokes. After all, the commander-in-chief left here. Now only he and Wittgenstein can be responsible for commanding the entire army, and they have to find a way to contact Buchholden. Solovyov couldn't complain when he saw this. It was really a wonderful combination. There was no commander-in-chief in the Russian army headquarters. The two army commanders were a brave and simple reckless man, and a drunkard who drank all day. The more reliable one was still this Frenchman. If they wanted to fight this battle in Polotsk, it was obvious that Langeron had to command. After Wittgenstein came back, he was also scratching his head at the situation. It's late now. Maybe the French will attack tomorrow. The problem is that when the commander-in-chief left, he left a letter asking us, and the Buchholden Corps, to retreat to the border. This is unacceptable. Langeron showed the letter to Wittgenstein and Berg. After they read it, they circulated it to the division commanders. It's hard to explain. If we retreat without fighting now, we are all preparing for a battle with the French in Polotsk. If we retreat rashly, our morale will be affected. Baron Sakin said this, and Osterman Tolstoy also expressed his support. The two of them each commanded a division, and they also represented the opinions of the generals present. Even the more cautious Barclay said that they should fight a battle in Polotsk. Everyone advocated fighting, and according to reconnaissance, the French army had troops approaching from the west and south, and even in several towns in the west, some Russian troops that were gradually retreating had already engaged in battle with the French vanguard. Given the current road conditions, it would be ridiculous to directly organize a retreat. Maybe the commander-in-chief is about to suffer from Alzheimer's disease. Solovyov just thought so, and if he said it out loud, it would offend people to some extent. The Russian marshal became the Irish old man. This absurd thing was ultimately due to the absurd personnel arrangement in the Russian court. It was hard to say what Arakchev's motive for recommending Kamensky was. If Kutuzov was not demoted, or if several other veterans of the same age were allowed to hang up here, it would be better than Kamensky abandoning the troops and leaving only a letter to order a retreat. Since each Russian division carried 60 or even 72 artillery pieces, and as few as 36, it was not a problem to exert firepower. However, such a large-scale artillery can show powerful firepower when attacking. When retreating, it takes up a lot of road to mobilize the artillery, and even has to abandon a large number of baggage and artillery. In this way, Langeron and Solovyov are both members of the headquarters, and they may not be punished. It is likely that Wittgenstein will be unlucky. After all, he is the commander of these 4 divisions. As for the role of commander, Wittgenstein thinks Langeron is more suitable, and Solovyov thinks so too, but he is just a colonel, and has no decision-making power. Instead, he is the one who formulates, and plans and participates in the execution. Compared with Bennigsen, Langeron's speculative attributes of stealing chickens and dogs are not so strong, and his performance has always been stable. You know, if Bennigsen is still here, he may catch the French army off guard in a certain battle, but in the next battle, he may be overturned by Napoleon because of some unnecessary operations. At the same time, when it is time to steal chickens and dogs, he is always timid, which is not good. There is another more serious problem. The battle report written by Bennigsen seems to be published by the headquarters. In addition, he likes to tell tales and flatter the Tsar. Although Langeren is a big troll, he is cautious in combat, and his command of the troops is relatively stable. He will not make any magical operations, and he reacts quickly at critical moments. At the beginning, his and Great Kamensky's counterattack on the Pratzen Heights also bought time for the coalition forces on the heights. No matter how you look at it, there is no big problem with his ability. This is acceptable to everyone, and his lieutenant general qualifications are deeper than Wittgenstein, so it is natural for him to serve as a temporary corps commander. What Solovyov is thinking about now is that Erekchev, the unlucky one, must not play any tricks on the selection of the commander-in-chief in the future. In addition, the failure of the Prussian army's operations in the Toru area also prevented the Russian army from completing the plan to drive the French army to the banks of the Vistula River. No wonder Marshal Kamensky, who had become an Irishman, muttered to himself, "You have all been betrayed," before leaving. Chapter 421. Solovyov shows off his skills in Poltavsk. The only problem with Langeren being the acting commander-in-chief is that he may not be able to command Buckheden. But there are ways. For example, let Solovyov tell tales in front of Grand Duke Constantine, which is actually a state of pretending to tell tales. Of course, this is just to scare people. The relationship between Buckheden and Langeren is not that bad, and Buckheden's army already has Dokhtcharov's 5th Division entering the war zone, just over Garlim. Solovyov is a young man after all. He got up very early and went to Barclay's base for inspection at 6 o'clock in the morning. Although he is only a colonel, Langeren has to be the temporary commander-in-chief, so he has to fill the vacancy of the chief of staff. Of course, everyone is comfortable in this way. Marshal Kamensky can find an excuse for himself to go to the rear because of his old age and illness, and that Tsar himself can't do anything to him. Langeren can get out of the staff work that gives him a headache and become the commander, and he can skillfully mobilize the troops while complaining. Wittgenstein, an honest man, doesn't have to worry about a bunch of ambiguous orders and can lead the cavalry to squat instead of being a corps commander. Here, the division commanders can also receive effective instructions from the headquarters. Solovyov doesn't have to worry about not being able to lead these predecessors because of his low rank and young age. He can organize the staff and even fill in the vacancies to command in the front. If outsiders look at Solovyov's combat style, they will feel strange. Where did this squatting expert come from? It doesn't look like the Russian army at all, but more like the British and Austrian counterparts. Speaking of which, there is no way. Solovyov is most familiar with the Total War series of games, but he doesn't use the mouse to click, but sets up a posture to command the action from left to right one by one. This Total War player's playstyle is a bit like that of the man who was not yet old during the Peninsular War. Of course, Wellesley is now a knight, and a knight of the Bath, but not a GCMG. Barclay saw Solovyov from a distance, or through the telescope. After all, this kid's soft golden hair is too conspicuous. "Mishap, why did you come to me? Don't be polite, Mikhail Bogdanovich. Your place is the most critical place on the entire front. It is aimed at the enemies on both sides, and it is also the hub of the entire position. If Sakhan wants to move out, or protect Osterman and Tolstoy's flank, when he goes out, you need this brigade to stop the enemy. If nothing else, this battle plan is very aggressive. It doesn't seem like the work of a Frenchman like Langeren. We have been adjusting the plan for several days. Since the divisions can gather here, we naturally have to find a way to fight Napoleon. Of course, it may not be him who wants to come." As they were talking, they heard the sound of artillery from the west. "Where is that?" "In the direction of Garlimin. I'm afraid they're fighting with the French. Maybe if we wait a while, we'll be able to receive a signal." Barclay and Solovyov were looking at the direction of Garlimin in front of the position. They knew that part of Dokhtcharov's troops had already arrived there, but they didn't know whether Golitsyn's troops had already arrived there. They heard the artillery fire, and it was probably the French who took the initiative to attack. The communications officer in charge of receiving the signal quickly translated the received code for Barclay. The French army attacked Garlimin, and part of the 4th and 5th divisions have already made contact with the French. When Barclay read this, he also thought that the optical signal machine that Solovyov had made was quite convenient. As long as it was daybreak, the signal could be sent out in places with conditions. Their place was also a high ground, so it was natural for them to receive this string of codes. This is not good. If the main force of the French army arrives there, there should be enemy activity on our flanks. Wouldn't our deployment be useful in this way? According to the current command order, Bagawit will command the outpost troops, and you will be in charge of the right wing. This is also an injustice to Baron Sacken. After all, his troops have been arranged in the reserve. The rest are Sturm and Tolstoy's troops in the front. If the enemy comes up on both sides, the Russian army in Poltusk can meet their own people in the direction of Garlimin, and can also fight on both sides. In fact, considering the entire battlefield environment, Murat and Davout encountered the retreating wing of the Russian army and the vanguard of Buchholden in Garlimin, while Langeron and Wittgenstein encountered the French army. Gazan's right eyelid has been twitching since he got up in the morning. Lannes issued an order for the 5th Army to advance to Poltusk. He and Suchet will each lead a division to cross the river from Poltusk. The French army knew through a reconnaissance that there were Russian troops in this area, but the scale was unknown. There were reports ranging from a brigade to a division. With the force of the 5th Army that had been sent to this area, if these two reconnaissance intelligence were true, the French army would still have an advantage in any battle and could fight. Moreover, Lannes had previously believed that His Majesty the Emperor sometimes lacked the proper honor for his military achievements, and always held his breath, wanting to prove himself by showing off his power on the battlefield. Driven by this idea, and not suffering any loss in the previous battle with the Russian army, Lannes issued an order to attack. Judging from the situation at the front, this was indeed not wrong. What could be seen south of Poltusk were mainly some scattered cavalry. Due to the terrain and the interference of these cavalry at the scene, the French army did not realize that the main force of the Russian army was hidden behind, and they thought it was just some scattered cavalry on the periphery. At this time, the more troublesome thing for the French was that most of their artillery was left behind. The road conditions in Poland could be said to be the worst section of the road the French army had traveled so far. Davout even complained that the French army often couldn't go far in the morning. Even the wheels of the 6-pound guns were often stuck in the mud, and marching was a struggle. It was clearly the end of the year, and it should be winter now, but it looked like autumn. At the end of 1806, the weather didn't seem to help the French. At the same time, the Russian army, in fact, had too many artillery. If the main road from the east had not been repaired, and only the reserve brigade that Solovyov wanted to come past here, the road maintenance was still good, and I'm afraid it would also be peeling. Here, the Russian army actually dispatched hundreds of artillery to the front line of Poltusk. This firepower can be said to be quite arrogant. On the French side, when Gazan and Suchet decided to launch an attack on Bagawit, the artillery was still far behind. Therefore, Solovyov, who always judged the movement of the French army by firing artillery, did not notice any action by the French army when he hurried back to the headquarters from Barclay. It was only through the signal sent by Bagawit that he knew that the light cavalry in front had begun to fight. They came so fast. This was his first reaction, while Langeron was still looking at the battle situation in front of him with the telescope. They launched the attack before the artillery arrived. This is too much of an underestimation of the defense zone of Bagawit. Langeron was also observing the battle situation. It was still very troublesome for the commander to decide when to release the troops. At this time, Langeron's headquarters received information from two directions. On the one hand, Golitsyn and Dokhtcherov were exchanging fire with the French army on Garlimin's side, and on the other hand, the French army had already attacked from the front. However, the Russian army on Garlimin's side quickly figured out the French army's number. After all, Murat, a guy who loves to show off, brought so many cavalry to the battlefield, and he was dressed in strange clothes, so it was difficult not to be seen in this way. As for the front of Poltusk, the exchange of fire between the two sides has now opened up on the entire front line. Lannes and Suchet launched an attack from the left wing, targeting Barclay's position, which is relatively the most conspicuous target on the entire Russian front line, and it is stuck at an important intersection. As a result, Barclay soon fell into a bitter battle, and the two regiments he placed on the front line were even driven out of their positions by the French infantry. The French were now in high spirits, and they had made considerable progress without artillery support. This is really troublesome. Langeron asked Bagovat on the left wing to fight and retreat, but he still had to protect the bridge, to retreat to the east, and even prepared to send out a reserve. However, the situation on Barclay's side was under attack, so he had to make an adjustment. Michel asked Sacken to send 2 regiments to support Barclay and drive the French out of our right wing. The Russian army hiding on the river bank really needed to be dispatched now. If the French army advanced too quickly, even if they could hold their positions in today's battle, Golitsyn and Dokhtyarov would have no room to retreat to the east and could only retreat to the northeast or north. In that case, they might be pursued by the French army, which would put these more than 10,000 people in great danger. Therefore, for the Russian army, it was either to drive the French back during the day or to win the battle. There was no reason to shrink and crouch down. As long as you are on the battlefield, you must seize the initiative. This is an obvious truth. Therefore, Langeron also asked Sacken's 3rd Division to act quickly to assist Barclay in regaining the position. As for Barclay, he knew the seriousness of the problem and led the team to launch an attack. After 2 hours of repeated battles, he finally drove Lanner out of the position at noon and regained the cannon on the position. When the artillery saw that things were not going well, they ran away directly. Now they returned to the artillery position and found that the French had not had time to destroy these cannons. The nails were not driven in, and there was no move to dismantle the cannons. In this way, they used the 12 cannons deployed on the position to continue firing to suppress the French. After the messenger came to report, Solovyov was a little embarrassed. Why did the French army fight like the French Superman? This is because they encountered the Russian army. If it were Prussia or Austria, they would have been beaten to a pulp. What surprised Lanz was that the Russian army did not have the guards to fight this time, but their resilience was still amazing, and they were able to launch a counterattack. This is not only because the Russian army is strong in combat, but there are also reserves behind them, as well as an important problem. That is, Lanz is not sure how many Russian troops there are here. Moreover, his communication methods are still a bit poor. The Russian army can use optical transmitters to transmit signals on the positions of various divisions, brigades, and even some sections of infantry regiments, so they can communicate quickly. The situation is still 50-50. The French army's current offensive is indeed very strong. Once again, they rushed into the Russian positions under the disadvantage of artillery, and even almost succeeded. It's really dangerous, but I'm more concerned about the situation over there at Bagovat. Langeron could also see that on the left wing of Bagovat, the troops he sent out were engaged in a fierce exchange of fire with the French army. The battle situation at the scene was that after the Gazin division launched the attack, it first repelled the Russian cavalry at the outpost, and then the French army's marching column turned into an attacking column, and then launched an attack on the Bagovat position on the Poltusk side. In order to block the French attack, Bagovat sent 2 chariot regiments to launch a counterattack, but this did not force the French army back too far. Even after the Russian army launched an attack, the French army retreated slightly and reorganized, and launched a counterattack again, thus driving the Russian army out again. This is really bad. As the actual chief of staff, Solovyov is now dispatching in several directions and processing information. He still has this ability, but now there is no phone. He can only issue orders one by one, and use the Morse code of the optical signal machine to conduct remote dispatch. The French attack launched from both wings obviously wanted to drive out all the Russian troops they saw from the positions, and use these positions to expand the results of the battle, and ensure the capture of the bridge over the Nehru River here in Poltusk. This attack style was indeed too bold and brave. Judging from the battlefield style, Solovyov believed that he encountered Lanz, but he had no evidence until Barclay sent his adjutant to report the situation. The right wing position was almost lost to the French. What happened? The French attack was very fierce. We only know from the uniforms of the dead French soldiers that they belonged to the 3rd Light Infantry Regiment. The 3rd Light Infantry Regiment? In Solovyov's mind, what he connected now was probably the 1st Division of the 5th Army. This division had this light infantry regiment, and he had roughly learned about it from the pre-war intelligence. Apart from this regiment might be relatively familiar to Solovyov. It seems that this regiment was changed from the Corsican skirmishers. After the French army became the Imperial Army, it had a nickname called the Emperor's Cousin. Considering this combat style, so bold and fierce, the one he encountered should be Lanz, who fought very fiercely. Damn it, we have a tough opponent and we have to fight a big battle. Chapter 422, Solovyov shows off his skills in Poltavsk, Part 2. The French attacked like this, and Langevin, after judging the enemy situation, also found that the enemy was not easy to deal with. He saw the offensive of the French army on both sides at the position of the Osterman Tolstoy division, but at this moment, he was unwilling to take out all the ambushed troops concentrated on the right wing. Although it looks like adding fuel to the fire when fighting, he has to be on guard. A false commander will box a wave of soldiers and attack them all at once. A real commander should always keep troops in hand, have sufficient reserves, and pay attention to the changes on the battlefield, and deploy troops at the right time. In this respect, Langevin is at least more cautious. He did not take out all the ambushed troops of the reserve brigade in the 2nd division, and Barclay's performance on the right wing was not bad. At least he regained the position. It seems that we can fight again, but it's very complicated from an emotional point of view. Langevin said this strangely at this time, and Solovyov could understand him. Although he was a royalist and a runner who left France before Louis XVI, he had complicated feelings towards France. When he was in Odessa, he was quite close to the Duke of Richelieu and others. However, unlike some royalists who wanted to return to France as a homecoming group, he and his beautiful first wife were actually divorced, and he had settled down in Russia, and he did not have such a big hatred for the new French government. Therefore, he had let it go, unlike others. At Austerlitz, perhaps he still had the idea of giving Napoleon a try, but it was not possible at this time. After all, because Kaminsky suddenly left like an Irish old man and went into the hospital, which turned him into a commander-in-chief, a Frenchman, commanding foreign troops to fight against the French army. Langevin was on the same level as the Prince of Condé. Of course, in the Russian army, he was still more cautious. Therefore, in actual execution, it still looked more like the Russian green-eyed kid commanding the battle. Solovyov's words, "This skin is very Russian, but it is not affected by a lot of roundabout relatives, and, when he was in Paris, he slept with Napoleon's sister, and asked Paulina to give birth to a big fat boy for him. This matter is not worth talking about. But when he was working, his state was always strange. Sometimes he was a humble social tool, but now he needed to express his own thoughts more." Langevin just had to make a decision at this time. Although he could do it himself, he delegated more power to the chief of staff and the division commanders. As for Wittgenstein, this tough guy was ready to personally command the cavalry, to fight the French cavalry. He was more proactive in becoming the cavalry commander. In this case, Solovyov became the actual infantry commander. Fortunately, he had a good relationship with the division commanders of Wittgenstein's army on weekdays, and he would marry the Queen's maid as his wife next year. He was also Constantine's confidant and the teacher of the two Grand Dukes. With his status, although the current ticket price is not high, his potential is great. Therefore, there is no such thing as being unable to command these generals whose ranks are 1 or 2 levels higher than his. In Russia, who is not a chameleon, this is almost becoming an intangible cultural heritage, and it will be carried forward in the future. In addition, it is necessary to use artillery well. On the French side, Lanz used the such a division to attack Barclay's position, regained it and lost it again. He also expected that the size of the Russian army would be at least the same level as his troops, or even more. Therefore, he urged the Gazan division to advance quickly. At this time, it has entered the battlefield. The vanguard is entangled with Bagauet, and the main force is entering the area west of Poltavsk. Of course, in winter, the weather is always on the side of the Russians. Although it is a strange thing, considering that the climate is always beneficial to the more adaptable party, but both sides have to suffer. This is not too surprising. But at this time, there was a sudden snowfall, accompanied by strong winds, which was indeed conducive to the Russian cavalry launching a counterattack. But this also affected Solovyov's communication system. His trick relied too much on sunlight. If the sun was blocked out, it would not be good. Suka, if the cavalry is sent out at this time, the artillery support will definitely not be good, but it has to be done. Solovyov did not forget to remind Langeron while cursing. Langeron understood what he meant. The chief of staff was now the temporary commander-in-chief, and the director of the operations department was the acting chief of staff. They cooperated quite happily, and liked to complain together. At this time, it was indeed not appropriate to use artillery, but the French army did not have many guns. There were only a few 4-pound and 6-pound guns that were dragged up there to provide a weak firepower support. What can we do about it? Michel, no cannons, let the cavalry attack. For this matter, Solovyov had to fire red flares. Otherwise, with this unstable visibility, Bagauet could not see clearly, and he could not let the cavalry gathered by Wittgenstein give away their heads here. They are here to win the battle, not to undercover French relatives. After receiving the order, Wittgenstein also sent 7 squadrons of cavalry to support Bagauet. Among these 7 squadrons, they are mainly hussars and lancers. Cossacks and dragoons are still in Wittgenstein's hands. You know, even if the visibility is reduced, the Russian cavalry can clearly see that the French are coming from the southwest with the help of the wind and snow. Although the French have no artillery, they have fought with the French many times and found that these people are now like drinking magic potions. Of course, this is Solovyov himself complaining. Who let him know this in St. Petersburg? With such high morale, even the Russian army, which has always been tough, cannot guarantee to stop them. The impact of these 7 squadrons has only eased for a while. You know, there is still a division of the French army behind to enter the battlefield. The French army was caught off guard at this time. After all, due to the weather, some infantry battalions were slow to form a formation and would soon be overwhelmed. As for the French army, that formed a hollow square, the current situation was not very good. The Russian lancers and hussars were originally fast, and from the current French line of action to the north, the Russian army headquarters carefully selected the battlefield before the war, which was always convenient for cavalry to maneuver. On the other hand, the muddy area in the south affected the French cavalry to some extent. But on the same plot of land, it was fairer for both sides. The hussars of both sides did not collide with each other, but there were also many who fought each other. At this time, 2 squadrons of Polish lancers and the Russian army joined the battlefield after 5 squadrons of hussars. Speaking of which, lancers are a panacea. The training to deal with cavalry and infantry is also complicated, but they can do it in any direction. So, under the impact of these 2 squadrons of lancers, the French cavalry had to choose to retreat and reorganize. Of course, as long as they are not too excited, the Russian cavalry commander can also find the problem. So after repelling the French cavalry, the cavalry of the 7 squadrons broke through the phalanx of 2 or 3 French battalions, and then moved closer to their own positions under the cover of Bagauet's light infantry. The situation on Bagauet's side has improved, but it can also be seen that a large group of French troops has appeared on the battlefield. For Solovyov, he had captured the prisoners of Marshal Motier and General Gazin a year ago, so he had some friendship with them, and the other party was one of the few who knew his details. Although it is said that you can't just pit one person, but on the battlefield, you have to fight when you meet. Langeron's headquarters is also relatively forward, with dozens of artillery deployed here, just to prepare for a huge surprise for the French when they come up. Then, the Russian brigades that have been hiding launched an attack. At this time, it was also fortunate that Barclay had recaptured his original position in the woods, otherwise there would be no such opportunity. Since there was no need to worry about the flank, Langeron was ready to take action at this time. Count, you better wait a moment, let's put them closer. The Russian army's unique unicorn cannon, this power is still there, plus the Russian army has a lot of 12-pound cannons on the front. This combination of grenades and shotguns will also be suffered by the French on the front line. The Gazin division was thrown into the battlefield, while the fierce battle in the front was still going on. As the French army got closer and closer, the artillery on the Russian side was now a little nervous. After all, if the French were put too close, this round of artillery would cause considerable casualties, but at such a close distance, the opponent would rush up, and their artillery position would be more troublesome. However, Solovyov wanted this kind of face-to-face killing, and then the 2nd Division would launch a counterattack. If a Russian division is fully equipped and staffed, this scale is still far greater than a French division. If it is played in this way, as long as it is properly coordinated, it is possible to break the French attack for a while, and then turn the offensive. Although Solovyov's idea was a bit cunning, it was still very positive. If it were Bennigsen, he would have squatted with superior forces, and the losses were greater than those of the French army. In the first half, he was beaten unilaterally, and only in the second half did he find an opportunity to force Lander back, allowing him to retreat safely. As for the unlucky Gazin, he was simply Solovyov's special experience package. Last time he was forced to surrender in Dranstein, and this time in Poltusk, he was hit by such a barrage of artillery. This was considered to have pulled out all the artillery of the Russian divisions at the forefront. What was the effect? The shells passed through the crowd, and flesh and blood flew everywhere. Now this kind of rain of shotguns plus grenades bloomed on the top of the head, and some shells with ineffective fuses became solid bullets, which exploded in the French column, causing flesh and blood to fly everywhere. It was just looking at the horrifying effect. In fact, not so many people were killed or injured, but the morale of the French army was indeed shaken. Gazin was wounded by a shotgun in the marching column, but it was not serious. He was thinking that from last year to now, this bad luck has come to him again. Of course, he did not have the opportunity to be captured today, and he was not caught by the coalition forces like in Austria in the north. There was no encirclement today. After the artillery fire, he also saw the hidden Russian army, which had raised its flag and formed 3 rows, attacking from the front and back with some depth. The traditional skill of the Russian army is to start shouting "Ura" when they rush to about 10 steps. At this time, the French army will retreat according to convention. This is even more true today. After Gazin's division was hit by artillery, the Russian infantry came out. Except for the Pavlovsk Grenadiers regiment, which was placed in the back as a reserve, the other regiments of the Osterman Tolstoy regiments lined up and attacked the French formation. Although the power of this impact was reduced due to the muddy ground, the Russian army came quickly and shouted "Ura," which was still a terrifying scene. If the artillery had not ridden on the face, the French army could still resist for a while and even fight back. Now, there is probably no such opportunity. With the bayonet attack launched by the Russian army, the French army had to choose to retreat and not to reorganize and launch a counterattack, but to fight and retreat after reorganization. Solovyov was still standing on the artillery position of the Russian starting line, watching the orderly retreat of the French army with the telescope. It's a pity. If it were the Germans, they would collapse after this artillery fire. He spoke so recklessly because there was no traitor here, and even his ideas were no different from those of the Russian generals of the same era. This mentality was probably a deliberate mockery made by Caesar after seeing that Pompey won the victory and defeated such a group of eastern countries. If you really want to win on the battlefield and deal with the French, you still have to look at the British money bags and the Russian bayonets. This is what the parties involved think now, but in a monarchy, we also have to look at the attitude of the monarch. Emperor Alexander has his own ideas, but his will has never been firm, nor is he the kind of iron fist. It might be more appropriate for him to say it himself, "I'm just an actor." Now the Russian counterattack seems to be effective, and even makes the flank of the Sucha division that launched the attack earlier a little empty. However, at this time, the French Third Army, which was professionally rescued, appeared on the Russian flank in the direction of Garlim. Although Solovyov's formation is mainly to defend against the main attack of the French army in this direction, if this flank is occupied, there will be more or less reserve troops available. The appearance of the French reinforcement at this time will also cause considerable trouble to the Russian army, and the battle in Poltusk will continue. Chapter 423, Solovyov shows off his skills in Poltusk, Part 3. The troops led by Davout always move in a more coquettish manner. During the Battle of Austerlitz, the Frient division marched to join the battlefield and played a significant role. Because of the failure to restore history, Davout's magical operation was gone, but when he fought with the Prussian army, he also appeared on the battlefield in time, cut off Hohenloh's retreat, and made a Prussian dumpling filling. Before in Chernovo, He almost caught a Sturman Tolstoy, but the Count was quick enough to escape after losing some troops and threw a row of grenades with grenadiers, successfully deterring the pursuing French army. But in Solovyov's view, it seems that playing like this makes them look like ninjas among those who have a good life, throwing smoke bombs before running away. But the 2nd Division finally got away, and it performed very well in Pultusk today. Sir, we have repelled the French attack. Should we continue the pursuit? Osterman Tolstoy sent his adjutant, still wanting to take advantage of this counterattack to continue the pursuit and expand the results. If the Gudin division had not appeared on the flank at this time, Langevin would definitely agree and give him the reserve troops and even pull out the ambush troops. But the problem is that the Gudin division appeared here. Although the Sucha division exposed its flank when Gazan was beaten, it was obvious that it retreated in an orderly manner. In addition to the Sucha division brigade that began to attack Bagovat, these troops still maintain a relatively symmetrical front, which makes it difficult for the Russian army to attack at the moment. Guests are coming from the Galim direction. We can no longer take out the reserve troops to cross this road. Langevin sighed, looked at the new French reinforcement through a telescope, and finally issued a new order. Let the reserve brigade, the Novorossiysk Dragoon Regiment, and the Pavlovsk Grenadier Regiment go to the right wing. Barclay may be in trouble. Count, who should lead the team? Solovyov asked, and Langevin just smiled crookedly. Now I have no choice but to let you go. There are enough staff officers in the staff, but I don't even have a suitable commander left. This is true. Wittgenstein volunteered to become the cavalry commander. The division commanders and brigade commanders also performed their duties, and some were injured on the battlefield. Only one brigade under Kamensky the Younger and the reserve brigade without a commander were left. According to the formation, Kamensky the Younger had to cover the back of Bagovat, but Barclay had the reserve brigade and the 2nd division behind him. Langevin proposed this, obviously wanting to split the troops into 2 groups and tear the French front line. However, he was not completely sure about the division coming from Davout's 3rd Army. Therefore, the 2nd Division attacked from behind Barclay to attack the flank of such a division. After a series of complicated operations, Solovyov was asked to lead 3 infantry regiments and 1 dragoon regiment to deal with the Gudin division. Now this was the only way. Langevin thought so, because the Selench regiment had never participated in any battles. The Novorossiysk Dragoon Regiment was also a new unit, and its combat effectiveness could not be guaranteed. The pressure was normally on the Smolensk Regiment and the Pavlovsk Grenadiers. However, the Selench Regiment was, after all, led by Solovyov himself, and the training methods were ready-made. Even most of the Russian army now took this method. 2 infantry regiments should withdraw their grenadier companies. In addition, the grenadier companies of the Tenkins regiment should also stay behind and temporarily form a combined grenadier battalion as the final reserve. The rest of the troops should directly attack the French army. Directly attack? Time is the most precious now. We have not experienced any battles here. Instead, we have rested for 2 days. The enemy is forcing a march to join the battlefield. We cannot be afraid of such a tired enemy here. After saying that, Solovyov drew the sword from his waist. He did not pick up a pistol as usual, and walked in front of the team to attack the French position. Of course, this scene was a bit reckless, but he did not expect that the Gudin division, a unit that has always been able to fight hard battles and performed very well in training and exercises, only fired sporadically at the infantry columns of the Russian army. Instead, the Russian army has been slowly advancing and shooting, and moving closer to the village, where the French army is located. Solovyov didn't expect it, and thought that the French army was preparing to play bayonet fighting at close range, but he was more cautious, and approached the position of 10 steps, and then ordered a bayonet charge. Ura! The Russian army shouted and rushed towards the French army. What surprised him again was that the French army retreated like this. Solovyov was originally prepared for a tough battle, but he didn't expect that the Gudin division had no bullets. Facing this new force of the Russian army, Fernier, who was acting as the commander, chose to retreat and reorganize, but did not leave the battlefield too far. The reason for doing so is also very simple, that is, the French army is short of manpower. Fernier brought a division here, but after a short exchange of fire, he almost ran out of ammunition. Before that, they had fought and exchanged fire with the Russian army near Garlim. While supporting lands here, Davout also issued an order to ask the 3rd Division to return to support, but Fernier chose to support lands in Poltusk. This time, Solovyov was frightened and did not move forward. After all, the French army was in this posture, and it was unknown whether they had an ambush or something else. Of course, under normal circumstances, Fernier's bluff would be successful and even able to contain some of the Russian army. However, when Solovyov saw this posture, he ordered the Novorossiysk Dragoon Regiment and several Cossack squadrons, which had not yet been put into battle, to bypass Barclay's right side and support the 2nd Division that was fighting Suchet. Langeron ordered the entire army to counterattack, but the Russian army's formation was still relatively tight, and no one had any fancy moves. The French army was also desperately resisting at this time. The 2 divisions of Suchet and Gazin formed an iron chain, which made it difficult for the Russian army to break through easily. In addition, the Russian army was constantly consuming in the battle, so that they fell into a stalemate in this place. Solovyov ordered his cavalry to support Sakin's attack, which had a good effect. But if he knew later that the soldiers of the Gudin division had almost no bullets in their gun chambers, I don't know what he would think. But the flank attack of the cavalry did cause the 3rd Light Infantry Regiment on the left wing of Suchet's division to fall into a brief chaos. At this moment, Barclay seized the opportunity to prepare for a counter-attack, and the fresh troops on the side of Sakin also crossed the line left by Ostam and Tolstoy and directly attacked Suchet's troops. Just like that, the 3rd Light Infantry Regiment had just escaped the attack of the Russian Dragoons, and then was attacked by the Polish Lancers Regiment in the Russian army. Not only was the square broken up, but the flag was also taken away. You know, the combat effectiveness of this regiment is not bad. It is still the Emperor's cousin, and the scattered soldiers of the Bourbon King's army are Corsicans. In this case, the connection between Suchet's division and Gudin's division was separated, and even the Russian cavalry now specifically picked up the gaps between the French divisions, brigades and regiments to launch attacks in an attempt to split the French army. Under such pressure, Lannes was not a foolish man, no matter how brave he was, so he could only order his troops to prepare for retreat. When the French army formed a battle formation and retreated, the Russian army did not pursue them on a large scale. When the battle was going on in the afternoon, the sound of artillery fire from the fierce battle between the 2 sides could still be heard from Garlimin, while on the Poltusk side, it seemed that both sides had a tacit understanding and were not prepared to fight again. The problem on Lannes' side was that he thought that the Russian army had more troops than his own, and they had launched continuous counterattacks. If this continued, he was afraid that he would not be able to stop them, and even whether the Russian army would have reinforcement was a problem. At the same time, Murat and Davout failed to catch Golitsyn and Dokhtyarov. They were fighting and retreating to find a transfer route. As for the Russian army, although Langeron still wanted to pursue, considering the Russian army's mission, it was originally for Wittgenstein and Buchholden to meet up and then prepare for war. But Marshal Kamensky changed his mind temporarily, which also caused the Russian army to have to abandon the original plan. Even Langeron now didn't know where Buchholden's troops, except Dokhtyarov, had gone. Therefore, his battle was to protect his artillery and baggage, and to ensure the safe evacuation of the troops, and then he would have to choose another opportunity to fight. However, at dusk, a letter came from the north, from Prince Bagration. Langeron called Wittgenstein to discuss, and Solovyov was still in the village at the westernmost part of the front line, staring at the slowly retreating French army. Don't continue the pursuit. Such a pursuit is unnecessary. We don't know what the situation is in Garlim. In addition, although our army is well rested, the French army is very aggressive. Even with dozens of cannons, we couldn't make the tired French show signs of collapse. In the near future, I think it's better not to start a war on this front. Instead, we should prepare to go to winter camp, while preparing to give them a blow. Moreover, Solovyov was not the commander-in-chief, and he really didn't have the power to make this decision. But there is still some room for imagination and room for development in what to do next. At this stage, the Russian army can retreat to the winter camp near Königsberg and look for opportunities to fight again. In addition to the main force led by Napoleon around Warsaw, the French army has Jerome's 9th Army in Silesia, and some troops are around Danzig and some fortresses. Only Bernadette's 1st Army and Ney's 6th Army are far away at this time. If you want to attack them, you also need to take some risks. For example, Napoleon designed a pocket and let Bernadette lead his army to lure the Russian army deep into the country so that he could intercept from behind. This method cannot be ruled out, even if both sides have to winter camp. Now, he has a lot of problems to consider. And Langeron's victory letter to Alexander was rather ambiguous. After all, the Russian army only temporarily repelled the French army, and then had to give up Pultusk and transfer. In this way, both sides can claim to be the winner of this battle. However, the Russian army didn't care so much and immediately retreated to the border near East Prussia. This is also a guarantee for the Prussian army, the ally. After all, the only Prussian army capable of mobile operations, the Leicester Corps, is nearby, and both armies are heading for Königsberg. At this point in the war, it is more of a political battle, and it is also a political account. As long as Königsberg is still in the hands of the coalition, there is at least a reason to fight. In this regard, Alexander and Frederick William III have already established an offensive and defensive alliance, absolutely not unilaterally negotiate with the French. But having said that, Napoleon did not fail to display his diplomatic skills, although he may be relatively clumsy in this regard. For example, give Prussia a more decent peace negotiation condition, with the Elbe River as the boundary, so that Prussia will only lose some of its heavily invested industrial areas, and these places will be under the control of the Kingdom of Westphalia. The king is Napoleon's stupid brother, Jerome, a friend of Solovyov in the United States. This condition seems to make some sense, and the current war is taking place on Prussian territory. When the news reached Vienna, Emperor Franz did not dare to act rashly, even though he had sent Archduke Karol to try to use his garrison in Bohemia to do something sneaky. Of course, Archduke Karol did not want to fight at this time, and even had the idea of continuing his career with his wife in the temporary residence in Prague. But Napoleon still had to be on guard against this move, so the defeat in Pultusk, because of the active retreat of the Russian army, can also be said to be a victory for the French army. After all, a few days after the Russian army withdrew, that is, in the last few days of 1806, the French army entered Pultusk and crossed the river from here. Napoleon remembered the previous defeat in Pultusk. This is definitely not a battle that Langeron, a royalist exiled abroad, can command. I'm afraid there are other people in the Russian army who are making battle plans, or participating in the command. Your Majesty, what we need to worry about now is not just this problem. It is still very difficult to supply now. Should we winter camp in Poland? Napoleon really couldn't resist this question. When his soldiers arrived here, they were unwilling to move forward, but complained. Well, we have to send orders to each army. At this time, it is indeed time to rest, and find a suitable place to winter camp, replenish troops and collect supplies. When the French army went on an expedition, they often did not have tents. The price of simplifying logistics and increasing the marching speed was naturally that they would have big troubles when they were short of supplies. Napoleon himself understood this principle. Chapter 424 Barclay's initial strategy and Solovyov's self-confidence. The Russian army did not have to worry about the French chasing them when they retreated this time. Although the victory was great, and several French generals and marshal lands were injured, the Russian army also suffered heavy losses. Your battle report is obviously a little bit reduced, but it is still a relatively reasonable statistic. At least it is acceptable to the emperor. Solovyov looked at Langeron. He did not expect that this guy had also learned the Russian tricks. It would be fine if these Germans learned it, but he, a Frenchman, also followed suit. But there was no other way. If he did not reduce the battle report a little and report more losses to the French army, with Alexander's good face inherited from his father, something would inevitably happen. But we dealt a heavy blow to the French army, and they must have suffered a lot of losses. Of course, this is the first time we have dealt a heavy blow to the main force of the French army with relatively strong combat effectiveness. Before, in Dürrenstein, even if we captured a French marshal, it was not a real victory. It can only be said that it was due to the advantageous terrain. This time, let Bonaparte brag about his victory. Although he controlled Poltusk, he didn't get anything. Buck Lady Tully was also in this farm today. After hearing the conversation between Solovyov and Langeron, he was determined in his own mind. In the future, when fighting with the French, since they despise logistics, in order to speed up the march, they will have a big weakness. In areas where it is difficult to obtain supplies, they will inevitably be greatly affected. Now that the Russian army has improved its logistics system, although it is still difficult to transport from the rear, the soldiers themselves, the legions, the rear supplies, and the local mobilization can still obtain a large amount of supplies. As for the future, if the French army enters Russian territory, they can implement a battle method of fortifying the walls and clearing the fields. After he thought of this, he began to conceive a plan. However, he did not tell Langeron and Solovyov about his plan. He could not propose a plan without a mature plan. So, he touched his bald head and started writing in front of the table. Although Solovyov was the youngest, he was also very exhausted. Not only did he have to act in the staff, he also had to patrol the positions frequently, conduct battlefield dispatches, and communicate with various troops, to summarize intelligence to make a basic judgment for the commander. In this way, his consumption was not small, and he did not even think about picking up girls. It was just that when he was sleeping, he dreamed that Madame Rakemir and his fiancée were serving Lowissa. This kind of weird thing. Don't talk in your sleep. He always found a single room for himself, and no one could figure out what was going on. Some people in the army also knew that this young colonel was proud in front of the sisters. As for the list of meritorious service and awards to be presented to Petersburg, Langeron also considered it again and again, and decided to give the first merit to Count Osterman Tolstoy, who fought hard in the rearguard battle along the way, and made meritorious service in the counterattack stage of Poltusk. Everyone had no objection to this. After all, he escaped from the French army once in Chernovo, and brought back important intelligence. He fought well in the last battle. Although the final victory in defeating the French army was Baron Sakin's counterattack and Solovyov's driving away the French Gudin division, and then sending a dragoon regiment and the Cossack squadron at hand to defeat the flank of such a division, without the 2nd Division's struggle throughout the whole battle, there would be no victory. As for Solovyov himself, he has no idea yet. It may be another medal. Alexander likes to give him this the most. Although the medal is also linked to the pension, Solovyov really wants to be promoted. He is now very close to being a general, and it is almost the same to upgrade and brush points. But others also envied him. He was proud of finding a young widow outside. Among the officers of the same level, he was always the one with the most medals. However, Solovyov also had his own ideas in Poltusk. In the past, he just wanted to get a promotion and a raise, have a certain status, have some status in the aristocratic circle, and have some say at the table. Now, after this battle, he felt that he still had some ability. But with his personality, he would not be as arrogant as Napoleon. He was able to do what he could do within his duties, and in some cases, he could exceed the expectations. He was fully qualified to be a general. If he was not a post-80s in the Russian army sequence, the age group of 1775 to 1782 included Grand Duke Constantine, 1779, the Tsar's younger brother and the commander of the guards, and the rest of the people did not even have a division commander. The youngest person who was promoted to the level of division commander was probably Kamensky. Of course, this was already a huge improvement. You have to know that the Russian army used to be a group of old men, just like the Prussian and Austrian armies. Now, most of the troops fighting the French are young and middle-aged generals, which is a huge improvement. However, it is not that there is no old deng. After Marshal Kamensky went to the rear, there was also a Buckhodin. This old guy was previously covering the rear near Königsberg. When he received Kamensky's order to advance, only the 5th Division commanded by Dokhtcherov arrived in advance. You know, among the Russian army, the only general who was able to retain his original position as the commander of the army after the last defeat of the anti-French alliance was probably Buckhodin. When Solovyov thought of him, he actually had such thoughts in his mind. Buckhodin, you lost the battle again and so on. The irony is very strong. However, this drunkard can still hold this position now, and even leads a corps composed mainly of veterans. Obviously, the entire corps still needs to be organized. With this question, Solovyov also rested in the carriage or bedroom for a long time, just thinking about a series of problems. In the end, he didn't have any good solutions. So, when the new year, that is, 1807, came, he spent more time sleeping there. He didn't even think too much about the next strategy. Barclay had initially thought of a plan and was ready to offer advice to Alexander at the right time. Because of this, he didn't attend the banquet held in the headquarters. No wonder he seemed out of tune with others. Then, Solovyov didn't go because he rarely drank. He came out and saw Barclay looking up at the stars. Good man. Could this guy have watched too many Three Kingdoms and wanted to learn how to observe the stars at night? But Solovyov gave up this inappropriate idea and came over to greet him. Mikhail Bogdanovich, you are in a good mood. What are you looking at in the sky? It's not summer, and I can't see some more conspicuous constellations. I'm just thinking. What are you thinking about? Barclay saw Solovyov. Maybe this kid can provide him with some help. When he talked with Kaminsky before, the other party was not interested in the battle of clearing the countryside, and Count Osterman Tolstoy was always friendly, but they didn't talk about it. If one day, the French army, or the army of other countries, enters the Russian territory and finally reaches Moscow, what do you think we should do? A Scottish plus German, actually thinking about this problem now. However, if you look through the history books, you will know that the most patient Russian army in this era may still be Kutuzov, but Barclay was the first person to advocate clearing the countryside, and he presented his idea to Alexander in the summer of that year and got his approval. We should strike them hard and make them leave Moscow in disgrace like the Poles. This is just your determination, Baron. Barclay addressed Solovyov by his title and discussed the issue seriously. What do you want to hear? Regarding the conception of the entire strategy, I have thought about clearing the countryside and making it difficult for the enemy to obtain supplies. This should be very useful against the French. They are like this. They like to collect supplies locally, and Russia is so big that it is difficult to requisition supplies. Even if we do not destroy the villages that the French army may pass through along the way, it will be difficult for them to mobilize supplies. Of course, if we destroy them like this, it will obviously be more troublesome. Then, do you agree with my idea? If it were me, I might have a little pity in my heart. What should the people in the villages along the way do? Those nobles whose industries were destroyed may still have manners elsewhere, but for civilians, when the scale of the war is not so large and not so urgent, they can always evacuate civilians. If the French target is Moscow or St. Petersburg, they cannot launch a large-scale offensive on other axes. With the current level of technology, it is still impossible. At this time, if the enemy attacks the villages and towns on both sides of the axis, if some of them are destroyed, the civilians can be evacuated. There is some truth in what you said, but you also have to consider that it will cost a lot. Yes, when the war is at its most urgent, we may encounter enemies everywhere. Nothing bad has happened in Spain yet. If it is only the resistance in the German region, it is not that fierce. To be honest, the rise of the German nation seems to be a guerrilla war without fighting. Even some monarchs and governments are still dragging their feet, especially the King of Prussia. If we talk about guerrilla warfare, there are guerrillas everywhere in Spain. In terms of killing the French army, the lethality of various diseases may be more severe than that of the Spanish guerrillas and the regular armies of various countries. What you said is quite interesting. In the future, if France or a certain country launches a large-scale invasion of Russia, it will inevitably become a war of all people, instead of relying on our army like Charles XII was defeated in Poltava in the past. However, this is not enough to guarantee that we can defeat an opponent like Napoleon. If he runs away, he will come back. As long as he has not failed in the end, it is a banner. That makes sense. To finally defeat France, we also need to make Bonaparte fail completely. Barclay touched his bald head and probably had a better idea. Thank you for chatting with me at this time. We can also improve this strategic concept. But if you do this, you will be easily isolated in the future. Although I don't drink with them, I will always be there in other occasions. A Russian can't drink. Barclay couldn't help but want to laugh, but with his long face, laughing would be uglier than crying. It may also be easy to be poisoned. Sometimes, alcohol is also considered poisonous. Solovyov also wanted to complain. For example, there are always people in Russia who drink fake alcohol. But it is also a fact that he can't drink. In this way, you can also stay calm all the time. Maybe. This is also a personal advantage. Baron, maybe you will have a bright future in the future. Just being a Corps Chief of Staff should not be enough. While you are still young, you can work harder. Barclay's blessing was a kind blessing, and he probably saw Solovyov's potential on the battlefield, at least when he was dispatching before the war. Maybe. In a few days, when we arrive near the winter camp, I hope there will be no hostile actions this winter. In addition, I think Danzig is very critical. It is better to defend it. It can serve as a nail to threaten the French in the rear. At the same time, we can also draw troops from other places to continue fighting the French. You know, when we replenish supplies in the winter camp and replenish troops for the battalions that have suffered losses, the French will also mobilize their reserve troops. You have been to Paris, so you should know something about this intelligence. And in order to find my stepmother's relatives, I also went to Normandy and Brittany, and even passed through the Vendée. By the way, he also struck a heavy blow to friendly forces and killed the royalist generals. What have you gained? I haven't found any relatives in mainland France, but the French conscription amendment does have some things we can learn from. Many of our serf owners are greedy and selfish. It is precisely because of this that it has even affected the quality of conscription. But this is difficult to change. But the French conscription method is really powerful. Yes, there will definitely be a large number of reinforcement joining their new army. Both sides will prepare for war this winter. We can't let the French suffer such great losses that they have to go to the negotiating table. In the end, we still have to compete in strength. In general, entering 1807, even though the Russian army had achieved a small victory at the end of last year, allowing the main force of the Russian army to successfully escape, it was still facing a huge crisis overall. Chapter 425, the latest intelligence on the French army, received by the Hussars. After crossing the river, the Russian army waited for Golitsyn and Dokhtyarov, who withdrew from Galimin on the road for another day. After the whole army was assembled, they changed direction and marched to the designated area for the winter camp. At the end of the year, the weather in Poland was still like autumn. Because of the continuous rain and the melting snow, the roads were very muddy and vehicles often got stuck in the mud. However, for the Russian soldiers, their new boots would at least not be eaten by the mud, which could improve their morale. The generals who were still riding in the car at the beginning now changed to horses and chose to stay with the officers and soldiers. In addition to the convenience of marching, it was also to boost morale. At the same time, it should be noted that there were very few Cossacks and Hussars in the marching column of the Russian army. They were all sent out for reconnaissance and various tasks. Those who remained in the legion were mainly dragoons and cuirassiers classified as heavy cavalry, especially the guards. Cuirassiers transferred from the guards, which was a relatively precious existence in the current East Prussian Legion. To spread out the troops, we must also be highly vigilant about the movements of the French army. In addition to the large-scale battles between the two armies, there are also many small battles. Some young cavalrymen may not go into battle for the first time in a certain battle. Instead, they are more likely to grow up quickly in such exchanges of fire. Count Stroganov volunteered to serve as the colonel commander, taking the Mariupol Hussar Regiment and some Cossacks, and left the main force. As Hussars directly under the legion, their goal is to wander between the various legions and camps of the French army, and it is even more common to act in a squadron smaller than the squadron. At this time, it is indeed a test of the ability of cavalry officers. Not everyone can be a cavalryman. It is no wonder that some cavalrymen are naturally arrogant and not very friendly to other arms. Even Derova, when she was still a recruit, dared to say such a thing to the head of the Bryansk infantry regiment. Well, she is indeed very individual, and now she is also an excellent lancer and signalman. The reason why she was asked to be a signal officer was probably because there were not enough officers who were familiar with Russian in the Polish Lancers regiment, so she had to be the second lieutenant who was particularly brave when charging. Even when she captured the eagle flag of the 3rd Light Infantry Regiment, she stabbed the flag bearer with a lance, which allowed her comrades to successfully capture the flag. Because of this achievement, she could also be awarded the 4th level Order of St. George. How should I put it? Everyone knows that the superiors take good care of her. As for whether she is a man or a woman, because she claimed to be 17 years old when she reported it, she had no hair on her face, so she could only be so particular. Now, she was temporarily assigned to the Mariupol Hussar Regiment. The signalman of the regiment was injured in Putsk, so he had to ask for someone from the Polish Lancers Regiment who was resting. So Dorova was beside Count Stroganov and was always responsible for communication work. Speaking of which, the Count is the richest heir in Russia, and he is so handsome that any girl who sees him will easily become crazy about him. Even if Dorova has tried hard to make herself identify with a cute boy who has given birth to a boy, she can hardly restrain herself. Besides, the Count is indeed well spoken and respected by the people around him. Ah, Lieutenant Sokolov, you send a signal to the east. The officers we captured this time are officers of the 4th Army. Their winter camp is near the Ukla River, close to the battlefield, where we fought before, and they have entered the town. Mr. Colonel, what's wrong with you, little Sasha? You seem to have a fever. No. I was just thinking about how to spell the Ukla River in the signal book. After all, this is Poland. Although I'm in the Polish Lancers, my home is on the Ukrainian steppe. That's about it. If you feel uncomfortable, you can find a warm place in the village when you camp, and stretch yourself out. The Count is indeed too charming, but he is not aware of this situation, nor does he know Dorova's inner thoughts. The girl tried hard to calm herself down in the state of I'm a soldier, not a girl. As for the one who received the signal, it was a Cossack regiment in the woods. They had completed their previous mission and returned from another road. For the French, they were still very troubled in this regard. They could see the small movements of the Russian army, but they were always defeated when they sent a squadron-sized cavalry to pursue them. The Russian army would slip away very quickly when attacking at the scale of a cavalry regiment, and they could only catch a few solitary light cavalry. It was really uncomfortable to go on like this. If left alone, the winter camps of various armies would continue to be scouted and harassed by these scouts, and the officers marching on the road would not dare to be alone, so they would be easily caught, and the intelligence would fall into the hands of the Russian army. Napoleon himself went to Warsaw at this time. After all, with Countess Waluska, his days in Warsaw were still very happy. But if Solovyov knew about it, he would probably laugh at his uncle's taste. After all, the real Countess of Levska was born in 1786, but she didn't necessarily look that young. In this kind of thing, it's best for the parties involved to be happy. Therefore, whether it was the court steward Derek or the personal servants Constant and Rustam, they didn't care about their boss's taste. But the military intelligence, as long as it was transferred, was not good news, and it also gave Napoleon's wife in the army, Berthier, a headache. These Russians are really cunning. After they retreated, they scattered their light cavalry all over the front of the Vistula River. Do you want to tell your majesty? Let's talk about it in an hour. There is no reception today, and it won't cause the Poles to worry at this time. Are they afraid that the Russians will attack? I think so. Berthier's schedule was very clear. The time Napoleon spent with his lover was generally strictly restricted. It was only because his official duties in Warsaw were reduced that he had more time to sleep with women. As for the image of being sloppy in pajamas, it was only in front of acquaintances. Berthier, what's the news? Your Majesty, I think it's the report from Sultan Dorjero. The Russian hussars are frequently active around us. I know that. The Russian light cavalry did a good job. In comparison, their dragoons are not so good. Although they are not so good, we still lost the eagle flag, Your Majesty. We also captured their flags, and more. But the Russians' means of communication are obviously regular, Your Majesty. You can first take a look at the report of the 4th Army. It talks about the situation where our hunting cavalry observed the Russian army sending signals. Napoleon, who had a solid foundation in geometry, quickly understood it after reading the report himself. There is a clever Russian who is using the reflection of sunlight to send signals with light. It's a pity that we don't know what pattern they use, and we have no way to crack it. but we can use it. Our cavalry should find a way to use the signal they sent to narrow the search range, attack the Russian cavalry, and keep them away from our winter camp. Yes, Your Majesty, I will draft an order for the hussars and chasseurs to take action and expel the Russian cavalry. In addition, have the messengers who gave the winter camp orders to the various armies arrived? Currently only the 1st Army and the 6th Army have not responded. The position of the 1st Army is fine. They have already gone to find a suitable winter camping site, and near the 6th Army is closer to Königsberg. He was chasing the Prussian army in Lestock. Is he chasing the Prussians? Don't run too far. I can feel that the Russian army is using its troops now. The royalist Langeren may set a bait for us to take the bait. But this kind of rapid dispatch is obviously not a Russian general we are familiar with. Maybe he is a newcomer. Your Majesty, what will happen? You know, Berthier, my wife Josephine actually has a cousin in St. Petersburg. I have never told you about this, but I can be sure that the Russian staff officer who was chatting with Motier and Gazan in Dranstein is her stepson. Your Majesty, have you told the Queen this? Never told you. If Motier had not always been honest, and if the evidence and logic had not been reasonable, I would have just thought it was a joke played by the Russians. But Your Majesty, is there any connection? Berthier, when he was chief of staff, was always a master at pretending to be confused. Berthier, don't be as stupid as Caulaincourt. When I had a son, he didn't even understand the situation. Russia once sent diplomats to Paris. Do you have any impression of the military attaché, the green-eyed handsome boy? Your Majesty, speaking of this man, he seems to have a good relationship with Moreau. I have heard some information about him. I heard that he is very smart and likes to make some inventions in the military, but not stupid tactical innovations. Yes, from my wife's side, he is still my relative, but the relationship is a bit distant. At least I know that the Russians' breech-loading rifle was invented by him. Maybe this ingenious and simple means of communication is also a Russian military innovation. Napoleon was right. Now his winter camp position was constantly harassed. It was indeed Solovyov's little trick that kept reporting the position of the French army. In this case, we need to send more messengers. While driving away the Russian cavalry, we need to ask Ney to retreat quickly and not give them a chance. Yes, Your Majesty, I will send someone to the 6th Army right away. In addition, although Bernadette's position seems safe, it is very isolated. He and Ney need to perform some cover actions to guard against possible attacks by the Russians. However, the messengers sent by Napoleon always encounter some troubles, because the scattered activities of the Russian cavalry always catch some of his messengers. As for whether the letters can be destroyed in time, it is a problem. Later, the Russian army will use the great memory recovery technique, which is another problem. However, Count Stroganov does not advocate the use of corporal punishment. He just needs to have a good chat with the French in his Parisian accent. Even if these talkative French cannot remember all the information, they can almost get the information they should tell. The information that the Count got from a captured officer was that Ney's 6th Army was relatively isolated. His task was to find the 6th Army and ask them to move closer to the nearby friendly forces and enter the winter camp. For this reason, Count Stroganov also decided to send the news in time when he led the team back. As for who to send, Tarova volunteered again, but the Count did not let her go. After all, she was now the officer in charge of communications. And if Solovyov knew about it, he would complain that the Mariupol regiment had no one and had to let the seconded officers serve as messengers. That's why Stroganov sent his adjutant to the Russian winter camp near the border at this time. There, Langeren was officially appointed as the commander-in-chief of the East Prussian Corps, responsible for commanding the two armies of Wittgenstein and Buchholden, as well as the divisions under it. The messenger sent by Alexander also showed that the Russian army would have reinforcement arriving later, and the 1st Division of the Guards has arrived in Riga, but it still needs to wait for further instructions. Langeren also knew that the Guards came out this time mainly to cover the rear. But if Grand Duke Constantine really came, the order of command would be hard to say. Letting a real foreigner command the heir to the throne would definitely make some people complain. He now has enough troops on the front line, but he has no idea how to take the next step. Until Count Stroganov's adjutant came back with important intelligence, The French 6th Army was relatively isolated at this time and had not yet entered the winter camp area. The commanders of the Russian army, including Kutuzov, are all very cunning. Even Marshal Kamensky, who has now become an Irish old man, was attacked by the Turkish army at night on the Danube front. He was quick-witted and drove away the enemy with a barrage of artillery. If it was Kutuzov, he might be more patient. As long as Ni was far away from him, he would not move. After all, the old man is still a little lazy. However, it would be different if it was someone else. Bennigsen would launch a sneak attack, and Langeron would think so too. But Langeron might be more resolute than Bennigsen. If Bennigsen said that, he would make himself look like a mine stealer, but Langeron was thinking about getting over quickly and dealing a fatal blow to the French army. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.